Hello friends. This is Fiction Quest. How are you all? So in this video, we will see, what if Naruto eat the devil fruit and awaken power of devil monster? But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also if possible share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. But then, who will the Hokage fight then? Sarutobi asked. Naruto spent enough time with him that he understood it wasn't always life and death. In fact, he understood that for the most part, it never was. Me, Naruto said cheerfully. Sarutobi just chuckled. The words of a 3-year-old was all it ever took to make his day. No matter that there can only be one Hokage at any one time. Sir, his aide said as she poked her head in the door. She gave Naruto a smile before turning back to the Hokage. Jiraiya-sama has returned and he said he has found something that will make the village more powerful. Send him in. Before you do, make sure you take these. Last time, he knocked them over. Naruto began to laugh out loud when he remembered that day. Grand Uncle is back. Naruto cheered when the man stepped in the door. Jiraiya just grinned as he continued to walk with the little rug rat attached to his leg. Hey, I got something really impressive this time. Sarutobi looked down at Naruto for a moment and said, "The next issue of your books?" No. Actually, I brought that as well. Along with my first book to give to Naruto. But what I brought is much more exciting than my books. He took out a scroll and unsealed the chest inside. He opened it to reveal a bright yellow fruit with swirls on it. I give you the devil fruit of the pirate ocean a world away. Fruits are yucky, Naruto said. Now Naruto, Sarutobi said in a scolding tone. I told you before, if you want to become Hokage, you have to eat both your fruits and your vegetables. I have to? He made a pleading face that almost made the aged ninja give. Yes, you have to, he told him. Naruto sighed as let go of Jiraiya's leg. The two adults turned back to the fruit between them. These are actually very rare, Jiraiya said. And they give the person that eats them a special power. But all things comes at a price, Sarutobi said, and so do these. Any person that eats these can't swim. And considering they only grow in an island chain, that can be bad. What else do you know about them? They may very well be the origin of bloodline abilities. The tree that grows them only makes them once every 100 years, or so the legend goes. And there is 3 general types. One give a person the ability to change shape into a single animal. Another changes their body in some way. The last gives them control of an element and its forms. Like what? Sarutobi asked. Neither noticed a chair being moved. Well, I heard rumors of someone that ate the second one. His body had turned into rubber. He can stretch, expand, and several other things. This class of fruit also gave him incredible strength. That sounds cool, Naruto said. It does, Sarutobi said. And the elemental ones? Well, the same man's brother ate one that gave him control of fire. He could produce it without any source. The stories I have heard are amazing. Jiraiya looked at the fruit in his hands and set it down on the desk. This is the only one I could find. And I don't know if it will make the trees here. But if the seeds inside it do take, it will give us a strength unlike any other village, Sarutobi summed up. I knew fruits are yucky, Naruto said. Why couldn't they make a fruit that tastes like ramen? The sound of chewing reached their ears along with another bite. Both went wide-eyed and they dropped their heads, to see Naruto sitting on the desk, slowly devouring the fruit. Naruto opened his mouth after he did and pulled out the pit. He set it on the desk before continuing. Jiraiya laughed after a bit. You did tell him to eat all of his fruits. Sarutobi placed a hand on his face and pulled it down. Naruto, that fruit wasn't yours. Oh, the child said. Do I have to finish it like Ba-chan tells me to then? Jiraiya smiled. No, you ate quite enough of that yucky fruit, and thank you for getting the pit for me. Naruto beamed. You're welcome. Future Hokage have to help people after all. So, I don't suppose you know what ability he just gained, do you? Naruto started stuttering, meaning he was about to sneeze. That one was the... Naruto sneezed and the sound blasted out the windows and forced them to cover their ears. Naruto couldn't though and he was on the ground, dizzy. The auto fruit. It give the person control over sound. I don't know the full abilities. but it has to do with their voice altering it. The Hokage's aide opened the door. Jiraiya-sama, what did you do this time? The two men pointed to the child on the floor. This only made her outraged. How dare you blame an innocent child for something you did? Both of you should be ashamed of yourselves. And what did you do to him? Rin, I swear. Sarutobi started. Shut up. I don't want to hear your excuses. She stepped over to Naruto and picked him up. Come on, Naruto, we're taking out to go play with kids your own age. We're going to the water park. Okay, Naruto said, still a little dizzy but with a huge smile on his face. Though both of them knew it was from the attention, it looked like it was caused by where she was holding him, close to her chest. Wow. Jiraiya said. I never thought I would be jealous of the kid. She doesn't know he can't swim now. Ooh. Naruto went down the water slide ahead of Rin-chan, laughing. They reached the bottom and Rin picked him up and put him on his shoulders. So, where do you want to go next, Naruto? The drop. That was his favorite. A person got on it and went both up and downhill before being shot out and falling into a pool 10 feet deep. Of course, he wasn't big enough to go alone yet. But Rin-chan could take him. Okay. They got in line and quickly got in the slide. Whoa, they both yelled as the water pushed them down and back up. Ah! As quickly as they got on it, it was over and they were falling through the air. Naruto couldn't hold his laughter as he held on to Rin-chan. They hit the water and she swam to the shallow end. Rin-san, a messenger appeared. I need to give you a message from the Hokage. Rin set him on the stairs out of the pool. Now stay close to here, okay? Naruto grinned widely. Okay. Rin walked up to the man, wearing a two-piece the same color as her tattoos. So, what is it? Naruto ate a fruit that gave him the ability to control sound, but it took away his ability to float. The man said, that is the sound you heard. Is it? I guess I better get Naruto to the playground then. They turned back to him just in time to see an older boy running by and hit Naruto. He fell off the stairs into the deeper water and sunk like a rock. He tried to swim back up but couldn't. He was so scared, he didn't even think about just climbing back up the stairs. Naruto. She jumped in and lifted him out. I'm so sorry, Naruto. This is my fault. Are you okay? He coughed the water from his lungs. It's all right, Rin-chan. I am fine. See? But why couldn't I swim? She hugged him close. I'm afraid you lost the ability to, Naruto. That fruit you ate gave you something and took it away from you. So if I finish eating it then I should get it back, Naruto reasoned. After all, a fruit could only keep something inside it like the pit was inside. No, Naruto, it is gone for good. Oh, Naruto just said. From his bewildered expression, he didn't understand. Nor did he understand just how close he came to dying. Ooh, an 8-year-old Naruto stretched. Training was over with today so he could relax. Ever since he almost drowned in the pool, Rin-chan told him she would train him to use chakra. Because then, he could use it to not only replace his lost ability to swim, he could walk atop it. He didn't believe her at first but she showed him. The hard part was finding water deep enough to practice on, but so deep should he fall through, he couldn't stand up and have air. He was at the park now, playing. Hey, you're an Uchiha, aren't you? Naruto asked. I am. That is so cool, Naruto said. Ji-san told me your clan is very strong. The spiky-headed boy grinned, his pride showing. Well, we are a little. A little. Your family make up the military police. You are so strong. I wish I had a family. Like that, the boy finished for him. Yeah. But I would settle for any family, truthfully. You don't have one, the boy asked. No, Ji-san isn't even my Ji-san. I just call him that because the Hokage is the one that takes care of me the most. You call the Hokage Ji-san? He asked amazed. Yeah, Naruto said. I'm Naruto. Sasuke. Do you want to be friends? No one else here will be. I think they are intimidated by my clan. Naruto grinned ear to ear. Sure, hey, keep it down, a bigger kid said, moving up to them. He was clearly the park bully. Or do I need to beat some sense into you? The lessons from Rin-chan came up right then. Naruto, you can't use your abilities to hurt people. At least not until you become a ninja. And never do it to anyone of the village unless they attack you first. No, that isn't needed, Naruto said, backing away. Let's go, he said to Sasuke. Wait, I know you, the bully said. You're one of those Uchiha, aren't you? What if I am? Sasuke demanded. The bully looked at him and grinned. Well, here we have the mighty Uchiha. All alone and weak. Go ahead and run away with your friend. With your tail between your legs. Naruto twitched at that comment but let it go. Let's just go, Sasuke. You shut up about my clan, Sasuke yelled at the bully. Little cry baby going to do something about it? Rog. Sasuke swung a fist at him. The bully accepted it and hit him in the face. Sasuke fell to the ground. Before he could get back up, the bully kicked him in the stomach. Leave him alone, Naruto yelled, throwing himself at him. The bully pushed him away and turned on him. Perhaps you want me to do the same to you? He raised a fist. Enough. It was so loud, it knocked the bully on his back. He tried to get up but fell back down, his eardrums had been popped. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's hand, pulled him up, and they started running. Ooh! What was that? Naruto hesitated. He didn't want to lie to his new friend but Ji-chan told him to if ever someone found out about it. My bloodline. I control sounds. Listen to this. He opened his mouth, clapped his hands, and they sounded like a drum. Cool, huh? You already have your bloodline? Sasuke asked amazed. That is cool. I wish I had mine already. Then my father will say that I am strong because I am his son more often. You are looking to be acknowledged? Yeah. My big brother is 8 but he is already an Anbu. An Uchiha Anbu? Oh, Weasel? You mean Weasel, right? You know Itachi? We met. He told me about you. He said that he was very proud of you. And that he wished he didn't have to become an Anbu like his father told him so he could spend time with you. He actually said that. He did. Your father is Fugaku, right? Sasuke nodded. That is him. Sasuke couldn't help but grin. I can't wait to tell Mom. He looked around. There she is. The woman in question was sitting on a bench, humming to herself and rubbing her stomach. As they ran to her, Naruto asked, why is she doing that? I don't know, Sasuke replied. Mom, guess what? I made a friend, and he knows Itachi. She smiled at first but grew grim when she heard the second part. Her children were growing a strong rivalry. At times, it seemed that Sasuke hated Itachi. But the look on his face said anything but that. I do, Mrs. Uchiha, he said with a bow, and Naruto said that Itachi said he wished he wasn't in Anbu so he could spend more time with me. Is that why he is always gone? Yes, he is, Makoto said. She smiled, happy for her son. You didn't think he hated you, did you? After all, you are his favorite brother. But I'm his only brother. She rubbed her stomach again. Maybe not for long, Makoto said to herself. Oh, and Naruto has a bloodline ability he just used to help me. She snapped her attention up. What? This bully was insulting our clan and I lost my temper, Sasuke said, dropping his head. He punched me and had me on the ground. Naruto tried to stop him but was punched himself. And when the bully was going to do more, he yelled. He was thrown to the ground and Naruto grabbed me and started running. Wow, it looks like you were a little hero, Makoto said to Naruto. But Rin-sensei told me not to use it, Naruto said, his eyes downcast. I'll keep you from getting in trouble with your sensei. Where is she? She is helping the Ji-san with his work right now, he said. And where do they work at? She asked kindly. He pointed to the top of the Hokage tower. After a moment, it hit her. He was that Naruto. Let's go talk to them. Ooh, Itachi, why? You were going to betray my home, father. But we are your family, Fugaku said. His back was turned to his eldest son and he wasn't going to look at him. No, Sasuke is my family. You are simply the man that raised me. Tell me, where is mother? She took Sasuke to the park outside the Uchiha grounds. I was so against that. But she wouldn't listen to me. Now I see it is what saved her. My Makoto. Itachi's blade descended and killed him. But despite the act he had just done, he was glad. He did love his mother. So he was glad her blood was not also on his blade and hands. He turned and left. He had done what they asked. Now to make sure they would leave his family alone as well. Ooh, Ji-san, Naruto yelled as he entered. Ouch! Naruto, how many times do I have to tell you? Don't yell in my office. You are going to make me go deaf. Sorry, he said, little more than a whisper. Mrs. Uchiha wanted to talk to you and Rin-chan. Send them in then. Naruto backed out the door and, still speaking into the same voice, said, Rin-chan, Lady Uchiha, Ji-san would like to talk to you now. Rin came in, laughing like she always did when Naruto spoke like this, followed by Makoto. Naruto, is something wrong? I shouted too loud and hurt Ji-san, Naruto whispered. All right, Naruto, you can stop the whispering, Sarutobi said. Now, go wait outside. Okay, Naruto said. Ooh. He was about to head over when he saw Weasel in the hall. Wanting to surprise him, he motioned Sasuke over to him and they followed him. But they weren't able to catch him before he went into the council meeting room. So they waited on either side of the door. The door was just a little ajar so Naruto could hear them talking. Grinning, he opened his mouth and the voices became loud enough for the two to hear and understand, but no one else could. Finish, Itachi said. You have our thanks, Itachi, a voice Naruto recognized as Danzo said. With their threat gone, Kaharu said, the village is safe again. We apologize for we asked you. Homura finished their speech with, killing you clan must not have been easy. Sasuke cried out but there was no sound. Naruto tackled him to keep him from doing anything stupid. It was necessary, Itachi said. The coup they were planning may have likely destroyed our village. If nothing else, weakened it to a point it will never recover from. And now, you are the last Uchiha, Danzo said. You are mistaken, Itachi told him. There are two more. My mother and little brother were not there. Nor will I hunt them down, neither will you. What? The council demanded. My family will remain alive and unharmed, because if they don't, I will not hesitate in revealing it was by your order the Uchiha clan died. And every single weakness to the clans, all of them that I know of, I will give to Iwa. They have been looking for the advantage they need to finish the fight with Konoha, and I know quite a lot. Your mother I could understand, Homura said, but your brother, he could easily become a threat to the village. That is why you agreed to help us in the first place, to save Konoha. As much as I love this village, I love my brother more. I will never be the one to strike him down. And neither shall you. The sound of him turning around and taking a step to the door made Naruto panic. Pulling Sasuke behind him, he ran away from the door. It would not be odd if Itachi saw him in the tower. With Sasuke could be explained as well. But he would not like it if they saw him there at that door. The Anbu wearing the weasel mask stepped out and started to leave, and he saw Naruto wrestling with his brother just 30 feet away. He smiled behind his mask as he walked over. Hey Naruto. Oh, hi Weasel. Come to get a new mission from Ji-san? No, not going to say something, Sasuke. He opened his mouth and moved it like he was shouting but no sound came out. We made a bet, Weasel-san. I told him I could keep him quiet without touching him and he didn't believe me. Now he is trying to get me to release him. Weasel laughed. Naruto had done the same to him. Well, you two have fun. He turned to leave but stopped when Sasuke grabbed his pants leg. Something you want to ask, Sasuke? He had a look that said he was scared, confused, and, if the glare he gave Naruto was a sign, mad. But then he did what showed Itachi what he wanted to ask the most. He glanced at the council door. And Itachi doubted it was to ask what he was there for. Naruto. Release my brother. Now, Naruto looked scared. Please, we promise we won't say a thing. Just don't hurt us. Itachi sighed, they had heard. He took them into meeting room with glass walls. Closing the door behind him, he cast a privacy jutsu while telling Naruto again to release him. Why? You heard right. Our father was going to betray our village. I couldn't let him. No. For the longest moment he didn't finish and Itachi thought he meant it as he didn't believe him. Mother and I are right here. You could finish it easily. So why spare us? Because of what I said. I love the both of you. Yes, if mother was there, she might have died as well if she tried to protect father. But I had already planned to leave you alive. You are my brother and I care for you more than you know. I was planning on lying to you. Telling you that I faked it all. To see if you might get powerful. So that you would hate me. But since you know the full story, it wouldn't take you long to see that as the lie it is. There had to be some other way, Naruto said. Itachi shook his head. Naruto, sometimes. Words are just not enough. So people are just too headstrong against reason. When you are Hokage, you will see this. And before you ask, no, the Hokage had nothing to do with this. He never knew. Now, I have something I must ask of you. Tell no one of this. But you were following orders, Sasuke said. Itachi was still his brother and Sasuke still cared for him. Itachi took off his mask and smiled at Sasuke. Poke, he poked Sasuke on the forehead again. Hey, Sasuke yelled, rubbing the spot. Sasuke, who knows what those three might do if revealed. They will have no honor left and will likely commit suicide. But Danzo, that old war dog, he cares for this village in his own way. And does what he can to protect it. The other two I don't worry about. But him, he might try something. Do you two understand? No, they said truthfully. I know this is confusing, but it is to protect you too. Now, Sasuke, remember that this village has given a lot to protect all that live inside it. Protect it in return. Okay, Sasuke said as the tears he was holding back finally spilled over. You are going to leave, aren't you, Nisan? Yes. I have to. Now, the only person that you are allowed to tell is Mom, Sasuke. Not even the Hokage can know. He knelt down and hugged his brother. After several moments, he let go and stood back up. Then he ruffled Naruto's hair. See ya, runt. Smiling, he put his mask back on and walked away. Ooh, Lady Uchiha, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Sarutobi asked. I came to ask about Naruto's bloodline, Mikoto said. You see, a bully was picking on my son Sasuke when Naruto defended him. It wasn't until he received a few hits himself that he shouted, knocking the boy down. And he was very much afraid he would be in trouble. Rin sighed. I told him not to use it. We both know what is inside him. I was afraid people might think that it was the fox that gave him his abilities. But they aren't. I saw the fight myself. The Nine Tails was loud, but nothing compared to what I heard. And I was on the other side of the park. The boy must have lost hearing for a few minutes at least. But you are sensible, Mikoto, Sarutobi told her. Not many are the same. They leave Naruto alone because of my law only. Luckily, the council is not so stupid as to believe the fourth could not seal something away. Even if that something is the Nine Tails. Such an ability, I am sure several clans would be willing to take him in for it. If that was all, then yes, Rin said. But there is more. Naruto can't swim. It is like it is not there for him. He moves through it like air. I don't know if this will be passed down to his children or not. But would you like your family to be unable to do such a simple act? I see. When finally the implications of this hit Naruto when it activated, he cried for a week. He loves the water. To not be able to. But that is why I am training him to use chakra to replace his lost ability. Hokage-sama, why has no one ever adopted Naruto? I am sure there are some that do not look on him like he is the fox. There are. But his godfather doesn't want him to be adopted. He has spent the weeks on end with Naruto whenever he can and views him like a son. Who is his godfather? I'm sure if I talk to him, he will allow someone to. Sarutobi smiled. My apprentice, Jiraiya. The legendary Sannin, she said slowly. He cares for Naruto. That is why an orphan does not live in the orphanage, and he was Naruto's sponsor into the academy. He loves Naruto. Along with myself and Rin here. Naruto is not as alone as you may think. Except when it comes to friends. Parents often keep their kids from playing with him. Then I guess it is a good thing that Naruto became friends with Sasuke today. Hokage-sama, a Chunin said, opening the door. I apologize for the intrusion, but it is an emergency. The Uchiha clan has been murdered. Oh my god. Sasuke. Mikoto ran out and saw Sasuke there with Naruto, already crying. She wrapped her arms around her son and held him while he let out the tears. It'll be all right, Sasuke. It will be. Mom. I have something important to tell you. Naruto walked into class. He saw Sasuke already there and nodded to him. The two kept their distance while at school. Naruto wasn't well liked and he refused to let those feelings spread to his only friend. His blue long coat hung tight to him thanks to the guitar on his back. His blue jeans and black steel-toes boots with white t-shirt were his normal attire. Seeing that Iruka-sensei wasn't here yet, he grinned. He formed a single hand sign that was the shape of a cross. 6 Cage Bunshin clones appeared. He kind of stole this technique when he was 5. The clones all grinned before transforming into some of his classmates. Shikamaru, hello, I am Sloth. Choji, I am Glutton. Ino, I'm Lust. Kiba, I'm Pride. The next turned into Sakura, I'm Envy. The original stayed the same, call me Greed. The last changed into Sasuke. Guess that makes me Wrath. The real Naruto took his guitar off his back and started playing. Sloth tapped his foot for the drum. Wrath provided the sounds for accordion. Envy the banjo. Lust the violin. Pride the bass guitar. Glutton the electric guitar. Sail away where no ball and chain can keep us from the roaring waves. Together undivided but forever we'll be free. So sail away aboard our rig, the moon is full and so are we. We're 7 drunken pirates, we're the 7 deadly sins. So the years rolled by and several died and left us somewhat reelin'. Johnny strummed his Tommy gun, left blastin' through the ceiling. So what became of rebels who sang for you and me? Grapplin' with their demons in the search for liberty. Suffers who suffer all can swim upon the desert, where avarice have ravaged all in spite of good intentions. Don't fill your mouth with gluttony, for pride will surely swell. But nothing's unforgiven in the 4 corners of hell. Sail away where no ball and chain can keep us from the roaring waves. Together undivided but forever we'll be free. So sail away aboard our rig, the moon is full and so are we. We're 7 drunken pirates, we're the 7 deadly sins. Envy and its evil twin, it creepy in bed with slander. Idiots they gave advice but sloth it gave no answer. Anger kills the human soul with bitter tales of lust. While Pavlov's dogs keep chewing on the legs they never trust. Sail away where no ball and chain can keep us from the roaring waves. Together undivided but forever we'll be free. So sail away aboard our rig, the moon is full and so are we. We're 7 drunken pirates, we're the 7 deadly sins. But it's the only life we'll know, blackguards to the bone. So don't wreck yourself, take an honest grip. For there's more tales beyond the shore. Ah, the years rolled by and several died and left us somewhat reelin', in and out came crawlin' out and spewed upon the ceiling. So what became of rebels that sang for you and me? Grapplin' with their demons in the search for liberty. Sail away where no ball and chain can keep us from the roaring waves. Together undivided but forever we'll be free. So sail away aboard our rig, the moon is full and so are we. We're 7 drunken pirates, we're the 7 deadly sins. Sail away where no ball and chain can keep us from the roaring waves. Together undivided but forever we'll be free. So sail away aboard our rig, the moon is full and so are we. We're 7 drunken pirates, we're the 7 deadly sins. We're 7 drunken pirates, we're the 7 deadly sins. We're 7 drunken pirates, we're the 7 deadly sins. All 7 of them sang it. Some of the people imitated looked humiliated, others laughed at the joke it was meant as, and Shikamaru just said, troublesome. Neither him nor Choji bothered denying it. Sakura went up and hit the clone that copied her. You idiot. Naruto just laughed as he released the jutsu. Something wrong, Sakura. Didn't take it too well, He slipped his guitar onto his back while dodging her punches. Come on, I used myself in there as well. And you don't see Ino overreacting. That is because she knows she is lust incarnate. Now that isn't very nice, Naruto told her. What about Kiba and Pride? It fits. Sasuke and Wrath. Sasuke doesn't have a vengeful bone in his body. Now for once we agree. Naruto jumped back just as Iruka came in. Sakura, why are you trying to kill Naruto this time? She stomped over to her seat. Naruto only shrugged to his sensei and sat down in the last available seat, next to Hinata. Morning Hinata. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Your performance was great, as always, she said in a voice a little above a whisper. Naruto grinned. Thanks, Hinata-chan. Hinata turned red. He called me Chan. She slumped to her desk, unconscious. Naruto sighed. Iruka-sensei. Hinata did it again. Iruka sighed as well. Do you know the cause this time? Just a second. Naruto pressed his hand to her forehead. She feels really warm, Iruka-sensei. And her face is flushed. The test is today so we can't send her home. Naruto, you and Hinata will go last. Watch her and make sure she is alright. Okay, Naruto replied. Ooh. Naruto performed the Kage Bunshin without a problem. So, Iruka-sensei, did I pass? Iruka looked over his papers. Something seemed off here. The test itself, yes you did Naruto. But your grades are not high enough to allow you to. What? I am sorry. For the moment, I cannot let you graduate. Naruto missed what he meant by that and left the room downtrodden. Okay, so I'm not the best with weapons. But I am the strongest at taijutsu. And my ninjutsu are great as well. How could I not graduate? Mizuki had to act quickly. It would not take Iruka long to find the real grades Naruto received. Naruto, mind if we have a word? Ooh. Naruto looked around the vault. This didn't sit well with him, but if it worked, he would pass. He was humming so he didn't make a sound. He gave an unheard laugh. Making noise not to be heard, so ironic. Forbidden Scroll. Sealing Arts. Fujin's Wind. He could have taken the Forbidden Scroll, but Ji-san made him promise never to look in it again after that time when he was 5. Sound and its uses in combat. He grabbed that scroll and took off to the window. Naruto, what are you doing here so late? Naruto tripped and rolled several feet. He stood back up and started moving his mouth, but nothing came out. Oops, forgot about that. I guess this means I fails Ji-san. What are you talking about? That second exam Mizuki-sensei told me about to become a ninja. Naruto, there is no second exam. But, why would he lie? Naruto, did he tell you to get that scroll itself? No, he said to take the scroll of forbidden arts and go to the cottage in the forest. Once there, I was to learn a jutsu inside it and show him it when he got there after a few hours. But I am still keeping my promise to you, Ji-san, and not looking in that scroll again. So I looked for a different one. This is the one I found. He held it up so Sarutobi could see. It was the scroll made by Orochimaru before he left. I'm sorry Naruto, you have been lied to. I want your help in capturing Mizuki for betraying the village. Naruto scowled. He hated traitors. Continue on with the plan. I will have Anbu follow him when he comes for you. Alright, Ji-san. Ooh. Naruto reached the field and started punching anything he could, more often than not, breaking it. I'll kill him. I swear he will regret this. The hell he is sent to is going to be sanctuary when I am done with him. After spending another 10 minutes reducing trees to splinters, he sat down. He still had the scroll. Opening it, he looked at the first jutsu. Sound hold the unique property that it is not something that can be blocked. Sound is ethereal, moving in waves. It will hit something but still continue through it. Even if a person does not hear it, the sound waves still hits them. Genjutsu, just great. I am horrible at genjutsu. Know yourself and seek self-improvement. He started off with the theory behind this genjutsu. Ooh. Iruka found it. Someone had altered his grades. He grinned. Now, I can let Naruto graduate. There was pounding at the door and Iruka opened it. Mizuki stood there. Iruka, it is horrible. Naruto has stolen the scroll of forbidden arts. Iruka cursed, went inside for his ninja gear. Again, that feeling of something being wrong hit him. Naruto has spent more time in the tower than even he had. So why steal the scroll now? He looked around wondering where Naruto might have been. Suddenly, he just knew where he was. He started out that way. Ooh. Yes, time for the next one. These dobi are controlled by sounds created by the summoner. They are able to absorb chakra through the use of ghost. But if the user cannot play the needed notes, they will do nothing. No, not for me. Sound manipulation. By the use of chakra, the caster controls where the sound waves moves. By doing this, they can damage certain things instead of area targets. Now that one is for me, Naruto yelled. He started doing as the scroll said and got it down just before Iruka-sensei showed up. What are you doing here? Me, what about you and stealing the forbidden scroll? Naruto frowned. He rolled up the scroll and showed him the title. This isn't the forbidden scroll. Ji-san told me to never look in that scroll. So when Mizuki told me about this test, I took this one instead to complete it. Did Ji-san send you? The implications of this hit Iruka. Mizuki set them up. But why him? Because I know someone altered Naruto's records. And Mizuki is the only one that can besides me. The sound of something spinning reached his ears. He pushed Naruto out of the way just as several kunai and shurikens hit him. Mizuki, you traitor. Ah, don't say that, Mizuki said. You'll give Naruto a bad impression of me. Naruto, give me the scroll. Instead, Naruto started to laugh. I hate to break this to you, Mizuki. But I don't have the scroll of forbidden arts. Ji-san said to never look in it again after I learned the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. So I grabbed a different one. One that uses sound to fight. Mizuki scowled. You couldn't even do that right. You really are useless to this village. The fourth made a mistake in choosing you. Shut up. This has nothing to do with the fourth. You are so very wrong, Mizuki taunted while Iruka was shouting for him to be quiet. Your life has everything to do with the fourth. Haven't you ever wondered why no one has ever adopted you? Because my godfather won't let them, Naruto supplied. Wrong. Because you are the nine-tailed fox. 12 years ago, when you attacked this village, the fourth Hokage took the child Naruto and sealed you inside of him. Where you devoured his soul. But you lost all memories of yourself when you did. Stop lying, traitor. Ji-san would know. I'm not lying. Want me to prove it? Just channel some chakra and look under your shirt. Naruto couldn't help but look down. Fine, I guess the condemned can have a last request. He channeled a bit and looked. And there it was, bright as day. A seal. From what little he knew about them, this sealed a creature inside a host. Oh God. Mizuki laughed. And so the nine-tailed fox realizes why he will never fit in. Naruto dropped his shirt, his body shaking. So, he asked. He looked up. Tears coming from his face but a determination in his eyes. Even if I am, then so what? Rin-chan and Ji-san still care for me and I care for them. I will do whatever I can to protect them. Mizuki had not expected that. But don't you want revenge? The way these people have treated you. If what you say is true, then I killed hundreds of people before the fourth gave me a new life. I can stand a little hatred, I have before. After all, I am a leaf shinobi. Mizuki scowled. Then die, shinobi. He took the giant shuriken from his back, started it spinning, and threw it. Naruto, look out, Iruka yelled. There was a clash of metal on metal as the shuriken was knocked away. Chunin Mizuki, for the attempted murder of Genin Uzumaki Naruto, the betrayal of the Hidden Leaf Village, and the revealing of an S-class secret, you are sentenced to death, to be carried out immediately, an Anbu with a hawk mask said, his sword still ringing from blocking it. Did I forget to mention that Ji-san said he would send some ninja to stop you? Naruto asked. Another Anbu appeared and knocked Mizuki from the tree he was in. These were Itachi's old teammates and Naruto's friends as well. Ox, up in the tree, grunted and nodded to Tiger. But before she could move, Naruto took his guitar from his back. He started playing a tune and Mizuki was pulled up by something. His arms spread wide, he started screaming in pain. Now kill him, Naruto said. Naruto, what did you just do to him? I used a genjutsu on him, Naruto said before he CED'd his tongue. His ears twitched and he turned to a tree. Rat, what are you waiting for? The Anbu stepped out from behind the tree. Just wondering how long till you noticed. So, how did you know? Mizuki's screams were suddenly silenced and Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat. The see I make. That is why you always do that in my class, Iruka said. Echolocation. Yeah, I got the idea after watching a documentary on dolphins, Naruto confessed. Took me some time to get the frequency right. Still working on always doing it though. Iruka shook his head. He grabbed Naruto by the shoulder and walked him away. Oh, before I forget. Close your eyes. Naruto looked at him questioningly. Trust me, it was worth the wait. Naruto sighed but did as he said. He then felt something get placed around his forehead. Okay, open them. He saw Iruka no longer had his headband. Congratulations on graduating. Naruto reached up and felt the headband there. A grin split his face as he hugged the man. Mizuki altered your records. Now, I did have a speech for you about how hard it is to be a ninja. But I think you would do better with a different one. What you did to Mizuki, he deserved it. And sometimes it is necessary. But if you ever start to grow to like doing that, Naruto, I want you to quit. Resign your status as I would. You are not the Kyuubi. Nor are you a weapon. And only monsters and weapons feel those things. Okay. Naruto considered it, making Mizuki feel that pain, holding him still for the Anbu to kill. Did he enjoy that? No, he didn't. He thought it would give him some satisfaction, but in the end, he was only glad the traitor could no longer hurt his village. Alright, Iruka-sensei. Iruka looked at the Anbu for a moment to see them set the body on fire, keeping only his headband to show what they had done. These men were cold and ruthless, efficient and calculating, and, in some ways, friends to Naruto. They worked with Itachi and taught Naruto whenever Rin was not able to. Nothing that would make him powerful. They were ordered things that would help with chakra control. Of course, Iruka realized with a grin, telling him of a scroll with Kage Bunshin no Jutsu could fall under that, couldn't it? They friends of yours. They taught me a few things, Naruto said as if it was nothing. They came to a fast-moving river and Naruto hesitated. Iruka was about to grab him and jump over it, but Naruto put a foot atop the water. Followed by another step, Naruto didn't sink, so he relaxed and walked across the water. Well, maybe more than a few things. He couldn't help himself. He started singing a small song, again about pirates. His voice sounded like several people were singing at once. Shiver my timbers, shiver my soul. Ooh 000 ooh. Naruto entered the old Uchiha estates. Neither could live there with the history there. This was the first time he had entered it himself. But he had to see something. Itachi once said that something concerning the Kyuubi was here. He created a Kage Bunshin and that one made as many as he could. Something Tiger pointed out to him. Half his chakra was used to make one. And if that one make more clones, it only took chakra from that clone. They ran everywhere, checking each building. 10 were dedicated to checking for secret rooms and compartments. Ching could be heard all over the compound. In the end, they found a small fortune in jewels, a few journals, a secret room full of autographed Ika tactics, and another with even more embarrassing adult stuff. Needless to say, Naruto slammed the door to that room shut right away. Boss, one of the clones called. It was soft, no louder than needed, but it carried from the meeting chambers of the clan council. I think I found it. A thunk from a fist tapping solid wood was heard. Then came one that had nothing behind it. Naruto went over there and lifted the trap door. Walking down, he couldn't see a thing. A torch. One was handed down to him and Naruto saw a mural on the far wall. Going to it, he read what it said. Twice in the last 6 hours, he lost his bearings on the world. The Uchiha could control. Ooh 000 ooh. Naruto ni-san, a little girl said, running up to him. She jumped into his arms. Hello Kushina, Naruto said. Were you a good girl today? Yes, 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 so can you. I don't know. Rin-sensei did tell me not to use it until I became a ninja, Naruto said, teasing her. She looked really sad for a moment. But Big Brother told me you used it in class yesterday. Really? Must have been someone else with the Yuta Kansei, Naruto said. It was what he called it, meaning song voices. There are others, Kushina asked, confused. I hope not, Naruto told her. Can you imagine there being more of me without me using the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu? A nightmare. He did the hand sign behind her back and a couple hundred clones appeared, all of them singing some song or other, all off tune. It is much better like this when I can just shut them up going, poof. They all disappeared, making Kushina laugh. Quote. Hey, you are a ninja. I am. A hand came up and felt his headband. So I am. I guess I could do it for you now. He set her down on the bench and took the guitar off his back. This song had no words. Just the slow playing of the tune. Kushina grinned happily as Naruto used his Odo abilities to draw her into her own little world. It only took a minute before she fell asleep. He could have stopped but he never did for her. She got you to do it again, didn't she? Sasuke asked. He came over because he heard his sister's favorite song to get Naruto to play. She did, Naruto replied as he continued, the beat picking up. One day, you will have to show me if you can play that for real. I could break you heart with it, Naruto said. It slowed down again and came to a stop. I was at the old estates yesterday and found somethings that was missed. There is more there, things I am not going to touch. But I marked where they are hidden. He took the scroll with everything sealed in it and tossed to Sasuke. Thanks. So you passed. Yeah, there was a mistake in the paperwork. Mine was mixed with someone else's. Iruka found out and got my headband to me before midnight last night. That's good. Think we will end up on the same team. Don't you know, I have connections, Naruto said with a laugh. But who to have as a third member? Sasuke started to laugh. No, that would be evil. Who? Haruno Sakura or Hyuga Hinata? Naruto laughed. Sakura I get. I would drive her nuts in 3 missions. But how would it be evil to Hinata? And you know she doesn't have the best of health. Sasuke smiled knowingly. Oh, just a feeling. Well, feelings are always something to listen to, Makoto said as she came up to them. She smiled down at her 4-year-old daughter. Right to sleep as always. So, what were you two boys talking about? Who we wanted on a team, they replied. We narrowed it to Haruno Sakura so we could have a few laughs. But Sasuke said Hyuga Hinata would be good as well, Naruto continued. Makoto smirked. I think she would. That surprised both boys. Why? Have I ever told you about my team? They should their heads know. Well, there was my sensei, Lady Tsunade herself, me, the woman that I named my daughter after, Kushina, and Hinata's mother, Aoi. I think it would be a good team to have again. Sasuke grinned. His mom didn't talk much about her team anymore because she was the last one alive. But whenever she did, she was always happy. Why would that team be made again? Yeah, you have me and Hinata. But Naruto isn't related to Kushina, is he? She smiled. I can't say. But he has her temperament. And I think he would use her jutsus rather well. You should ask Jiraiya about her next time you see him. Naruto nodded. Well, I have a few things I need to do. Returning a scroll to Ji-san being one of them. I just came by to give you that and tell you I graduated. Bye. With a last wave, he left. As he walked away, he wondered what the Uzumaki Kushina was like. But his thoughts were interrupted by some laughs he recognized anywhere. Grand uncle. He followed it to the hot springs and tackled the old man to the ground. Yo, kiddo, why am I not surprised it is you? You've been gone too long, uncle. Hey, Makoto-san said I should ask you about a woman named Kushina. Who is she? Jiraiya went slack face. Naruto, you know I acre for you right? Of course, and that if I choose not to tell you something, it is because I think it is important right? Naruto frowned but nodded. I know. Kushina was the wife of my apprentice, Namikaze Minato, the 4th. Until you become a Chunin, that is all I can tell you. Got it. Whoa, Makoto told me I have her temperament. You do. And your favorite jutsu was hers as well. Now that is cool, but I think I will just be the first Naruto instead of the next Kushina, Naruto said to himself. Oh, Makoto-san said I would fill the spot she had if me, Sasuke for herself, and Hinata for Aoi, back when they were a team. They were a team, weren't they? Jiraiya asked the heir. I think the Inoshika Cho trio are getting their children together. Why not the Uzumaki Uchiha Hyuga 3? He pushed Naruto off him. Off now, I'm too old to lie on the ground. Naruto got up, making a C with his tongue as he did. He began to blush. Uncle, were you peeping on the woman over there? He asked in a quiet tone. He told him to be quiet even though they couldn't hear him. In all my travels, I have never seen women that inspire me to write more than the ones here. Naruto grinned. That is a lot of inspiration. I seen someone's complete autographed collection. But you are doing it all wrong. He blushed again. Watch a master at work. He transformed into a teenager with his blue eyes but brown hair. And female. See you in 5 minutes, she said with a giggle. Jiraiya's jaw dropped for 2 reasons. 1, because he never thought of that. 2, because if Rin found out he had somehow turned her student into a pervert, she was going to fillet him and salt the wounds. When finally he picked his jaw off the ground, he looked back through the hole and there he was sitting in the water. He was blushing like mad but you could see he enjoyed it. I am a dead man if Rin finds out. But he couldn't feel more proud of his godson. After 5 minutes, and turning more red when they started splashing water at each other. Naruto felt it had been long enough and walked out. She went back over to his uncle and changed back. Two things. Who is the man? Jiraiya only laughed at that, a deep, gut-felt one. Second, I don't think I can hold it back anymore. Hold what? Naruto got a nosebleed that threw him backwards. This only made Jiraiya laugh all the harder. Ooh 000 ooh. I'm sorry uncle, I didn't know she would go that far, Naruto said, holding a bag of ice to his uncle's eye. Not your fault, Naruto, he replied in a strained voice. In truth, if I could feel anything right now, it would be pride. Rin had found out. How could she not when Naruto had blood all over his shirt, leading to his nose? And Jiraiya had paid for it. Ooh 000 ooh. Yo, old man, Jiraiya said to him when he could move again. I got a request. What is it? It is about Naruto's team. I have a request on who it is. Quote. I just wrote down Sasuke and a young woman by the name of Haruno Sakura. You have an objection to that? Just the girl. I think it would be better off being Hyuga Hinata instead. The third scratched his beard. Now why is that? Because their mothers made an excellent team. And with an exception of Naruto's Odo powers, they use the same skills. Why else? Sarutobi grinned. Because Naruto is too dense about girls to understand she has it bad for him. Jiraiya arched an eyebrow. How bad? She faints so much he thinks she has poor health. Jiraiya laughed. You should do it anyway. After all, the other one is probably an Uchiha fangirl. At least this one seems to understand, somewhat, there is a time for it. I did see her scores. She would work well with them. Naruto being a distance fighter and Sasuke a mid-range, she would be perfect to balance them out. You were right there. I'll do it. Heiji-san, Naruto yelled, coming in the office. Predictably, both men covered their ears. And Naruto began speaking in a whisper. Rin outside just sighed, a normal day. Gomen, I have a favor to ask, Ji-san. And what would that be? Well, first, this scroll I took last night has been really helpful. If I may, can I keep it? Sarutobi looked at the scroll on his back, below his guitar. Both himself and several other have gone through it with a fine-tooth comb and found nothing dangerous about it. But he was still hesitant. If you find something strange about that scroll, bring it to me, okay? I will, Ji-san. And the other is about my team. I am not changing the lineup for you, Naruto. But, no buts. My decision is final. Naruto dropped his head in defeat. Okay, Ji-san, he said with a sigh. He turned and started saying as he walked out, my folks were always putting him down. Down, 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 down. They said he came from the wrong side of town. Wrong side of town. They thought that he was bad. But I knew he was sad. The leader of the pact. He grinned at the guilt trip he was giving them. That was low, Naruto, Rin told him with a smile. Naruto just kept smiling. It was the day of team placements and Naruto once again saw Iruka-sensei wasn't there. He grinned. And everyone who saw him do that got ready, someone was about to be embarrassed. He calmly walked down to the front of the class. Took the scroll off his back and set it down. The guitar. He strummed it and it sounded like an electric guitar. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. They had not been expecting that one. Kiba started laughing, jumped down there with Akamaru, and started singing it with him. When the party was nice, the party was jumping. Hey, yippee-yee-yo. And everybody having a ball. Ha-ho, yippee-yee-yo. I tell all the fellas, start the name calling. Yippee-yee-yo. And the girls report to the call. The poor dogs show down. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. I see ya. Little speedboat head up our coast. She really want to skip town. Get back off me, beast, get off me. Get back, you flea-infested mongrel. Gonna tell myself. Man, don't get angry. Hey, yippee-yee-yo. To any girls calling them canine. Yippee-yee-yo. Tell the dummy, hey man, it's part of the party. Yippee-yee-yo. To fetch a woman in front and her man behind. The woman shouts out. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. A doggy is nuttin' if he don't have a bone. All doggy hold your bone, all doggy hold it. A doggy is nuttin' if he don't have a bone. All doggy hold your bone, all doggy hold it. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. I see the dancing all about. She really want to skip town. Get back off me, beast, get off me. Get back, you flea-bitten mongrel. Wait for y'all, my dogs, the party is on. I gotta get my girl, I got my mind on. Do you see the rays comin' from my eye? What could you be, friend, that Benji man that's breakin' them down? Me and my white short shorts, and I can't seek a lot, any canine will do. I'm figure that's why they call me Pit Bull. 'Cause I'm the man of the land. They see me, they do ah-ooh. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. Who let the dogs out? Woof, 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 woof. They really started laughing when they saw Kiba and Akamaru get up on one leg and started dancing around. Hinata was openly smiling. She always found his jokes to be funny. But she never understood how he only had one instrument but always sounded like he had a whole band. A few passing students at the door suddenly ran away, meaning that Iruka-sensei was coming. Naruto took his usual seat by Hinata, gave her a smile, before putting his boots up on the desk and started tuning his guitar. Feeling better, Hinata-chan? Anyo, I am, she told him in her usual faint voice. You really do play well, Naruto-kun. How do you do that? By strumming the strings and singing, he said, a bit of a joke. When finally, he tightened the loosened string to his satisfaction, he played a small tune before putting it on his back again. Who are you hoping to get teamed with? Well, she turned red as she looked around the room. I was hoping. Team 7 is Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. Both Naruto and Hinata dropped their heads, depressed. 000. Just when Iruka was about to finish calling out names of the last team, a messenger came from the Hokage. Pardon the intrusion, the Chunin said. But you were given the wrong list this morning. Hope filled the eyes of all the girls in the room. They might be with Sasuke-kun after all. So, which teams were wrong? Team 7. They all went starry-eyed. Even Hinata grew hopeful. The messenger also felt killer intent for if he didn't say their teams. He swallowed. And Team 8. He gave him the correct roster and left. All the women were looking at Hinata with hate-filled eyes. Especially Sakura. It had better be Shino replacing Naruto, she warned. Iruka cleared his throat. No, it isn't. Hinata, you are now on Team 7 and Sakura is on Team 8. By order of the third Hokage. Sakura turned her glare back to Hinata and was about to say something. But Naruto slammed his feet down, and stood up, obviously angry. He doesn't want me on his team, Hinata thought. If you say what you are planning on, Sakura, I will have to do something I will regret. Do you understand me? Hinata had nothing to do with it, I did. You want to get mad at someone, get mad at me. He sat back down while a world full of killer intent was directed at him. He began to sweat under it, but when he saw Hinata thank him, he decided it was worth it. I didn't really. I was going to ask he to make sure me and Sasuke were together with you anyway. But as soon as I said, team, he said he wasn't going to change it. I guess he had already decided by then. Thank you, Naruto-kun. For what? Naruto asked, confused. You already thanked me for getting them off your back. There is nothing else to thank me for. She only blushed a little. Now that that is settled, you are free until after lunch. Iruka said, making sure to get out of their way. They wanted out of this room badly and stampeded out. Only Team 7 and a still fuming Sakura was still there. Why the hell did you ask for her instead of me? She demanded. Because she tries and she isn't a fangirl, Naruto said as he stood up. Plus, even though she faints, she isn't more interested in just being with one of her team instead of both of them, Sasuke said. I was the one that suggested her, when me and Naruto were talking yesterday. Naruto-kun didn't, Hinata asked. No, he was afraid that you might be really sick with something so you wouldn't be able to get a team right now. Sasuke said as he stood up. Yeah, you did get better really quickly. Come on, let's go get something to eat, my treat. He held out his hand to Hinata and she blushed as she took it. Quote. Sakura couldn't believe it. The two people that never seemed to get along had gotten together and asked each other who they wanted on their team. As if they already knew they would be together. Sasuke was following his teammates out. But he stopped at the door. If you and any of the other had actually looked, you would have seen it. Naruto and I don't hate each other. We are actually the closest friends we have. He just insisted we kept our distance while at school so no one hated me as well. But how can you be friends with him? He is rude, does a lot of bad things, stays up all night, never takes anything serious. It's all because he doesn't have a family too. People like you. Who think Naruto is a bad person. Are really annoying. My family is gone for the most part. And Hinata's mother has passed away as well. But we were lucky. There are still people who care for us. Naruto. His whole family was killed by the Kyuubi. He has never had a parent just hold him and care for him. He walked out, leaving a crushed Sakura behind. Iruka frowned that Sasuke put it so harsh. But he also knew that Sakura needed to wake up to the world. Sakura, you going to be able to handle this? Quote. Am I really annoying? Sakura, I could tell you the truth or I could tell you a lie. But I doubt you would be happy with either. Quote. The truth. Did I really treat Naruto so bad? You treated him no worse than most of the village. Which is not to say you treated him with kindness or caring. Did he ever before today say a bad word to you? No. Did he ever do anything to your family that might spark dislike? Not really. My parents just didn't like him and I thought they knew the best. Just like most of the village, Iruka told her. Sasuke and Hinata, Choji, Shikamaru, and Kiba. Of the class, they are really the only ones that don't mistreat him. Those three because they used to ditch class all the time together with him. While he helped Sasuke from a bully. And showed Hinata what it meant to be strong. But I know he has someone that cares for him. You are right, there are. He has a godfather but he has to leave for weeks, even months, at a time. And he calls the Hokage Ji-san because he is like a grandfather to him. But he has a family and the village to worry about too. The closest Naruto has had for a permanent family member is the Hokage's aide, a woman named Rin. She has spent the most time caring for him. Sakura nodded. Maybe I should take some time to get to know him. That would be for the best, Iruka said. 000 ooh. So, what are you going to do? Sasuke asked. I can kick your butt right now or you can back off. Not much I can do. Full house, Hinata said, laying the cards down to show them. Both Naruto and Sasuke groaned. You two are just too easy to read, Hinata said with a smile. She pulled the chips in the center of the table to her. She smiled as she ate one. It's Naruto-kun's turn to deal. Naruto collected the cards as he looked at his and Sasuke's rapidly growing smaller pile of potato chips. We need to do something. Are you sure she isn't using the Byakugan? Sasuke asked in a whisper. Yeah, Hinata smiled as she looked at what she really wanted. Each of them had a sweet role. And she wanted them with a passion. How about we go all in on the next hand? They hesitate. How about your deserts for all of the food I've taken from you? They looked at each other and nodded. 5-card draw, Joker's wild. Ante up. They all put in their role. How many cards, Hinata-chan? 2. Sasuke. 1. Dealer takes two. Naruto looked from his hand to the two across from him. The last thing he expected from such a shy girl like Hinata was that she had a stone-cold poker face. But she never gave anything away. They raised the bets, even their sandwiches went in. I call, Hinata said. Do you have anything? Do I have anything? I got, in hearts, the 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 8 of clubs. He dropped his head, his lunch gone. Naruto was still giving that fox grin of his. He never lost it even when he lost. You're next, Hinata. All the kings and the ace of swords. She grinned in victory. That is good, Lady Hyuga, just not good enough. Royal flush in swords. He showed them. His hand was the 10, Jack, Queen, and both jokers. Hinata's jaw hit the table as he took back their lunch. My sweet roll. She looked like she was about to cry. And Naruto would be damned if he didn't have a weakness to a woman crying. He pushed it back to her along with his. I don't have much of a sweet tooth. Thank you. She began to eat them like she hasn't eaten in over a month. The two grinned at each other as they watched. How did you do that, Hinata-chan? She looked up, her cheeks kind of puffed out from how full her mouth was. She swallowed and remembered just who she was with. He red blush returned with a vengeance. I can read the cards in your eyes, Sasuke-san. And how about me? Naruto asked. Quote. Why, your S, smile changes AL, little when you bluff, N, Naruto-kun. Why, your left C, corner rises A, an eighth of an inch. Wow, you were really looking, Naruto stated. He tilted his head in confusion when Hinata turned even redder at the statement. You feeling okay, Hinata-chan? He reached across the table and put his hand on her forehead. You feel warm, are you sure, Hinata-chan? She had fainted. 000. Team 9 was already gone. While Team 8 was still waiting. Naruto yawned from where he was sitting. His team was still there as well. I wonder what is taking them so long. The door slammed open, scaring the hell out of everyone there. Alright, listen up. Which of you worthless brats are Team 7? They saw a woman with purple hair that was spiky in the back. She wore a trench coat, a fishnet shirt, and a mini skirt. Hey, Anko-san, Naruto said with an ever so slight smile. He knew her and he did like her. But it was because he knew her that he was nervous right now. As he described her to Ji-san, she is nuts. Are you the instructor for Team 7? She smiled sadistically. Oh yeah, I already know who, so don't make me wait, Naruto-kun. He swallowed. I am part of Team 7, the nervousness was evident in his normally calm voice. Anyo, I am as well, Hinata whispered. Me too, Sasuke said. Good, come with me, she yelled before turning away and walking off. She didn't check to make sure they were coming. Either they would or they wouldn't. And if they didn't, she could be rid of them that much sooner. Naruto ran after Anko. He did not want to test his luck with her. Sasuke shrugged and followed him. While Hinata ran after Naruto. Great, Sakura said. When is our sensei going to get here? She said, slamming her fist down to the table. I mean, who could possibly be this late? 000. Team 7 was sitting at a tea house. Anko had bought herself some tea and dangos. Now, we are going to do some introductions. I suspect you already know each other rather well. But this is for my benefit. Start with yourself, Naruto-kun. Uzumaki Naruto. I like singing and anything that has to do with music. And ramen. I hate people that tell me to be quiet when they are being louder. And the 3-minute wait to cook instant ramen. My dreams for the future. Well, the short term is to become a chunin as soon as possible so I can find out about a woman named Kushina. The long term is become Hokage. Anko nodded. She knew about the Hokage part. But not that he already knew the name Kushina. You with the pale eyes, you're next. I'm Hyuga Hinata, Hinata said in her usual whisper. And I. She slapped her hands over her mouth when her voice suddenly grew louder. She looked around her to see if they noticed and saw Naruto snickering. Sorry, Hinata-chan, I just couldn't hear you or resist. Continue, Anko said, as is, Anyo. I like my friends, but I dislike it when people assume something is predetermined. They do it because they cannot blame what has happened on anything else. She found herself trying to lower her voice again, but it stayed loud and clear. My dreams for the future is to grow and be stronger. So that one day, I will be strong enough to lead the Hyuga clan and make it better. Anko smirked. And also gain the notice of that special someone, right? Hinata turned beet red. Oto, Hinata has someone she likes, Naruto asked. Anko only laughed at him and Hinata. Now you, chicken top. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I too like my friends. I dislike fangirls. My dreams for the future is to restore my clan. But not as it was. The old Uchiha clan was stagnant, decaying. I want to make it anew and loyal to Konoha. And to clear my brother of his wrongful charges. Anko blinked in surprise. She had not expected that. Stagnant and decaying. Clear him of his charges. You mean he didn't do it? Sasuke shook his head. That I can't say. But my brother is a good person. He is one of a handful of people I would trust with my life right now. He knows something, Anko concluded. And he will tell no one what that is. Now, I am Mitarashi Anko. I like dangos and red bean paste. I hate a certain person. My dreams are simple, to kill that certain person. They tensed at this. Alright, I think that is enough. Now, let me go over our first, and potentially last mission together. That made all three of them swallow nervously. Tomorrow, you will each show up at Area 44 at 8 sharp. If you don't, I fail you. This is a test, Sasuke asked. Yup, Anko replied. You see, out of all the students graduating, only a third of them becomes ninja. Meaning with 27 graduates, only 9 really become ninja. The rest go back to the academy to receive further training. She still had that evil smirk. But slightly lost it when the only one that seemed nervous was Hinata. And she found her backbone when she saw Naruto wasn't. Naruto looked like he was thinking about what to say to that. But I'll take you bet, that you're gonna regret cause I'm the best there's ever been. He kept humming the rest of the song to himself, but he said what he wanted. Sasuke smiled. There is always a song that says it all, isn't there? Naruto nodded. Anyo, I will try my best, Hinata said, her voice still louder than normal. Naruto slimed. We ask nothing more. Good, now that we have that settled, Anko said, sticking a full stick of dango in her mouth and eating them. Give this envelopes to your parents. They have to sign it or else you cannot take the test. Naruto took his and wondered who to give his to. Hinata didn't really want to face her father for this. And Sasuke wondered why they needed to do this in the first place. I will explain the test tomorrow when you get there, Anko told them. Do you need directions there? Yes, they all said. This made Anko smile all the more. It meant that they had never been there before. Then these are for you. She gave them each a map of Konoha and the surrounding area with Area 44 clearly marked. Bring your ninja gear and whatever you think you will need. You are free until then. A word of advice, be prepared for the worst. They stood up and left. We need to go see this training area, Naruto decided. 000 ooh. Naruto had never looked this pale since that time he fell in a barrel of sunblock. Sasuke heard an animal that was making a cry suddenly get cut off. Hinata, in a moment of bravery, decided to use the Byakugan to see inside it. She turned white before saying, that snake is big. I get the feeling we are not in for a short stay, Naruto said. Danger. Do not enter, Sasuke said, seeing the sign every 5 feet along the fence. She is going to take us in here. My book is going to be ruined. What book? Hinata asked. Naruto covered Sasuke's mouth. Just a book I gave him for his birthday. One that he definitely should not have with him. That last part was directed at Sasuke. Hinata looked questioningly at them for a moment. Before a look of utter fear covered her face and she started running away. What we do? Sasuke asked. A blast of hot air hit the back of their necks. They slowly turned around and saw a giant man-eating centipede looking at them from across the fence. It opened its mouth, revealing row upon row of the sharpest teeth they have ever seen. Then it pulled back and started to lunge at them. The two screamed, turned, and ran. Remember what they said in that movie, Sasuke yelled. What? I don't have to outrun it. I have to outrun you. Ooh 000 ooh. Rin, may I ask why you suggested Anko? The Hokage asked. Rin looked up from her paperwork. She was actually expecting him to ask earlier. We both know her better than most. Hell, we probably treat her the best as well. The reason is simple. Hinata needs confidence, while Sasuke and Naruto both have a trait that needs to be nurtured. They hate traitors to no end. Now, if there is any Jonin that has both of those, it is Anko. Sarutobi nodded there, but she will no doubt put them through the forest of death to get out of it. This time, Rin nodded in agreement. But if they come out of it as a team, imagine how determined they will be for it. I mean, let's face it, C-rank missions are nothing to any amount of spent in there. To true, he replied. Ooh 000 ooh. G-san, Naruto said, oddly subdued when he came in. Do you know where uncle is? He isn't peeping on the women at the hot springs. No, nor atop the tower with his binoculars. No. By the river, watching them slash around in the water. No, watching them get a tan in the park by the lake. Checked there twice. At a bar, sweet-talking a woman far too young for him. Checked all his hangouts. He isn't at a one of them. Think maybe he left already. No, I saw him just this morning. I wonder where he is. Did you check the lingerie store? The security guards said they haven't thrown him out all day. They are actually starting to get worried that he either died or found a way to go unnoticed, Naruto said, shaking his head. And the manager hired former ninja for the job just last month. Now even Sarutobi was worried. He raised his hand and the hidden Anbu in the room appeared. Find Jiraiya. They disappeared again. Rin, can you come in here a moment? Rin. The Hokage stood up, walked to the door, and saw her desk empty. Great first Jiraiya, now Rin. He hit the wall. Check every sleazy hotel in 10 miles of the village. If he is trying what I think he is. Trying what? Jiraiya asked. In his hands were several bags. Rin was standing right beside him. Thank you for the help, Jiraiya-sama. I have a big dinner planned and it would have been hard to get this here without some help. Naruto glared at him. Were you trying anything with Rin-chan, uncle? He shivered. No kiddo, not with her. She is more than pretty enough for any guy to. But after that salt, he set the bags on the desk. So, you guys looking for me? I was, Naruto said. He handed the envelope to him. My sensei said you have to sign it for me to take the test. Jiraiya arched an eyebrow at that. He took it, pulled out the papers, and read them. His eyebrows steadily climbed higher as he read. Then he began to chuckle. Good luck, kiddo, he said as he signed it. Then he grinned. And tell Anko-chan I said hi. Ooh 000 ooh. Mom, I was placed on a team with Naruto and Hinata after all. Makoto smiled. That is good news. Who is your instructor? Mitarashi Anko. Anko. You know her. Yes. She was the apprentice of a traitor. She did say she had someone she wanted to kill. Makoto sighed. And if I know Anko as well as I think, she gave you something for me to sign. Sasuke nodded. She did. He gave it to her. Naruto thinks we might be gone for a bit. Makoto nodded while she was reading. He seems to be smarter than he lets on. But we already knew that. She finished and signed at the bottom. But as he is so fond of saying, no worries. Ooh 000 ooh. Hinata knocked on the door to her Hiyashi's study. Father, may I come in? Enter. Hinata walked in and stopped a foot from his desk, just as protocol demanded. Father, I am to give this to you. You must sign it if I am to take the test tomorrow. Hiyashi took the letter, didn't bother reading it, and signed at the line on the bottom. Is there anything else? No, father. Then you are dismissed. Hinata stood up, sad that he once again really just looked through her. She walked to the door. Good night, father. I love you. He didn't reply. Kakashi was the notoriously late, not the notoriously waiting. And he did not like it. When finally they showed up, he said, my first impression of all of you is that I hate you. The feeling is mutual, Kiba said. I would rather have that new kunoichi my mother told me had just made rank. We do need a genjutsu specialist, Shino said, his voice still even and unemotional. Sakura didn't say anything. Kakashi gritted his teeth. I was going to go through introductions. But I think I won't. I'll get right to my favorite part. Tomorrow is a test to see if you stay genin. If you fail, you get sent back here for more training. And I have never passed a team. He enjoyed the looks on the faces of both Kiba and Sakura. Sadly, Shino showed no difference. But for once, I hope you pass. Because if I do, I am going to make your lives. He felt something wet hit his leg and the smell of urine filled the air. Looking down, he saw the Inuzuka's dog peeing on him. Oh, you three have better pass tomorrow. Because I will put you through hell. I want to be the one to make you quit. Sakura and Kiba took a determined look. My family is nothing but ninja. To stay a genin or quit is a shame. I will never look down, Kiba yelled. Before putting Akamaru in his coat and telling him he was a good boy. I have a lot of things to make up for. And I am not going to let some ninja that clearly doesn't deserve the rank he has keep me from it, Sakura said. Quote. I believe they mean bring on your test and your hell, Shino said to him. We are not going back. He clenched his fist so hard his knuckles popped. And Shino decided to rub salt into the wounds. A ninja that loses control of their emotions is little more than a rampant animal. Quote. I am Hatake Kakashi, and from this day forward, you will speak to me with respect. All three of them said the same reply. Respect is earned, not given. Kakashi vowed right then and there to do what he hadn't done in near 13 years. Show up on time, so he would have more time to beat the hell out of them. 000 Naruto bolted upright, a kunai in hand. He was asleep just moments ago before something woke him up. The sound came again, from the window. He relaxed as he stood up and opened it. Who is it? Naruto. I need to ask you about a jonin, Sakura called. Naruto arched an eyebrow. This was unexpected. 000 He was dressed in his normal clothing and was outside with her. So, who do you want to know about? Hatake Kakashi, Sakura told him. I know you know a lot about the higher-ranking ninja in the village. I think I might be in trouble with him. Why? She told him. And Naruto went wide-eyed before grinning. No wonder that went over so badly with him. He is Copy Ninja Kakashi, as he is known in the bingo books. This is because during one of his missions, he gained one of the rare Sharingan eyes. What is a Sharingan? Naruto frowned before remembering that Kekkei Genkei study was not part of the academy criteria. It is the bloodline ability of the Uchiha clan. It allows the owner to not only copy any nin and genjutsu they see but also cast genjutsu without hand signs with enough skill, just by making eye contact. It gives them near total recall of anything they see with it. Including kenjutsu, the art of weapon fighting. It has no rival in that department. The greatest threat to it is really the Hyuga Byakugan, a blind ninja, or a taijutsu fighter with great speed. He has one of these. Yes. He also has an arsenal of around 1,000 jutsus to turn on you. Oh my god, Sakura said. I made him mad at me. Nothing you can do about that now, Naruto said. One more piece of information I think you should know. He along with my first sensei, Rin-chan, were the students of the fourth. That made her throw up. Naruto kept her upright while she emptied her stomach. Feel better? Somewhat. Now, what to do against him? First off, if he ever takes you serious enough to lift up his headband, run. You might not have much of a chance but it is a chance. Second, he keeps his Sharingan covered because he can't turn it off. But it doesn't take chakra when it doesn't see anything. As he isn't perfectly aligned with it, it takes a great deal more than it would an Uchiha. So that is his greatest strength and weakness, Sakura said. Yes. Quote. I really have no chance against him, do I? Not in the least. Not if it is just to fight. What do I do? I think the problem is what you just said. Maybe you should go speak with your team and ask them what do we do. Give them what I told you. And don't be afraid to make it up as you go along. Quote. A team effort, Sakura said when the realization hit her. That is the answer to the test, isn't it? Naruto nodded at the sound reasoning. It would make sense. If you do fight him, then that would be the only way to win. Maybe you need not even win. After all, you are still genin to him being a jonin. Sakura hugged him. Thank you, Naruto-kun. She stepped back and saw a shocked expression on his face. I had a talk with Iruka-sensei after you left, and in the end I decided I would start over new. That is if you will give me the chance. Naruto smiled. Sure. Now you better go get Kiba and Shino. It is late so you don't have much time. And I doubt you didn't make him mad enough to still be late. She nodded. Good night. She ran to Kiba's home. It was closer. Naruto was about to head inside when he felt a familiar presence close by. Hello uncle. Now, when I came to check up on how ready you were, I didn't think I would see you putting the moves on a kunoichi. She came asking advice. And giving advice and forgiveness is a great start to a relationship, my student, Jiraiya said, sage-like. Naruto just sighed. Good night uncle. 000 Sasuke, Naruto, and Hinata arrived at 44 right on time. And not 5 minutes later, Enko showed up as well. Follow me. She went up to a gate, unlocked it, and walked in. Following her, she led them to a small clearing in the trees some 100 feet from the edge. Now here is your test. You will stay in here for 24 hours, the next 24 hours. After which time, you will enter the tower in the center. If at any point you feel your life is too much at risk, you can take this key, she gave them each a master gate key, and leave. But, should you feel you are up to it, you can make your way to the tower. Now the rules. This is pass or fail, the tower or the gates. Also, you cannot enter the tower, nor 1 kilometer radius of it until 8 tomorrow morning. At which time, you have 2 hours to enter it. Fail to enter in that time, you fail the test as well. You are going to survive by your wits, and whatever gear you brought with you, alone. There is no going back now to get ready. Any questions? Naruto raised his hand. What if we are too stubborn to quit or caught too fast to head back? Then that should be obvious, Enko said, you die. Those envelopes were permission slips. They explained exactly what I have planned along with the order not to tell you what it is. It also said that if they felt you were not ready for this, they were advised not to sign it. Hinata almost cried. My father did not care enough to read it. Then I leave it up to you. You know yourself the best after all, Enko said. Naruto-kun, Sasuke, and Hinata. You have your mission, 24 hours behind enemy lines. No help is coming should you find yourself in trouble. You are on your own. That was the best way she could sum it up that they could understand. Right now, accept or reject. No way am I quitting, Sasuke said. Has journeyed long, singing his song, Naruto gave as his yes, in search of El Dorado. But he grew old, this night so bold, his heart a shadow. Fell when he found, no spot of ground, that looked like El Dorado. Hinata understood what he meant. A warrior could accept his mission for years, they could accept there for a day. I, Hyuga Hinata, will complete the mission put before me, she told her sensei. Enko grinned, she could grow to like these brats. Then go, I will see you in 24 hours. 000 Sakura, Kiba, and Shino stood looking at Kakashi. He just arrived and was still eyeing them. You were to retrieve a bell. And I have only 2 of them. Meaning one of you will be sent back, he told them. Trying to pit us against each other, Shino whispered to them. The one that is will also be tied to that stump and made to watch as I eat their lunch. And if none of us get a bell, Sakura asked. Then none of you pass and all of you return. Kiba spoke up now. Shino, Sakura, I will go back. It won't take me long to become a genin again. They nodded. Though I would rather myself go, Sakura said. It isn't hard to guess that I am the weakest one here, physically. Kakashi arched his eyebrow. Are you sure you want to, Kiba? Didn't you just say yesterday that it is a dishonor to fail or stay a genin? And it is a far worse thing not to give your all for the pack, Kiba replied. But Kakashi is right, Shino said. It is more logical that I head back. My parents will understand. Boys, Sakura said, pulling out a kunai, how about we decide that after we have gotten our hands on those bells? True, deciding before then is pointless, Shino said. Kiba grinned, before crouching down to Akamaru. Ready? He asked Kakashi. How do you even think you are going to get them? You are just genin. Simple, they all said. There are 3 of us working together. Sakura had to say it. And we know your greatest strength and weakness. Do you now? Copy Ninja Kakashi, Shino said. My father has worked with you on occasion. He told me you are a master strategist. Signed the contract with the dogs, Kiba said. And has almost as good as mine for it. I know because my mom told me. And the Sharingan under your headband, Sakura said. We know we are way out of our league. But maybe not fighting together. She kept from smiling as she saw Kiba feed Akamaru a soldier pill unseen while she was talking. Her genjutsu she cast earlier kept his fur white. She also saw the grass shifting as 1,000 bugs were moving to surround the white-haired Jonin. So why don't we cut the talking and get on with it? Fine, go. Sakura sent chakra through one of her ninja wires she had set in place last night. One of several she had set. A kunai shot from a tree, dragging a chain of explosive tags. It wrapped around him and exploded. Human, beast ninpu, both Kiba and Akamaru transformed into a hybrid of each other. They were each holding something in their palm. Fang over fang. They jumped, spinning so faster, they could barely see where they were going. But they didn't go for the smoke-filled position. They smelled him elsewhere. They hit the bushes, flushing him out. Kakashi was too busy jumping back to notice the 2 very small things that were thrown at him. Just as fast as the initial attack took place, they were gone. Kakashi looked around for a few moments but didn't see or smell them. Shrugging, he dusted himself off. He almost didn't get out of Sakura's trap in time. And almost getting hit by Kiba. He didn't like it, that was a lot of almost. He sniffed his clothes and frowned under his mask. A very unique scent was coming from them now. So unique, a cub could follow it back to him. Sakura had added something to those notes. A bug landed on his arm and he brushed it off. Then another, followed by several more. Then the swarm appeared. Knowing that he couldn't fight those, he decided the better part of valor right now would be to run. So, he jumped away but they kept following him. Sakura only had to wait. She had a wire tied to each finger, all of them leading to traps. She just needed Kiba and Shino to direct him to the spots she could attack him from. Ooh 000 ooh. Damn it, I underestimated them. Kakashi was breathing hard and looked worse for wear. I may actually have to use it. He lifted his headband and began to notice things that slipped his grasp before. Particularly the 2 insects that were just hanging onto him. Females, no doubt. He fed both of them off. That stops Shino for a minute. Not much I can do to Kiba. But Sakura and those damn traps have to be stopped. He looked around for any sign of her. His eye widened when he saw he was only a foot away from the kill zone of another of her traps. Taking a step back, he pulled a trip wire. Another trap was revealed, hidden by the first. This was a small stack of explosive notes with around 50 shurikens tied around it. And the notes exploded. Kiba looked from behind his tree and saw the damage that particular trap did. Hell hath no fury like a woman's scorn, he said. Where once a grouping of trees once stood, a broken pile of splinters and tinder now was. And that was just from the explosion. Shurikens were thrown everywhere and into everything. His tree included. Sakura had warned them about that but to actually see it. A snap of a twig alerted him of it just in time. Kiba ducked a punch from Kakashi. You stand in the open too much, Kakashi taunted. Kiba threw his own punch. Followed by a kick and then a roundhouse punch. All of them missed and now Kakashi was behind him, his hands in the tiger seal. I have been waiting to use this on one of you. 1,000 years of. Akamaru hit him with a fang over fang. As he was flying through the air, another trap was launched but these didn't explode. The wire just wrapped around him, the tags waiting to go off. Finally, Shino's bugs surrounded him and started to drain him of his chakra. I suggest you surrender, Shino said. No, Kakashi said. He began to flash through hand signs and the air turned freezing cold around him. The insects slowed then fell asleep, falling off him. Now for you. His eye widened when he heard the chink of the bells. They came from behind him, not on him. Spinning around, he saw Sakura holding a kunai and the bells on severed strings. We win, she said before tossing the bells to her teammates. Kakashi frowned. So you did. Congratulations, all of you pass. Ooh 000 ooh. Hiyashi gave the same frown that a certain masked Jonin gave that morning. Something was off, as it had been for most of the day. He called a servant in. Is there something out of the ordinary happening right now? Lady Hinata has not been seen since she went to take her genin test this morning, sir. If that is what it is that has your concern. What do you mean by that? Hiyashi demanded. That you didn't even care enough about your daughter to read what you were sending her into, the woman replied. I mean, that was a permission slip to go into the forest of death. And you didn't even notice they said that in big, bold letters. Do you even recognize her as family? Hiyashi stood, ready to fight. No servant would speak as thus. Who are you? The servant puffed in smoke, revealing a woman with dark hair wearing a tiger mask. She wore the uniform of an Anbu. I am not here to fight. I am here because of your choices. Your daughter's instructor was told you didn't read it. She is, even now, in danger and you had no knowledge. Her instructor has spoken with the Hokage about this. And he might be considering removing her from your clan for her own safety. He can't do that, Hiyashi said. She gave him a strained laugh. You are very wrong there. He has every right to, as she is a ninja and her safety is his prime concern and obviously not yours. But he is trying to come up with a way to not have to resort to this. Against the advice of some unbiased individuals. And they would be, Rin-sama, Jiraiya-sama, a captain of Anbu Black Ops. Myself and my team. He ground his teeth in anger. You have no right. I thought I covered this. Anyway, I will put it simple, you have one more chance to make things right with your daughter or you will never see her again. Am I understood? The Hokage will hear of this. Tell him, she encouraged. You will find that at the moment, I am keeping supporters from pushing this through. The fact is that we have already compiled a list of charges against you to her through the statement of witnesses. Hiyashi scowled openly at her. He would have her mask mounted on the wall. And his daughter would feel his anger as well for betraying her like this. Ooh 000 ooh. Look out. Naruto pushed Hinata out of the way so the snake just hit the tree. We need to run now. His voice started to take a shrill sound to it. Soon, it was causing everyone pain. Sasuke, get away from that tree. As he ran, he felt why. The ground was growing very loose. So loose in fact, the roots no longer had a strong enough hold to keep it steady. And when Naruto ran and punched it, it started to fall. Right on the giant snake. It thrashed around to free itself but it was pinned good. And it was also bleeding. The three of them looked at it for a moment. Then they began to cheer. We did it, Naruto yelled. Of course, Sasuke said, though he had been a little nervous for a moment. Anyo, how did you do that? Hinata asked. Oh, that, I just aimed my voice at the base of the tree and started raising the pitch until the earth lost cohesiveness. Pretty much, it became quicksand so the roots had nothing to hold it up directly around it. He went eyes wide when another roar was heard. Hinata activated her Byakugan. I don't see anything. Whatever it is must have evolved to avoid chakra detection as well. It must smell the blood. They all looked at the still living snake. It wasn't going to die from the tree. But whatever it was that roared sounded big and hungry. Hinata, Sasuke said, I know this will be hard but I want you to keep your Byakugan up until you simply can't anymore. I will do my best, Hinata said. I see a river in that direction. There is a tree with a washed out den underneath it. That will be a good place to hide for a bit, Naruto said. Despite all the monsters here, he was in the best shape. Because part of the harshness of this forest lies in that there are so many sounds of creatures in a life or death struggle. But sounds take a whole new meaning to Naruto. Let's go before whatever that is gets here then, Sasuke told them. Hinata nodded, glancing around. If that thing had grown to avoid to be seen by the Byakugan, how many other things could as well? They ran through the trees, on lookout for anything that moved. Naruto kept chewing his tongue, also seeing things around them. Sasuke wished he had something to contribute to that as well but he knew that he had to leave it to the people that did. That is what a team did. Work together to make the best use of their strengths and also make new ones. Ooh 000 ooh. The centipede ripped into the flesh of the snake. The blood tasted sweet to it and was the best part. Other hunters had started to make a move on the easy kill, but he made his presence known. They left. He was the strongest in the forest. Even those mighty hairless apes with their gray, sharp claws were no match for him. But they always put up the best fight for such small creatures. Yes, he could smell them around this meal. They were here in his forest again. He should go eat them. Tear their flesh apart and slowly digest them. No, leave them. For these ones were leaving him plenty of meals. Yes, kill them. They think they can hide from him. Nothing can hide from him. He was the strongest. The centipede continued to eat. He still had a meal here. If still hungry, go kill them, it decided. Naruto let her cry. Sometimes you just need to do it. Hinata-chan, you ran out of chakra to maintain it about an hour ago. Didn't you notice? She shook her head. It must be chakra exhaustion. I apologize. I noticed your eyes returned to normal, but you still kept watch. I thought you were just determined to go until your turn was finished. He picked her up and set her on the pile of leaves that he had gotten for a bed. She didn't even notice, she was crying so hard. He took off his coat, not hesitating in putting it over her, before taking watch. Have you ever felt such a strong urge to protect someone? Sasuke asked. He had been woken up by her scream. Naruto just nodded. You know she might very well be in love with you. Everyone calls me lucky, but you are the one that has what I want the most. Naruto shook his head. She can't be in love with me, Naruto said. Why not? Don't you believe me? That isn't it. When people call me a demon, they aren't lying. Sasuke sighed. This forest is getting to you, mate. You, a demon. Sasuke, I was told the truth not all that long ago. From a traitor, but he told me more of the truth than even Nisan. I want you to know as well. Sasuke looked confused. What are you talking about? The Kyuubi wasn't killed, it was only beaten. The fourth Hokage sealed it inside a child, me. The traitor proved it by making me see a seal that is hidden from view whenever I am not using chakra. It is on my stomach. Not long later, Hawk-san charged him with revealing a S-class secret. Naruto took a steadying breath. But not before saying this. That the Kyuubi devoured the soul of the boy, losing his memories when he did. That there is only the Kyuubi now. Innocent that I may be of those crimes, I still did them. Naruto, you are no more the Kyuubi than I am, Sasuke said. Would the Kyuubi be worried about something like this? But he said I lost my memory. There are some things deeper than memories. And that includes evil. And what is the worst thing you have ever done? Naruto smiled as he remembered that. I put permanent pink hair dye in a shampoo bottle and put it in a store. I could not believe that happened to Sakura and her family. Ha ha, if only I had known that her family had an open-air pool and shared the same bottle. I might have warned her. Sasuke looked at him, shocked. I was talking about painting Iruka using the big head no jutsu on the council's homes. I always thought that was natural. Ino asked her once if she dyed it and she said no. Oh yeah, you probably don't remember, but she used to have chocolate brown hair. Not only that, but she always had a candy bar on her. Everyone used to call her Hershey. Sasuke laughed at that. While that was mean, he had to stop from laughing again. It was by no means malicious or evil. Think about it. He was a traitor. Did he want something from you? He tried to get me to steal a scroll. There you go. We have established him not only as a traitor, but a liar and thief. No way could he have been telling the truth. And what about Hawk-san? That deflated Sasuke a little. He was probably still lying. At least about you being the Kyuubi. I mean, the fourth was the greatest before he was Hokage. Don't you think he might have known what he was doing? Naruto grinned. You know, that never occurred to me. Because you are a Dobi, Sasuke said. But you are my family's Dobi. And we would have you no other way. But what about Hinata-chan? Didn't you say you care for her too? I did. I mean, she is sweet and kind. An angel really. But we can't both have her, Naruto said, grateful that she had fallen asleep not 10 seconds after being laid down. Well, we could always fight it. Did it just get too quiet? Naruto snapped his head back to looking out the opening. He was right, all the sounds have stopped. What the hell is going on? What sounded like a skittering noise reached their ears. Then came the sound of something big hitting the tree. Really big because the whole thing shuddered and several roots broke. It fell over and Sasuke and Naruto looked up at what made it. It was the centipede from before. Damn. It gave a roar before rearing back. Naruto and Sasuke jumped to the side and it tried to follow them. Naruto, can you make that thing's brain explode or something? No, but I might have something. I made it after I heard about the legend of the Banshee. Okay. Hinata, oh shit, she was still out cold, clinging to Naruto's coat. The centipede tilted its head when it saw they weren't looking at it. It turned its head and followed their gaze. And there she was. It would had smiled if it had lips. It started down to eat her. No, Naruto grabbed the back of its body. There were really 2 points in his life. One, where he hated that he ate that fruit. The other, like now, he couldn't have been happier. Because that fruit was one of the ones that changed his body. Which means it also gave him great strength as well. He pulled and stopped it from moving forward. It lazily turned its head and lifted up its tail, pulling him off the ground. Naruto looked down at the ground then back into the many eyes of the beast. He didn't stop it, he surprised it. It whipped its tail in the air and Naruto flew up and then back down. Right into its mouth. Naruto. Ooh 000 ooh. Shit. Naruto screamed as he slid down its throat. He tried desperately to grab something to keep from going down but there was nothing. The strong smell of stomach acid was getting closer. Damn it, I dodge all those fangs to either drown or dissolve. Spit me back out. Odo wail. He let out the loudest scream he could. It probably could have killed a human if they were in front of him. But this wasn't a human and he was inside it instead. All he did was shook it up. The walls of the esophagus started to close in around him. He was getting closer to the stomach. Damn it. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 10 appeared around him and they effectively clogged the tube. Phew. They all said. On the outside, the centipede started heaving and thrashing around. It was choking. It saw the river and dunked its head in, ignoring Sasuke's attempts to save his friend. It swallowed gallons all at once. The water fell on Naruto, which started to make them all lose their grip. Oh no. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, all 10 yelled. Ooh 000 ooh. The centipede looked to be in great pain as his chest expanded. It started at one part and traveled to his mouth and tail. Then it exploded. A traumatized Naruto and his clones stood there, covered in this green goo. Sasuke, don't you ever tell people where I have been. The clones were dispelled while he jumped in the river to get it off. Ooh 000 ooh. Anko couldn't be laughing any harder. She couldn't help it. Naruto was green. Not sick green, literally green. Right to his hair. They told me you had a close one but this is ridiculous. Who? Sasuke and Naruto asked darkly. You don't honestly think I would send a bunch of kids in alone, did you? She asked with a shrug. You had an Anbu team follow you the whole way, including a Hyuga to watch you go down. My orders were if any of you made it close to the stomach of any creature, they were to kill it and get you out. Of course, you would have failed then. So I told them to give you guys a chance to save yourselves. Now, why do you have those pieces of the carapace? Hinata couldn't see it. I think it would be good to keep track of something that is immune to the Byakugan, Naruto explained. He had that over his shoulder. Along with what remained of his guitar. He cried over that one. More than even the time Ikaruka only had one bowl to give him and the part-timer tripped, covering Naruto with the noodles. Anko nodded, made sense. Well, your 3 pass. Hinata, I also know that you broke down in there. She hesitated. You were no less strong than these 2 for that. It was just too much. But I will understand if you want to quit right now and find another profession. As you passed, I won't make the other 2 go back to the academy if you do. Whoa. If one of us left, we would have all failed, Sasuke asked. Yes, Anko replied. There are teams for a reason. So that when one breaks down, the others are right there to help. A loner will never get far. So what do you want to do, Hinata? Quote. I will feel stress like that again, won't I? Yes, Anko told her. She would not lie to them now. But there will be a difference between then and now. Later, when you feel it again, you can look at it and laugh, saying you have fought worst. That is the greenest genin ever, You fought, and were ever swallowed by, some of the most fearsome monsters this side of the fire country. And that now, you have learned, have experience, and won't make the same mistakes again. Hinata spent a long time thinking about it. Sasuke throwing one of his fireball no jutsu against a scorpion as big as a horse and the fire only darkened the shell. Naruto being eaten by the centipede. Herself, dodging that snake as it lunged over and over again to eat them. This last 24 hours were hell. But they had survived it. Is that good enough reason to go on? She started crying again. Sasuke, Naruto-kun, will you help me get stronger? I don't want to be a burden like that again. Naruto opened his mouth but Sasuke beat him to it. Hinata, you are not a burden. How many of those things did we dodge because of you? We would have failed without you. Yeah, Naruto said. Take a look at this. He motioned to his guitar. This was a gift from my uncle. Common enough but irreplaceable to me. But it was worth losing to make sure you stayed with us. She wrapped both of them in a hug. She would pass out for it later, she told herself, but she needed to do this now. Naruto smiled before looking over at Anko-chan. I think that is a yes. Ooh 000 ooh. Naruto was in an instrument shop, looking for a new one. He had placed his old guitar on the wall of his home, where he would forever keep it. He lost it to keep Hinata, more than fair. He had also thrown away the clothing he was wearing and got a new set out, including his coat. He liked his old one more but Hinata seemed to draw strength from it so he forgot to ask for it back. As he looked at the ones there, he thought about what he knew about them. For some reason, he instinctively knew how to play them, even without his Odo powers. He just blamed it on the fruit. He shook his head as he passed each of them. Seeing a sax, he picked it up, went to the counter to ask for a reed for it, and gave it a try. The tone that came out was a deep baritone. One that pulled at the heart if done right. But it didn't sound right to him. Thanking the clerk, he put it back, and then started checking others. He passed into the battle instruments and frowned a little. There was a kunai with a flute in the center, a guitar with a bladed bass, and many other such weapons. But none of them seemed right to him. Can I help you, young man? The manager asked. She was an elderly woman that moved to the village after the attack so she never bothered him. Naruto sighed as he looked for the words. I am looking for something that will compliment me. That when I hear it and see it, it pulls at my heartstring. What instrument? Any. I can play them all. She laughed. Now that is a good joke. Really now, what do you play? I told you, I can play them all. I'll show you. Name a song and instrument. Moonlight Sonata on the violin. She grabbed one from behind the counter, took it out of the case and gave it to him. Play. Naruto took all of 30 seconds to tune the instrument. Then he drew the bow across the string. Even without his powers, he could have played that song perfectly. Everyone in the store came to see him do it. And were they surprised? He even drew a crowd from outside. When he finished, he placed it back inside the case. Believe me now. She only gaped at him and Naruto took it as disbelief. So he spotted a banjo and played a song on it. Followed by the cello. Guitar, the manager challenged. Naruto grinned, if only she knew. He picked one out and tuned it. If you told me that you love me, I would feel so proud. If you let me hold you honey, I'd holler out loud. I'll never love another, even if I can. Oh come to me baby, I'm a one-woman man. Oh, won't ya, let me baby just to kinda hang around. I'll always love you honey, and I'll never let you down. I'll never love another, even if I can. Oh come to me baby, I'm a one-woman man. I'd climb the highest mountain if it reached up to the sky. To prove that I love you, I'd jump off and fly. I'd even swim the oceans, from shore to shore, to prove that I love you just a little bit more. Oh, won't ya, let me baby just to kinda hang around. I'll always love you honey, and I'll never let you down. I'll never love another, even if I can. Oh come to me baby, I'm a one-woman man. Oh, won't ya, let me baby just to kinda hang around. I'll always love you honey, and I'll never let you down. I'll never love another, even if I can. Oh come to me baby, I'm a one-woman man. Naruto grinned as he finished before putting it back. Where did you learn to do that? The woman asked. I have a natural affinity to music, it's my bloodline. It just gave me this instinct for it. I still had to practice with them before I got this good. She blinked. Of all the bloodlines I have heard, I never heard of something like that. There is more to it than that, but yeah, Naruto said, proud of his skill. It actually comes from the Pirate's Ocean, if Ji-san is to be believed. The woman thought about it for a moment. I might have one after all. You held that guitar like an old friend. I had one, a gift from my godfather. Nothing really special except to what it meant to me. But before you can have it, you will need to play it first. She went in the back and came out with the oddest guitar Naruto has ever seen. It also did just as he asked. Because this guitar was shaped from the bones of a giant fish. This once belonged to the pirate Mikao. Not only did it have a sound for him that broke the hearts of all who listened, he used it in combat like nothing else ever seen on the ocean. She offered it to him. Naruto took it and gave it a once-over. The bones are hollow, to reverberate the sound back, enhancing it. You are good, she said. You haven't even plucked a string yet. He still eyed it. You said it made the sound for him. As if no one else has. Because when he died, the sound in that guitar died. Ever since, it has been a hollow, mournful note that has come from it. If you can play it as it once was, it is yours. Naruto nodded. Sitting down on the floor, he set it on his legs, and checked every part of it. First were the strings. They appeared water-worn, but when he ran a finger along it, he felt no damage. It was the sinew of a shark. He tested each string and found they did not need replacing, despite the years since it was last really played. He took his time, tightening or loosening the strings until he felt they were right. Come on, hurry, someone urged him. But he continued taking his time. The preservation lacquer on the bones needed to be retouched. And it was much different than what was used for wood. His hand brushed the end of one of the bones and he felt it easily cut his skin. Moving it away so as to keep the blood from it, he leaned it against his shoulder while he bandaged the wound. It would be gone in less than 10 minutes, so he wasn't worried. He took it back in his hands and spun it around. He tapped each bone, checking that they were not loose. When he found one, he asked for the needed tool to fix it. When given the Allen wrench, he slid it in, and tightened the screw. He did it to 2 more and tested the others before he was satisfied that those were in place again. He didn't even notice the manager was nodding approvingly at his actions. Oh, I'm sorry ma'am, Naruto said, still not looking up. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Call me Ruto. What do you think so far? That all the others that have tried to make this theirs have not once looked beyond the strings. You are right. Naruto stood back up, offering her the guitar. This is obviously priceless. I can't take it from you. She smiled. Again, you are right. And in more ways than one. That was my great-grandfather's. We have kept it, passing it along to those in the family that can appreciate such an unique guitar. But those have been growing fewer. But you can see it, can't you? The soul that is inside it. Naruto nodded a little. I can see that it desperately wants to be played again. And that is all you need to do. Now play it. Naruto looked back to it and nodded. His fingers brushed the strings as he started the next song. I'm a rolling stone, all alone and lost. For a life of sin, I have paid the cost. When I pass by, all the people say, he's just another guy on the lost highway. I was just a lad, barely 22. Neither good nor bad, just a kid like you. And now I'm lost, too late to pray. Lord, I've paid the cost, on the lost highway. Now boys, don't start to run around, on this road of sin. Are you sorrow bound? Take my advice or you'll curse the day you started rolling day that lost highway. It was a slow song, one of his favorites. But hearing it now, left him breathless. He had never heard it like that before. Half of him wanted to take the guitar and run, never looking back. The other half demanded he give it back. He didn't deserve. No one deserved such an instrument. It was too pure for any mortal's hands, its voice too beautiful. It has been so long, Ruto said, a small tear in her eye. What do you think now? That I run away with her, or give her back for her to be put where no one that isn't good enough can even dream of playing her? No person could ever pull from her the voice she really has. Naruto didn't even notice he referred to it as a person now. And no person should have to live with that knowledge. That as beautiful as they can play her, she is holding back more. Ruto grinned. That, I am told, is the same thing my great-grandfather Mikao said. But he kept her anyway. And kept her so close, they became like lovers, nearly. He finally did unlock her true voice. And many of singer and musicians quit in knowing they will never be that good. She looked around and saw that many were teary-eyed over his song. I can't swim, Naruto mused. And yet, everywhere I turn, I see things that remind me of when I could. Ruto nodded at the gravity of that. She knew that he had not meant to say that aloud. Such a weakness from a boy that few cared for. Well, someone might get it in their head to use it. So she was not going to keep Fuka-hone from her chosen player. Naruto, that is Fuka-hone. Have you ever heard of the sword Samahata? It is a sword that is very much alive and only lets certain people wield it. This guitar is of the same make. She only lets certain people play her fully. What you have done today is more than I have heard since I was a child. I want you to take her. And she leaned in close and whispered in his ear. And she will let you breathe underwater if you get her to reveal to you her true voice. And as she is also from the Pirate Ocean, I think she would have no one else. Naruto nodded, his eyes never leaving Fuka-hone. He stood and finally looked around for a strap that would do this instrument justice. Ruto gave him one made of shark skin. They are all yours. For a price though. When finally you have called her true voice out, I want you to come and play me a song. Naruto nodded with enthusiasm, lovingly put the guitar on his back, and ran all the way to the tower to show Ji-san. Ooh 000 ooh. The sound of the guitar even reached the training ground not that far away. One person in particular felt its pull. Neji heard it and stopped training. Lee was about to ask why when he heard it. Even Guy stopped his talk of flames of youth for the song. The voice was lost at the distance but the song was still heard. When it was over, Lee looked at his sensei, teammate Tenten, then to Neji. And what he saw then scared him. Neji had broken down and was crying. Neji, is everything alright? I don't know. I just started thinking about my father and then how I treated my cousin. I couldn't keep them in. Guy nodded. They say that not only music a voice of the soul, it has the power to heal it. Tell me, Neji, do you feel regret for those? Yes, I miss my father to no end. But that is no excuse for what I have done to Hinata. Tenten grinned. This was a good change. Maybe you should go apologize to her. She didn't need to say it twice. Neji nodded, excused himself, and ran back home. Ooh 000 ooh. Kushina, I have some bad news for you, Sasuke said to his little sister. This was going to break her heart. I'm afraid that Naruto's guitar was broken while we were gone. Before she could even begin to cry about that, they heard a guitar right outside. They rushed to a window and saw him standing there. Heya, Naruto said, holding up Fuka-hone. I thought I'd come by and play Kushina's favorite song. The girl ran outside like a mad woman. Naruto rarely just came by to do that so she didn't wait. Naruto started it and played right through it without her once even blinking. Wow, that sounded, I don't know. Ni-san, what did it sound like? Better, he said, and it even held your attention so strongly, you stayed awake. He looked back to Naruto. You better go show Hinata. She is still crying that your guitar was broken because of her. Ooh 000 ooh. Neji was about to open the doors to the estate when someone called out to him. Hey, wait. Can I help you? Yes, I am Naruto, Hinata-chan's teammate. I was hoping I could go talk to her. I was just about to go talk to her myself. Come with me. I am her cousin, Neji. A pleasure, Naruto said. Neji waved a servant over. Where is Lady Hinata? Her father just summoned her to his chambers, the man said. They thanked him and walked over to the room. They knocked and got a, go away immediately. Lord Hiyashi, I wish to have a word with your daughter, Lady Hinata. She isn't here, leave. But the servant, Neji narrowed his eyes and activated his Byakugan. His eyes widened and he kicked open the door. Hiyashi had Hinata's limp body against the wall by her throat. Naruto grew very mad, very quick. His eyesight grew red as he saw Hinata drop her arms from where she was trying to stop him from choking her. I will kill you. Naruto stood up from the floor, unsure what just happened. But he knew that Hiashi was hurt. When he didn't see the traitor, he went over to Neji and Hinata. Grabbing both and putting them on his shoulder, he ran to the hospital. I need help. Hyuga Hinata was almost strangled to death by her father. And Hyuga Neji just collapsed, clutching his head in pain. The closest nurse took a look at them and called over as many as she could. Emergency. One female, age 13, not breathing, collapsed airway. The other is a Hyuga branch member with an overused curse seal, life signs failing. They were carried off and Naruto started following them. No, you will be no help in this. Go tell the Anbu what has happened. Naruto stopped, feeling more useless than he ever have. He should have gotten there sooner. He would find Hiashi, wherever he ran, and tear him apart. He turned and ran, his hands going through the needed hand signs. A light shot into the air and Ox was there 30 seconds later. Naruto, he said in a voice that sounded carefully thought out. What is it? Hyuga Hiashi has just tried to kill his daughter, Hyuga Neji, and myself. Now he is missing. Ox nodded. I will report this to the Hokage and to your sensei. Stay here and send the flare again if their conditions worsen. He turned and was gone. Naruto did not feel comforted by this. His friend and teammate was dying and so was that nice guy that helped him. And all because he didn't want to leave right then. Hiashi would pay. 000 ooh. He sat in the waiting room. Where are the eyes that looked so mild? Huru. Where are the eyes that looked so mild? Huru. Where are the eyes that looked so mild when my heart you first beguiled? Why did ye leave me and the child? Johnny, I hardly knew ye. Where are the legs that used to run? Huru. Where are your legs that used to run? Huru. Where are your legs that used to run when first you went to carry a gun? Now I fear your dancing days are done. Johnny, I hardly knew ye. Where are your arms that held me tight? Huru. Where are your arms that held me tight? Huru. Where are your arms that held me tight when first you went to join the fight? And we'll never no more share the night. Johnny, I hardly knew ye. They're rolling out the drums again. Huru. They're rolling out the drums again. Huru. One of the lights turned off and Naruto jumped up. Is she? The doctor shook his head. It was the boy. He is fine now. His condition has stabilized. Have you told his team yet? No, I was afraid for my teammate. He made 2 Kage Bunshin and one ran to tell them. The other went to tell Anko and Sasuke. Not 30 seconds after he found them, 2 clouds of kicked up dust stopped in the room, dragging along with them a dazed Tenten. Where is he? He is in the operating room. They are prepping him to be moved to another room, Naruto told them, his head hung low. Who are you? Lee asked. Uzumaki Naruto. He lifted his head to look at them. It was my clone that told you. Guy nodded. Thank you. What happened? Hyuga Hiashi betrayed his daughter and tried to kill her. We, Neji and I, stopped him. When Neji wanted to leave though, I wanted to make him pay. And now, Neji is the one that is hurt and Hiashi is missing. So it is your fault he is here, Tenten yelled. Tenten, enough, Lee said. Can't you see how much this is hurting him? But, Lee is right, Guy said. The person at blame here is not young Naruto here. It is the missing Hiashi. Naruto hung his head again. Not long later, Neji was taken to his room and his team followed him. Naruto continued to wait, even after his team showed up, unmoving and not speaking. It felt as if the song inside him depended on Hinata surviving. Because it felt like he would never sing again if she died. Sasuke looked at Naruto and saw how he was beating himself over Hinata. It was obvious he cared for her deeply. He sighed, the battle was only just joined and already he had lost. Hinata liked him and he liked Hinata. Naruto wasn't the only one blaming himself. Anko knew why it happened. Because she took this to the Hokage with Tiger. That woman was a person of strong emotions. Alright, so am I, she admitted. But Tiger wouldn't hesitate in confronting the person that has wronged someone. And if Anko had only kept it between herself and the Hokage, this wouldn't have happened. They didn't even notice the light turned off and the doctor came out. Are you her sensei? Yes. Naruto jumped up when he heard the doctor. The woman continued. We had to do emergency reconstructive surgery to restore her airway. For the time being, she will have to stay here in the hospital. Because we are having to keep it open until it is strong enough to do it itself. Meaning that she is unable to eat solid foods. But will she be alright? Naruto demanded. Physically, yes, she will be able to leave in 2 weeks at best. But mentally, I don't know. She could rebound back from this or she may fall apart and never recover. It was her father that did this, correct? Yes, Naruto said. Hyuga Neji can confirm it. The doctor sighed. I have had dealings with the Hyuga. And, sadly, this is not the first time I have treated Hinata. Only branch members come in more often than she does. And always it is the same thing. She hurt herself during training. She saw the fire in Naruto's eyes. I hope you are the one that gets sent after him, she said to them. A father is to protect his children, not hurt them. The door behind them opened and a sleeping Hinata was taken out on one of their rolling beds. You can't see her right now. But tomorrow morning you can. 000. Sasuke was sitting in the chair reading when he heard her begin to shift. Looking up, he saw Hinata open her eyes and then her mouth. Don't speak, Sasuke warned. You won't be able to and you might hurt yourself. She nodded, and her eyes went wide when she felt something attached to her neck touch her chin. A trembling hand came up and she found that a tube was in her neck. She looked at Sasuke, scared. You couldn't breathe. They put that in so you could at first. Now it serves to get nutrient to your stomach. I'm told it should come out in about a week and a half. Hinata looked around, very confused. Here, Sasuke gave her a pen and paper. She wrote out, how did I get here? Naruto and Neji came to see you. When they did, they found you almost dead. Neji was the one that got you away from your father while it was Naruto that held him back. He saw an even more confused look on her face. Let me guess, it is about Neji helping. She nodded. No one can explain it. Not even his teammates. He heard a song and all of a sudden, he regretted what he had done to you. He's sorry. Yes. He is causing a ruckus wanting to see you and demanding to be told when you are awake. Hinata smiled. Her cousin didn't hate her anymore. But her father, Sasuke, saw her go downtrodden. And figured it was one of two things. Her father doing this to her. Or what happened to Naruto. Naruto is perfectly fine, for the most part. He is mad that Hiashi got away but otherwise, is good. Hinata smiled even wider than before. I'm not sure if I should be the one telling you this but it is very apparent that you like him. Hinata turned red, and it is very apparent that he likes you as well. So why can't either of you see how the other feels? Hinata could have jumped for joy. But as she couldn't, she did the next best thing. She hugged Sasuke with as great a hug she has ever given and gave him a kiss on the cheek in thanks. 000. Naruto looked in the doorway and frowned a moment. Then he smiled. They really did make a nice couple. He turned around. He wasn't going to ruin the moment. He saw Hinata's nurse. Excuse me, can you give these to Hyuga Hinata, please? Of course. She looked at them. They were flowers, lilacs and jasmine. But you should probably give them to her yourself. Nah, too shy to when she is awake. He turned and started walking to the entrance. Humming a tune. All for the love of a girl. 000. The nurse stopped by Neji's room to tell him she is awake, then she went to give the flowers. Up and lively, I see, she said with a smile. She placed the flowers on the nightstand. Your cousin will be here shortly to see you. So, any idea who your secret admirer is? Oro, Sasuke asked. Yeah, I found these on the card outside with this card. No name. She gave Hinata the card. Get well soon, my precious princess. Hinata didn't know anyone that called her princess. The nurse had to bite back a smile. She wasn't going to tell them. She always thought it more romantic when the person found the courage himself. Hinata-sama, Neji said from the doorway. He had a crutch under his left arm. And a nurse behind him saying that he should be resting. I am fine. Just leave me be a moment. He cleared his throat. I apologize for my actions up to this point. I know they were not your fault. And I will be sure to protect you if ever your father returns. Thank you, Neji Nisan. 000 Naruto was in his room. Ji-san hasn't found Hiyashi yet. He gave a sigh. He told him that Team 7 was suspended until Hinata could continue. If she can continue. He looked up and smiled at the banner. It was a flag. To be precise, it was the Jolly Roger wearing a leaf headband. He couldn't help himself with this. I am the dread pirate Uzumaki. Surrender your ale, money, and women. He laughed to no end about that. He decided that wouldn't be a bad life. Set sail, lads. We have a many a places to go and only so much grog to drink it with. Hoist the colors high, show them who they are dealing with. His fingers played along the strings of the Fukuhone subconsciously. What do you think? Could I make a good pirate? There was a deeper note than normal. That a yes. Naruto stood up. It had been 3 days and he needed to do something. Strapping Fukuhone to his back, he ran outside the village. There was a town just a few miles away that always appreciated a good musician. And they showed it with some coin. 000 The king and his men stole the queen from her bed and bound her in her bones. The sea be ours, and by the powers, where we will we'll roam. Yo ho, all hands. Hoist the colors high, heave ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. Some men have died and others survive, and others sail the sea. With the keys to the cage, and the devil to pay, we lay to Fuller's Green. Yo ho, all together. Hoist the colors high, heave ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. The bell has been raised from its watery grave. Do you hear its sepulchral tone? We call to all, pay heed the squall, and turn your sails to home. Yo ho, all together. Hoist the colors high, heave ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. Yo ho, all together. Hoist the colors high, heave ho, thieves and beggars, never say we die. Naruto bowed to the room and they began to clap. It was a simple tune but it caught a lot of people up in it. Thank you, you are too kind. He looked up and smiled. And his smile slipped for a moment. There was a blonde-haired girl not far away, smiling at the music. She was a few years older than him and she had a tan line on her forehead. She was also a ninja trying to avoid notice. Naruto ran a hand through his hair, over the same spot. He hadn't worn his long enough to get it. Maybe he should tie it around his arm. They were in a tavern right now. One of the waitresses brought him a glass of water. Much better. What to play next? He asked the room. He started strumming the strings and tapping his foot for the drum. I just honestly don't know. But you know. It's all the same, only the names will change. Every day, it seems we're wasted away. Another place, where the faces are so cold. I drive all night, just to get back home. I'm a cowboy, on a steel horse I ride. I'm wanted, dead or alive. Wanted, dead or alive. Sometimes I sleep, sometimes it's not for days. The people I meet always goes their separate ways. Sometimes you tell the days by the bottle that you drink. Sometimes when you're in love, all you do is think. I'm a cowboy, on a steel horse I ride. I'm wanted, dead or alive. Wanted, dead or alive. Oh, and I ride. Oh, I'm a cowboy, on a steel horse I ride. I'm wanted, dead or alive. Wanted, dead or alive. But I walk these streets with a load 6 string on my back. I play for keeps, 'cause I might not make it back. I've been everywhere and still I'm standing tall. I've seen a million faces and I've rocked them all. I'm a cowboy, on a steel horse I ride. I'm wanted, dead or alive. Wanted, dead or alive. 'Cause I'm a cowboy, I got the night on my side. I'm wanted, dead or alive. I still drive, I still drive. Dead or alive, dead or alive. Naruto took another drink. Do we have any ninja in here? Come on now, don't be shy. I want to know what you want to hear next. Now, don't make me call you out. I know her there. He was looking right at the girl and she began to blush as others did as well. So, what do you want to hear, Miss Nin? She hung her head in humility. I'm gonna miss her. Naruto laughed. Oh, I love her, but I love to fish. Spent all day out on this lake and hell is all I catch. But today she met me at the door, said I would have to choose. If I hit the fishing hole today, she'd be packing all her things and be gone by noon. Oh, I'm gonna miss her. But I'll move on. Right now, I'm on this lake shore and I'm sitting in the sun. I'm sure it'll hit me when I walk through that door tonight. Oh, I'm gonna miss her. Oh, looky there, I got a bite. Ooh, 000 ooh. That was his last song of the evening. So, he said as he sat down next to her. What are you doing here without your headband on? Quote. Trying to relax, she told him. I can understand that, Naruto replied. By the way, I only noticed because of the tan line you have. Nothing you did wrong. She dropped her head, to be noticed by a gleeman. Not quite a traveling musician yet. Things aren't that bad at home. He thanked the bartender for the bowl of soup. I'm Naruto. Quote. Again, understandable. With our profession, it isn't always best to tell people our names. Our profession. Naruto reached into his pocket, pulled out his headband, and tied it around his arm. I came to relax as well. She laughed a little. So you are a leaf, Quote. Aren't you? She smiled ruefully. No, she took her headband and replaced it. Instead of the leaf symbol, it was cloud. Please don't tell anyone you saw me. If my village finds me, they will kill me, or worst, make me go back. Naruto blinked in surprise at that one. Not quite the fate worse than death I was expecting. He thought about all the ice-cold stares he received and nodded. But again, I can understand. I doubt it. I can, Naruto assured her. Have you ever seen the very heart of winter? I see it every day in the eyes of those that do not know me beyond what was done to me. But why? You're a nice guy. Nothing seems odd about you to me. It is personal. You know, I have never told anyone this, but I have more than one dream. Everyone in Konoha knows I want to be Hokage. But no one knows I also want to be a pirate. She laughed. You're joking. No, I'm serious. My godfather used to tell me stories about the pirate ocean. From the up-and-coming Monkey D. Luffy to the king of the pirates, Gold Rogers and One Piece. They all followed their dreams and were free. That is what a ship really is, freedom. To chase that urge to set sail with nothing but your heart wanting to. Forever with nothing but your sword and friends at your side. No hatred, no worries, no paperwork. Ah, the bane of a cage's life, the girl said. That does sound desirable. Tell you what, if ever you become a pirate, I'll join the same crew. No, not just a pirate, Captain, he said with a grin. Aye, Captain, she said with mock respect. I am Niyugito. Uzumaki Naruto, he told her. The door opened and a group of 4 came in wearing hoods. Out of habit, Naruto ceded his tongue. And he saw what they looked like. He spun around, took her headband off, and pulled her head in close. Hunter Nins, he warned before kissing her to cover her face. Yugito had her eyes opened wide for a moment before she relaxed into it and closed her eyes. Naruto shifted his shoulders so that the tail of Fuka covered their faces. When they passed them, Naruto pulled back and smiled. Let's go, Haim, she nodded dumbly. As soon as the door closed behind them, they started running into the forest. Damn, Naruto said, you weren't joking. Of course not, Yugito replied. And I am going to hurt you for that. He laughed. She was definitely different than Hinata. Well, whatever keeps your freedom. Ooh 000 ooh. Hyuga Hiyashi, a voice cut through the pain and delirium. His eyesight returned and he saw a man with silver hair and demon-looking cobalt eyes. He wore a black coat and silver shoulder pads. Do you fear death? Do you wish to die? Quote. No. Do you want revenge on the one that did this to you? Yes. Here. The man pulled a fruit from his coat. It was a sickly yellow with swirls on it. This is a devil fruit, the flare fruit. For a price, this will help you. It will rebuild you, make you faster and stronger. Your body will be remade in a fire none has ever seen. And in the end, those flames will give you the strength to kill what has done this to you. Hiyashi reached a shaking hand up to it. He grabbed the fruit and took a bite out of it. It's sweet. The pain came next. Ooh 000 ooh. Naruto and Yugito stopped when they came to a clearing. Wait, Naruto called. This reminded him of the forest of death. This same feeling was always in the air before something attacked something else. Demon, a voice came. Both turned on a man with messed up hair and bloody robes. I have finally found you. What do you want with me? They both demanded. He was talking to me, they said to each other. The boy is right, I meant him. After all, you are only guilty of associating with a demon, not being one yourself. He stepped into the light, revealing the insane face of Hiyashi. Shut up. Now what are you doing out here, demon? Come to make sure the job you did to me was enough. You ran, Naruto yelled. No, 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 Kyuubi. You may not remember it, but you took me to this forest and left me to die. And now, I shall return the favor. Fire enveloped him as he began laughing. The power of this curse is amazing. I don't care what the price is. Quote. He ate a devil fruit, Naruto whispered. Die, demon. A fist of fire shot from the arm he threw forward. Odo back blast. Naruto yelled and the fire seemed to hit it and be stalled. But it pushed through it. Odo. The fire hit Naruto. Hiyashi stopped the fires, certain the demon was nothing but bones, and asked. But instead, he saw black flames in his place. They disappeared, revealing the girl holding Naruto. How are you alive? Because I am the prison of the Nibi no Nekomata, the two-tailed hell cat. And I will not let you hurt my first friend. Hiyashi looked at them and laughed. Two of them right here. The two-tailed cat and the nine-tailed fox right here in their human bodies. Oh, the ironies. The nine tails, Yugito asked, looking at Naruto. He nodded stoically. He attacked the village hidden in the leaves 13 years ago. Or I did, and the fourth Hokage sealed him, or me, inside this body. Why are you talking like that? Because he doesn't know, Hiyashi said, still laughing. He could be the Kyuubi and just lost his memory, or he could be the prison. Allow me to clear that up for you. The fourth was a master at seals. There was nothing he could not completely seal, as he showed. But you were wondering if living creatures are able to. Yes, but he made the seal so the Kyuubi's chakra could flow into your body at times of extreme stress. I pushed you too far and he was able to take over while your anger took its course. Satisfied? Yes, Naruto said wearily. Now where was I? He was clearly insane. Ah yes, I had just said, die demon. Ahem, now die. Fire consumed his body but didn't burn him. He began throwing it everywhere, out of control. Naruto hid behind a boulder. You ate a devil fruit, didn't you? Yes, the flare fruit. What do you know about them? Yugito asked. Besides his obvious weakness to water, he has another, Naruto told her. His body sinks right through water. We could use that, if there was a river or lake near here. Both of them dropped their heads. Looks like we have to attack his mind. I can attack using sounds, Naruto told her. If I can get close I can also use Fukuhon as a bladed weapon. So that has a use beyond music, Yugito said. She had been looking at it hungrily. She noticed Naruto's disapproving stare. Hey, I am part cat, she defended herself with. Another blast of fire brought them to the present. Both of them jumped away as the rock began to melt. Yugito still remembered the incident from 10 years ago. She was the only one that realized what happened thanks to Nekomata. She had spoken with the ghost of the Hyuga. She did a henge no jutsu and walked out from behind the tree. Brother. Hiyashi turned on him and froze. Hazashi. Brother, I never blamed you. Tell me, what has become of my son, Neji? No, I killed him. And my own daughter. Oh God, what have I done? Hiyashi looked to the ground and back up to his brother. Then he narrowed his eyes. Die. My brother is dead, and yet you have neither lost the Byakugan nor do you have the seal. His ninja instincts said duck, so he did. Naruto over him, swinging his guitar like an axe. When it cut down a tree with it, he wasn't surprised that he used it as a weapon. Odo wail. Naruto screamed and Hiyashi clutched his head in pain. His eardrums popped and he fell to the ground. But he wasn't so easily defeated. He pulled the fire in around him and sent it out in a wave. What is wrong, boy? Can't beat me with your pitiful bloodline. He got up and started laughing. But then he stopped. What is? I can't control it. The fire was now jumping around, destroying anything it touched. Which now included Hiyashi. Ah, help me. His arm was now just bones falling to the ground. The two watched in horror as his body was eaten. And worst, that he didn't stop screaming until there was nothing left. Naruto looked on for a moment before he ran from sight. The sound of him retching reached Yugito's ears. Is that normal? No, Yugito told him. That was far from normal. She waited and after a few minutes, his ghost appeared. What happened to you, Hiashi? I ate a fruit offered to me by a man with silver hair. It had a sweet taste and was sickly yellow. It was also covered in swirls. He drew it in the ash of his body and swallowed. How did you know about Hisashi? I spoke to him, like I am speaking to you. Go, your brother awaits you. She went over to Naruto. I was able to glean a little from his remains. He ate a fruit that was sickly yellow, had a sweet taste, and covered in swirls. That sounds a little like a devil fruit. But the abilities has never gone haywire like that before. Uncle told me the flare fruit has already been eaten. So, a fruit is grown every season. Not these. This fruit is born only once every 100 years from a tree in a very distant part of the world. How did he even get it? Yugito caught on. A fake then. Someone is growing them. Man, that can really mess up the world. Imagine others like Hiashi was before the same happens to him. But in a city instead. He walked to the center of the fires and clapped his hands. There was an air-splitting crack. Yugito found, for a heartbeat, there was no air to breath. She looked around and all the fires had died. Not bad. Basic chemistry. To have a fire, you need 3 components. Heat, fuel, and air. He turned to her and smiled. I'm not the student and nephew of Jiraiya for nothing. Hey, how about you come to Konoha? I'm sure Ji-san will make you a ninja there and offer you amnesty. Well, there you are, Anko yelled as she came between them. Do you have any idea how much you have been making Hinata cry? But no buts. Sasuke told her that you care for her as well and you don't show up to talk to her or even check up on her. But I thought she liked Sasuke. I mean, I saw her kiss him. Where? On the cheek. He dropped his head. He had just made a fool of himself. I thought I was doing the right thing. Do you know how many people have said that in the past for doing some stupid thing or other? She stood back up, and took notice of Yugito for the first time. You damn bastard. This is what you were doing. You hurt Hinata so you could spend time with her. No, Anko-sensei, that isn't it, Naruto tried to explain. I don't give a shit what you say. This is completely unforgivable, to hurt Hinata just to spend some time with the first woman that would open her legs to you. I will make sure you spend the rest of your career. Yugito tackled her to the ground, kicking, punching, and biting. Quote exclamation mark, like I would ever do that with him. She gave Anko a shiner under her right eye. Oh, doesn't look that way to me with how your clothes are messed up. She kneed Yugito in the stomach. Because we were just attacked, Yugito yelled as she began to pull her hair. Ladies, Naruto said, please stop. By who? Anko screamed as she kicked Yugito in the face. Ladies, Naruto said, louder and sterner. By some insane ninja by the name of Hiashi. Oto Bliss. The two just dropped to the ground, with stupid grins on their faces. This was another attack made with the help of the scroll. At ultra-low frequencies, sound can affect the mind. Not mind control, rather it forces the brain to make the chemical that causes certain emotions. Right now, he knew anger, fear, and bliss pleasure. Yugito was purring like she did whenever someone petted her ears. And Anko was moaning like when someone petted her as well. Just in a different spot. Oh Iruka-kun, she moaned out. Quote. Iruka and Anko, Naruto asked the heir in disbelief. He shook his head. All right you two, no more fighting, understand? He kept it going. They distantly nodded. Now, Anko-chan, I only just met Yugito-chan. I helped her get away from some Cloud Hunter nins. She has nothing to do with me not visiting Hinata. I honestly thought she had liked Sasuke when I saw them kiss. Okay, Anko replied. Now, Yugito-chan, don't pick a fight with my sensei. You are my friend but she is not only my friend as well, she is my teammate. I would do anything to help her. So please don't make me choose between you two. Alright, Naru-kun, I won't. Naruto nodded and let it drop. The effects was gone instantly. They opened their eyes and stood up. And Anko took a good look at both of them. Naruto had bad burns on his hands and the right side of his face. Yugito didn't, but she was no better off. You really were attacked, weren't you? His remains are over there. And we have a problem I need to tell Uncle and Ji-san. 000 ooh. Are you sure? Sarutobi asked. Completely. No, but he said the name, Naruto replied. He knew a little of what he was talking about. Then we will need to find more information, Jiraiya said. No, Jiraiya, not you. At least not alone. Yugito, I find myself short a genin in one of my teams at the moment. Huh? Asked both Anko and Yugito. Naruto's teammate is in the hospital for another week and a half. I want you to go with Jiraiya and get a ship ready to sail east on the West Blue Ocean to the Grand Line. I refuse, Anko said. Hinata is just injured for the moment. You cannot possibly replace her so soon. I am not, Sarutobi said. Anko, your team is going with Jiraiya across the ocean, an A-rank mission for the time needed for it. This mission will take a long time. I am sending her there so that she can get used to how Konoha is run a little without having to give up missions. And also you can keep me here and get me out of your hair at the same time, Yugito said. I know that things are thin with Kumo. That too, Sarutobi admitted. Jiraiya, I am telling you this once. She is far too young for you. Touch her in any inappropriate way and she has my full support in castrating you. Jiraiya and Naruto cringed. I agree with you on the age. She is more Naruto's type anyway. Hey, both of them yelled. Come on, we need to get to the closest port, Jiraiya said as he left the room. Yugito took the headband offered to her by the Hokage, put it on, and ran from the room. See ya soon, Naruto-kun. Now, Anko said, turning on Naruto. You need to go apologize to someone. Naruto nodded before jumping out the window. 000 ooh. Naruto was about to enter Hinata's room when someone grabbed him by the collar, pulled him back into the hall, and slammed him into the wall. Where the hell have you been? Sasuke demanded. I made a mistake and I was also getting something. A mistake? I saw her kiss you so I thought the two of you needed space alone. Sasuke groaned and slapped his hand to his forehead. I also got something. You take it. I shouldn't be the one to give it to her, at least right now. In his hand was a scorched headband. It was her father's. Sasuke swallowed and took it with a nod. Now is not a good time for this. I'll give it to Neji. Now get in there and make things better between the two of you. And you better beg her forgiveness. Naruto nodded as his friend walked away. Taking a deep breath he walked in. Hinata-chan. She turned from her side to look at the door. She then sat up. Naru. She stopped as pain hit her throat. She grabbed her notepad and hastily wrote down, Naruto-kun. I take it you missed me. I'm sorry Hinata-chan. I saw you kiss Sasuke and thought. Hinata looked humiliated. She ducked under her blankets. Oh no, now he hates me. Please come out, Hinata-chan. Don't make me apologize to a blanket. Naruto said, and a half-hearted joke. Quote. I will come in there. The thought of that made Hinata's face burn. She slowly lowered the edge until her eyes showed. That all I am going to get? She nodded. Naruto sighed. That will do, I guess. Hinata, I'm sorry. I should have just come in and talked to you. Can you ever forgive me? He made his eyes sparkle like when he first tasted ramen, clasped his hands in front of his mouth, and got on his knees. Please, 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 please forgive me. Hinata nodded, but she began to write something under her blanket. Naruto chuckled when he saw she was so nervous, even her normally perfect handwriting had stutters in it. Oh, only if why you tell me how you are really feel. Naruto scratched his chin. How to sum it up in a word? He snapped his fingers, pulled Hinata's blanket down to her chin, and kissed her on the lips. Hinata went wide-eyed. Her heart monitor skyrocketed then went calm again, indicating she just fainted again. That is how I feel about you Hinata-chan, Naruto said when she woke up moments later. You hold a big piece of my heart. Maybe not the only piece but the biggest. The Hokage has given us our next mission. There is someone growing some very dangerous fruits somewhere on the ocean. We are to go find the person and stop them. But what about my father? Quote. That has been decided, Hinata-chan. I am to stay with you for now and make sure he doesn't come back for you. Then we set sail for the Grand Line. But I thought that the Grand Line was just a story. It isn't. You see, my bloodline ability is from there. I forgot. I got a new guitar. Though it is a little late to tell you. You have obviously seen it. Hinata nodded. Naruto-kun, do you forgive me for that happening? Naruto sighed again. You asked me that before, Hinata-chan. I never blamed you for it in the first place, so there is nothing to forgive. Besides, Fukuhone is a great guitar. In a way I am very lucky that it did break. Listen. He took Fukuhone off his back and started playing her the unaltered voice. The truth is, he was kind of greedy of it. So when he played it at the tavern, he kept it from being heartbreaking. Not this time. I'm feeling like Tonto, riding the Pinto, trying to chase the Lone Ranger down. I'm a little unraveled, but I'm still in the saddle, crying your name out to the clouds. Why don't you need me back at the teepee? We'll lay down by the campfire. And there in the dark night, we'll smoke the peace pipe. Forget about who's wrong or right. It was a big showdown. Hey yeah, we stood our ground. Shout out the lights, it got a little crazy. Don't want to see us go, the way of the buffalo. Gonna have another Wild West show. Only forgiveness can finally end this. There won't be a witness if we both fall. There's never a hero in a battle of egos. There's never a winner of the quick draw. It was a big showdown. Hey yeah, we stood our ground. Shout out the lights, it got a little crazy. Don't want to see us go, the way of the buffalo. Gonna have another Wild West show. It's like a ghost town without you around. Why can't we just forget, ride off in the sunset? It was a big showdown. Hey yeah, we stood our ground. Shout out the lights, it got a little crazy. Don't want to see us go, the way of the buffalo. Gonna have another Wild West show. I'm feeling like Tonto, riding the Pinto, trying to chase the Lone Ranger down. I'm a little unraveled, but I'm still in the saddle, crying your name out to the clouds. Naruto stopped and looked up. The reaction was much like he expected. Hinata was almost crying from the voice of Fukuhone. No doubt she would have been if not for the song itself. It was just too fast-paced to cry for. So, what do you think of Fukuhone? She has a beautiful voice, no? She does. I can't put it in words. Naruto was about to say something but a nurse cleared her throat at the door. I hate to break this up but you are exciting too many of our patients. I have to ask you to leave. Okay, I apologize ma'am. With a grin, he turned back to Hinata. I will see you tomorrow. He leaned down, kissed her, and ran away with the nurse yelling at him about exciting patients again. Ooh 000 ooh. 2 weeks later. Ooh 000 ooh. Team 7, I know this is rushing it but there isn't much choice, Sarutobi said. As you already know, you leave the land of fire soon. To be precise, in a month and a half, Jiraiya and Yugito will have the passage and supplies needed ready. So I am going to have to get you ready for what is ahead in that amount of time. Iruka cleared his throat. What the Hokage means is that by passing Anko's test, you have already proven yourselves to work together in life-threatening situations. So there is no need of rank D missions. Although I do not approve of this decision, I cannot deny he is right either. So you are being jumped or to C rank missions. Naruto noticed he kept casting glances at Anko. He couldn't take it anymore. For crying out loud, are you two an item or not? Most of them just looked at him, shocked. Iruka looked away, scratching the right end of his scar, and blushing. Anko had no such inhibitions. Hell yeah, he actually does this thing with his. More information than we need, all three genin yelled. Well, Naruto and Sasuke yelled, Hinata really just squeaked. Sarutobi coughed. But to the issue at hand. Your next mission is an escort mission. The client is Tazuna and you are to take him to his home and protect him while there until his bridge has been completed. Hinata, I need to know this right now, can you do it? Hinata rubbed her neck. She nodded that she could. Alright, I will introduce you then. He nodded to Iruka and he left the room. He came back in a moment later. These are the ninja that will be protecting me, an old man said when he came in. The blonde with the dumb look on his face doesn't even look like a ninja. He looks like a frickin' gleeman. Naruto smiled and reached a hand up to grab the tail of Fukuhone. They thought it odd that Naruto wanted to play a song now as he was just insulted for it. But Naruto had no intention of that. He swung it like an axe, right for his neck. He pulled short and passed it in the bottle of sake he was about to put to his lips. Without a word, he slipped Fuka Hone back on his back, as the bottom of the bottle fell to the floor, cut smooth. Ha ha ha, alright, so you do know what you are doing. My name is Tazuna, Master Bridge Builder of the Wave Country. I expect you to do that to anyone that tries to attack me or steal my supplies. Respect for respect, Naruto said with a nod. Let's go. 000 Hokage, I have to ask. Why are you sending them on the mission to stop these fake devil fruit? I'm not surprised you don't know, Sarutobi said. Naruto is deeply connected to this and, believe it or not, knows the most on how to stop them. Him and Jiraiya, what more? He smiled. Naruto may have always dreamed to be Hokage. But I think he has another dream. I don't know because he hasn't told me. If all the stories he has been told by Jiraiya, the songs he sings, and the flag in his room are any sign, I think he wants to go on an ocean adventure. Or maybe even be a pirate himself. But, we're ninja, you're right, such a dream is only a fantasy to us. But this will let Naruto live out that fantasy. Iruka frowned. That is showing favoritism. What good does me being Hokage if I can't help my adopted grandson achieve a dream he has? 000 Enko-sensei, Hinata asked as they were walking. Is this really a good idea? You said you were ready, Hinata. And these are just bandits and thieves we are expecting. Don't worry. But Hinata still did. She jumped at every sound and activated her Byakugan constantly. Until eventually she did see something. Enko-sensei, there are 2 ninja ahead of us in hiding. She frowned. How far? Quarter of a mile. Stop. Enko called to the others. There are 2 hidden ninja ahead. Now, they might just be passing through but I doubt it. I think they are waiting to ambush someone. Now let us find out if they are after us. She looked at Naruto and he nodded. Underneath, Naruto said before he made 5 clones. 4 of them transformed into one of the others. They then started walking. The real Naruto stood there waiting. My clones are dead. They took you out first, Anko-chan. Followed by me, Hinata, and finally Sasuke. They were in a hurry and didn't notice there were no bodies. And, they just killed Tazuna. They were after him, not us. I'm going to guess that they now realized they were just clones. Prepare yourself for attack, Enko yelled as the 2 started running at them. Hinata took a position of guarding Tazuna. While Naruto drew the Fuka Hone and Sasuke a kunai. Enko just smiled. Let the killing time begin. At 10 yards away, Naruto started playing the Fuka Hone. The larger of the 2 tripped. Snakes. They're under my skin. Get them out of me. Get them out of me. His claw dug into his arm as he tried to reach them. Naruto wondered for a moment if that might have been too much. The other ran at Sasuke. When he swung his claw, Sasuke dropped under it, pressed the claw against his opposite shoulder, drove his kunai through the gauntlet into the shoulder, and flipped him behind him. Right at a waiting Hinata. Come on, Sasuke said in a mantra, stop him. Hinata reacted. Her palms hit him in the back, stealing his momentum and dropping him to the ground. She stood in the Juken stance for a moment before she eeped and jumped back away from the downed ninja. Enko looked up from the chokehold she used on the one still under the genjutsu. Nice work, Hinata. See, a good idea after all. The man stopped trying to get the snakes after 3 seconds of the blood being cut off to his head. She dropped him and looked at Naruto. Why snakes? He pointed to a tree and there was a corral snake sunning on a branch. I saw that and just decided snakes. She grinned. Now why didn't I see that? Come here, little guy. And the snake did. She gave it a small kiss before it wrapped around her neck. Now, I saw poison on this one's claws. Did anyone get hurt? No, they replied. They hastily tied them to a tree and called for a team to pick them up. Then as one they all looked to Tazuna. Well, let's continue on, Enko said. Tazuna, talk as we walk. You sound as if you are still going though with the mission. He eyed the snake wearily. Because it was eyeing him. Are we heading back to Konoha? She asked. No, and I have to wonder why. Whatever is ahead of us, these three can handle it. Other Jonin would probably head back. But I'm far from other Jonin. When you get a chance, ask these three about the test I put them through to see if they could cut it as ninja. Now, give me the details or we will head back. It is one thing to keep going, another not having an. Hinata took a soldier pill to replace all the chakra being used here. Naruto-kun, are you nervous? I'm fine, Hinata-chan. Just rearing to go, but he didn't sound it. He sounded like he was one step from falling into something that is too much for him. Does he scare you that much? Hinata asked. No, he said dismissively. After all, we fought those creatures of the forest of death and survived. It's something else. He looked through the trees to the left and at the water. I can't swim. Is that all? Sasuke asked with a laugh. Just learn. Naruto was already shaking his head no. The problem is deeper than that. I am incapable of swimming, a drawback of my bloodline. Why didn't you tell us? Hinata asked. When Naruto hesitated, Anko answered. Would you want to brag about such a weakness? I mean, if the Byakugan could not see a certain spot, would you tell people where that is? Or what the Sharingan could not see through if there was such a thing? We strive to eliminate weaknesses from ourselves. But you can't get rid of something that is actually a part of you. Hinata hung her head and Sasuke looked away. Both of them were wondering if she knew or if she was just guessing. Hinata kept watching him as they got closer. She didn't think she could stop him alone but maybe stall him long enough for one of the others to get close enough to. She pulled out some hidden kunai from her sleeves and threw them at him. He replaced himself with the rabbit. She shifted a few seconds until she saw him again. She spun and threw a shuriken at him. And saw him throw his sword at them. Get down. They dropped to the ground and the Zanbetu embedded itself in a tree instead of them. Then Zabuza appeared on it. The old man. Give him to me. Ah, since you put it that way, Anko said. You can kiss my tight ass. Naruto groaned. Talk later, Anko-chan. Anko, Zabuza asked, as in Snake Mistress Anko. I've heard horror stories about you. In or out of the bedroom, she wondered. Both, Zabuza said with a shrug. So, nothing I can say to get you to just give me the old man. Nope, all four ninjas said. Zabuza jumped onto the lake, putting the Zanbetu on his back as he did. Kurigakure no Jutsu. The mist thickened until they could only see each other. Killer intent flooded the area. Nothing dared move. I choose rock. I choose paper. Choose paper. Sasuke groaned. Man, I'm last. It'll probably be over by then. Naruto held up these and turned to Hinata. And now to see who goes first. Anyo. I choose scissors. I choose rock, Hinata said. No, Anko could barely keep from laughing. She could feel Zabuza was infuriated at being disregarded. Rag, he came charging at them, finesse completely forgotten. Hinata stepped in the way of him, nervous but her hands still flying. Zabuza tripped, his legs not responding for a second. She hit him over the heart and blood soaked his bandages. Before falling apart into water. He has 3 more water clones coming at us, Anko-sensei. Naruto-kun, if you would please. I need a hint. He nodded and started to hum. Anko closed her eyes and there, she shot her arms out and snake extended from them. Water was felt at the ends. She did it again at different angles. One turned into water, the other was bitten and the snakes tasted blood. Zabuza pulled them out of his flesh. How the hell did you find me? You may be a master of silent killing, Zabuza. But when one of your opponents an amplifier negates sounds, what good is that? Naruto gave Zabuza a yosh, that was barely a mumble but was heard all the way across the lake. He snapped his fingers at that. He didn't just think of doing that before. He ceded his tongue and smiled. He had it back. Not to mention that Hinata-chan here can see chakra paths, which your clones lack, Naruto said, throwing an arm around her shoulders. She predictably turned red and Naruto whispered, now is not the time to faint. Anyo, sorry. Zabuza scowled at them, grabbed the last snake behind the head, pulled, and threw Anko out onto the water. Suiro no Jutsu. A water prison formed around Anko. I will take care of you after I deal with the super brats over there. He made 4 more clones. Underestimate him, Anko-chan, Naruto called from shore. Shut up, brat, you 3 honestly think you are ninja, the clone out in front said. When I was your age, my hands were already soaked in blood. Looks like I'm up. Oh Sasuke-chan, if you really want something to do, why don't you deal with our observer? Watch it, Dobi, and I don't know where he is. I can't see everything around me like you two. Zabuza and his assistant went wide-eyed. They always knew he was there. Anyo, I will. She turned and jumped into the trees. The sound of 2 people jumping from branch to branch was heard. Be safe, Hinata-chan, Naruto prayed as he took the Fuka-hone from his back. And as for you, you have no idea how much blood has stained our has. Personally, I have killed 2 men. You don't want to know about indirectly. 2 men, Zabuza said with a laugh. That is rich. Bandits, no doubt. No, one was a Chunin. I tortured him before he died, while I held him in place. The other was the clan head of the Hyuga clan. I did worse to him. He thought about getting so mad that he didn't even remember tearing his stomach apart and leaving him in the woods to die. All right, maybe you aren't worthless. The clone ran forward, swinging the Zanbetu as he did. Naruto blocked it with the Fuka-hone and was pushed back 3 feet. Wow, when I read the scroll of forbidden arts, it compared the types of clones. The basic clones is beaten hands down. The earth clone is more a defensive jutsu. Fire clones explode when they are hit. Lighting clones deliver a powerful shock. Wind clones are just a mass of moving blades. And the water clone, all around a well-rounded clone, accepted to get that, it lost all but 10% of the original's power. He grinned. And right there, I didn't want to move. And that is saying something. You're just a know-it-all brat. Naruto shifted the Fuka-hone and pushed. The fake Zanbetu was cut in half. You were saying. He swung again and the clone turned into water. Using a guitar as an axe, the clone behind that one said. You're a Metallica fan, aren't you? Naruto looked genuinely surprised. How did you know? Honestly, could it be any more apparent? Sasuke asked. Both Anko and every single Zabuza nodded. Naruto's sweat dropped. Doesn't matter. He pointed the edge to the clones. Who's next? They didn't decide, just all of them ran at him. Naruto caught all the blades among the rib bones. And then there was one. Oto wail. 2 of the clones fell apart but one of them jumped away, losing his blade but simply making another. While Naruto caught his breath, the clone ran back forward. My turn. Sasuke stepped on Naruto's shoulder, jumped, stabbed the clone in its shoulder, used the kunai to spin him around, and planted his feet in his back. He threw himself back, knocking the clone off balance. Sasuke hit the ground and forced the clone to keep going. Right until he was brought down on his head. Jumping back to his feet, he showed nothing but confidence. That is how you smash a clone, Naruto-kun. That was might to get. Ooh 000 ooh. I don't believe it. 2 kids beat all those clones, Zabuza said in disbelief. Anko had not been doing nothing during this time. She had found out that with chakra, you could get something no wider than a finger through the water. And a little known fact in the ninja world. Humans are not the only creature with chakra. Go do you thing. Nebi-chan slid from her neck and through the water. She crawled up his leg and... Shit. He grabbed her and threw her. Damn thing. Now that isn't nice, Anko said. Zabuza turned around and saw her sitting on the head of an anaconda. Throwing away a cute little girl like that. Don't you think, Sunku-chan? The snake glared balefully at Zabuza. Oh hell, he jumped and avoided the lunge from it. Anko just slid off, reached down, picked Nebi-chan back up, and put her back. By the way, a coral snake has one of the most lethal neural toxins in the world. Of course, if you had gotten a sample of it, you could have easily made an antitoxin. She scratched the snake on the head. Ooh 000 ooh. Naruto heard Hinata cry out and jumped into the trees. He saw her holding her neck. Several shinbons had pierced it. She started to lose her balance before Naruto caught her. She will live, if you do as I tell you, the hunter nin told him. What do you want? Just let me go retrieve Zabuza-sama. Quote. What do I do? Keep pressure on the vein that goes between them at the base of the neck and carefully remove them. The hunter nin was gone. Ooh. Zabuza couldn't even form the chakra needed to stay above the water. His leg felt like it was burning and it was spreading to the rest of his body. Even if they could use the contingency plan, it wouldn't save him. Haku appeared next to him, throwing the shinbans at the snake. We must retreat, Zabuza-sama. As much as I hate to say it, you're right. Help me. Haku wrapped an arm around his body and shushined away. Naruto jumped down, holding a limp, but awake and alive, Hinata. What do you think the odds are that he will die from the poison? None to slim, Anko said as she released the summons that brought Sunku there. So, where were we headed again? Ooh. Damn, that lady is evil, Zabuza said as he was laid down on a bed. What is the damage, Haku? Just like she said, a neural toxin. Zabuza-sama, I thought you knew enough about snakes to remember to keep at least the head of the poisonous ones. It slipped my mind. He groaned as another wave of pain hit him. Can you cure it or not? I can, but I can only slow it for now without a sample. I am going to have to get that snake or another. A red, black, and yellow snake. You wouldn't think they would be hard to find, but they spend most of their lives hidden. The ninja of the snake world. And she keeps one as a necklace. Flippin' great, Zabuza said. He grimaced as Haku took a needle and syringe out of his medical bag. Ah, the mighty demon of the mist afraid of needles, Haku said in a voice reserved for children. He filled it with a dark liquid and drove the needle into his leg, fast. As he emptied it, Zabuza growled out, if you weren't of use to me, I would kill you for that. If only, the woodpecker sighed, Haku replied, a smile on his face. All better now. He stood up and looked around. Want me to get you a book? You will be here for a bit. Zabuza couldn't help but chuckle after he left. He would never say it in front of him, but Haku made things interesting and he was glad he was with him. Ooh. Naruto sighed. Of all the things he could be doing right now, this was not among the list at first. He was having a staring contest with Nebi-chan. Well, he thought he was but couldn't tell for sure. Nebi hadn't moved ever since she was placed on the windowsill. She just laid there, not even fing her tongue and her eyes open. He let out another sigh. Naruto-kun, I want you to protect Nebi-chan whenever I am not. She is now a high priority target. He didn't know how much longer he could keep this up. His eyes were drier than her skin. Must. Not. Blink. Nebi-chan tilted her head, showing she was in fact awake. And also, as if to say, you are a sad man. We are going into the 20-minute mark of the staring championships, Sasuke said. The challenger, Uzumaki Naruto, is digging deep down to keep from blinking. But you can clearly see that the calm, collected champion, Nebi-chan, has him on the ropes. That she does, Sasuke-kun, Hinata said. Experience is obviously at play here. As Naruto-kun has never learned patience. My life is a joke to you too, isn't it? Naruto asked, not looking up. Hinata replied no, while Sasuke didn't hesitate to say yes. Quote. Aha, I saw that, she's weakening. Maybe I should find them something to do, Anko said from the table. She was having a drink with Tazuna. What is so important about that snake? Inari asked Naruto. She bit Zabuza, a ninja working for Geto, and injected him with a poison. So they will need her or another coral snake of the same type to cure him. And they aren't from around here, Sasuke said. I win. Naruto cheered before he finally blinked. God damn, it feels like sandpaper. They will come for it, Inari said. No doubt, Naruto said after a moment. But it is my job to protect her. And by protecting Nebi-chan, I protect your grandfather. Why bother, you will just die anyway. He walked back up to his room. Sasuke groaned. Emo. Ooh. Alright, now we are going to do some training, Anko said. When they woke up this morning, she had taken them into the forest. What we will be doing will depend on what you can do. Hinata, show me a jutsu. Anyo. I only know the ones needed to graduate, she said in a whisper. Anko sighed. That will have to change. Let me guess, some Hyuga superiority complex that the Juken is all you need. Hinata nodded. Then I want to see how many clones you can make max and hold for 10 minutes. Go. She turned to Sasuke. You use fire jutsus, right? A few. But you only used taijutsu in those last fights. I used too much chakra. Thought so. I will have you tree climbing. And Naruto-kun, I don't even need to ask about your chakra consumption. Rin told me, water walking by the age of 7 is no small feat. I still hesitate when it comes to it though, Naruto said offhand. Then that is what we will work on, Anko said, cheerily. Work on what? Why, getting you to stop hesitating, of course. She wore a smile as she bit her thumb and pressed the blood to her palm. Summoning no jutsu. A white snake big enough to eat a man appeared under her. Shinha-san, she said with respect. May I ask of you a favor? What might that favor be? Anko-chan, the snake said, ruffling her hair with his tail like she was a child. Naruto-kun here can't swim, but he knows how to walk on water. Shinha nodded. A wise choice. But I sense there is still a problem. He hesitates to walk on it even though he knows he won't sink. Ah, a problem indeed. He focused on Naruto. I will give you this one and one chance only to give it up. You can't just make a person give up a fear, Naruto told him. No, I can't, Shinha replied. But I can replace it with a bigger fear. He reared back and fully opened his mouth, revealing 3 rows of fangs that all dripped acid. He struck at Naruto, who rolled away. Naruto-kun, don't forget you still have Nebi-chan with you, Anko said happily. How could he forget? She's coiled up around his neck. And she doesn't like being tossed around from jumping or jutsu use. You mean I have to just run away? That is exactly what she said, child, Shinha replied as he turned back to him. I suggest you do it or you will end up like that ninja Nebi just told me she bit just yesterday. Damn, Naruto said before he started running. Naruto-kun, Hinata cried, about to run after him. Don't, Anko said. Naruto-kun is in the finest hands. Well, you get my meaning. Shinha will not hurt him. Scare him half to death maybe, but he will be whole when he returns to us. She looked at her and saw that Hinata had 17 clones. A good size number for a normal person. I will get back to you in a moment. Now Sasuke, this is how I want you to start climbing. Ooh 000 ooh. Look out, run away. Naruto yelled as he ran over anything and everything that got in his way. He was being chased through the village right now. And with most of the building built on water, he had to do plenty of running on it. Giant snake on the rampage. A person wearing a cloak stepped in his way. Get out of the way. Move. He didn't. Naruto bowled right into him and rolled a few feet. He jumped back up and started running again, not caring that the person was on his shoulder. What are you doing? Stop and put me down. Don't stop. Don't stop. Shinha was having the most fun he had in centuries. He should go when summoned by Anko more often, he decided. Naruto reached the end of the village and was back on dry land. He would have followed it, but Shinha was ahead of him now. He turned on a dime and ran along a brink path. I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die. He skidded to a halt. He was on the bridge and he just reached the end of it. Shit. He jumped off and started running as soon as he landed on the water. What the hell did you do to make it mad? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. What is there to believe about this whole thing? What's one more unbelievable fact? Naruto laughed. True, I can't swim but I can walk on water. So my sensei decided that I should try to hesitate less when doing it. So she's sick, a snake on you. Pretty much. By the way, I am Naruto and this is Nebi-chan, he motioned to the snake around his neck. You are nuts. Do you have any idea how dangerous that thing is? Any more dangerous than the one behind us? True, I am Hikari. Ooh 000 ooh. Shinha looked around. He was back in the village again. Everyone was just looking at him. Did you see someone with a fish on his back run by here? They shook their heads. He frowned. I hope he didn't run out of chakra while on the water. He slid off the planks and went looking for Naruto. No one moved for a moment. Then the two popped out of a barrel filled to the brim with water. Damn, I thought he would never leave, Hikari said. Naruto was just leaning his head against the rim. When they tried to get out, it fell over, dumping them on the walkway. That was close. Thanks for... Whoa, Hikari's hood had come down. His hair was the same color and shape as Irish kelp that fell below his shoulders and was in a ponytail. His skin looked like blue scales. His teeth were sharp and his eyes were that of a shark's. At the base of his neck were 5 gills. He noticed Naruto was staring and reached a webbed hand up to check his hood. He had spiny fins along his forearms that were tipped black. He wore a leather shirt and pants, both aqua green and blue. He scowled. You idiot. He stood up, ran to the water and dived in. Wait, Naruto called. He got up and ran after him. When finally he caught up to him, Hikari was walking up the shore to an old shack. Hikari, what did I do? What do you think? Do you have any idea how hard it was to be able to go in there even while cloaked? You wretched, pathetic human. There is no word foul enough for you. Hold on, Naruto said, stepping closer. Big mistake. Hikari balled his fist and punched him in the jaw. Naruto literally flew through the air and landed in the water. Get back up here so I can do that again. Naruto. Shit, I forgot. He jumped in after him and dragged him out. You better not need CPR because I'm not doing it. Naruto didn't say anything. He just reached a hand up and put his jaw back in place. Ouch, Naruto said. That was one hell of a right hook. I'm a fishman. What did you expect? Hikari said. A fishman. Like Arlong. Yeah. How did you know? Call me a fan, Naruto said as he was laid on the ground. Able to freely move from land to water. That must be cool. You would think so but it isn't, Hikari said as he started a fire. I'm lost out here, all alone. So it's kind of hard to get supplies when everyone thinks you're a sea monster. That what you were doing in town? Yeah, you're obviously not from around here if you haven't heard some story or other. Nope, I'm from Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. I bet it's nicer there. That made Naruto laugh. Something funny about that. Yeah, an inside joke. You called me human and meant it as an insult. Naruto sat up. People at home call me demon. Counting this one and not counting my godfather and close friends, I have been called human all of 3 times. Looks like we are both outcast. But you can still go get what you need. With my knife broken, I won't be able to hunt for a while. That what you were after? Yeah, here's my old one. He took out a knife and showed it to Naruto. It was rusty and time finally got to it. It had broken not an inch after the handle. Now you have to replace it. Oto, why me? You broke it, idiot. I can't just walk into town and go, hello, don't mind my appearance, I just need a knife. Who in their right mind would give a knife to a monster? Naruto didn't have a reply for that. It had actually taken him a week of constant searching to find a music store that would sell to him. I see your point. Here, he pulled a sheathed knife from inside his boot and gave it to him. Stainless steel, it won't rust like the old one. Hikari pulled it out and looked at it. It was a straight, thin, double-bladed knife with almost no wear on it. The first inch was serrated on both sides and 6 inches later it came to a point. This most cost a lot of money. Why give it to me? I don't use it, at least for anything besides cutting up an apple and such. Hikari groaned. I'll feel guilty if I just take it. You're staying here for lunch. And you better like sushi. He went inside and what sounded like a person getting a meal ready was heard. Naruto was worried. If that was his home, how bad was his cooking? Ooh. Now eat, Hikari said. Naruto was staring at it all with his mouth open. There was enough to feed 6 men. But then Hikari was a fishman. And Naruto was no pushover either. Even Nebi-chan looked at it all hungrily. I thought there was a food shortage. Only if you rely from across the sea, Hikari replied as he started eating. He really had no manners. Which suited Naruto just fine. He had no use for them himself. He dug in, stopping only long enough to tear a piece up and give it to Nebi-chan. When finally he finished, He fell over backwards and didn't move. Hikari poked him with a stick to see if he was alive. Why don't you sell fish to the village? Because I tried once but they chased me away. That was before I got that cloak. That is it, you are coming with me. Excuse me, Hikari said. Well, you are a great cook and obviously a decent hunter. And Tizuna's family isn't doing so well, so I think you should make a trade. You help with the food, they give you a place to live. Hikari shook his head. Never going to happen. They will chase me away. Then offer them something they can't refuse. He looked around and saw the bones of a rather large fish. One of those. You want me to hunt down a titanic tuna and just give it away? They hard to hunt. That was a baby and it took me an hour to pull it ashore even with my strength. Ah, but you didn't have Uzumaki Naruto with you, Naruto said. He picked up one of the bones and tested its strength. This was about as strong as his knife. He snapped it. I think we can handle a little old fish. Ooh 000 ooh. I think we can handle a little old fish, Hikari mocked. They both looked like they were through hell. But they had the tuna on their shoulders. What next? Want to play pin the tail on the sea lion? Or maybe try to ride a giant seahorse? Oh, I know. Have breakfast with a 8,000-pound mako shark. Okay, maybe it didn't go as well as I thought. But we got the fish. A smaller one than we first tried for. We still got it, Naruto said, not to be deterred. I was right, you are crazy. Why the hell am I even doing this? For a warm home and friends, Naruto said. Hikari settled for grumbling the rest of the way there. Hey Tizuna, Tsunami, brat, I got dinner. Hi Naruto. My father is, that is a big fish, Tsunami said as she walked out the door. Tizuna came a moment later. How on earth did you bag that monster? He meant the fish, Hikari, Naruto said behind him. I had some help. I was able to convince a new friend of mine to trade this to you in exchange of a decent place to live. Hikari was on the tail end of the fish and hidden from sight. He simply said hello. So, what do you think? Willing to make the trade? Like we'll turn down that down, Tizuna said. But Tsunami was thinking elsewhere. Doesn't he have a place? Just an old shack by the shore, Naruto told her. Then of course he can stay here. And without having to give us that fish. Oto, Tsunami, Nani, Hikari threw the fish down. We fought that thing 2.5 hours. 2.5, and all you had to do was just ask. Just ask. He had jumped in Naruto, knocking him to the ground, and shaking his head back and forth. If you feel that bad about it, we'll take the fish, Tizuna said. Tsunami, we are taking the fish. The boy needs the money, she insisted. We need the food. Now what is going on here? Enko said when she walked up with two very worn-out genin behind her. Naruto leaned his head back in the dirt. Oh, hi Enko-chan, Hinata-chan, Sasuke. Meet Hikari. He stood up, fully showing himself off. Hi, hello, they replied, as if they saw a fishman every day. They were ninja, the abnormal was normal. Tizuna and Tsunami gaped though. What is he? Tizuna asked. Only to get a fist to the head from Tsunami. Father, have better manners. Hikari, I will try to find you a room. She went inside. Naruto, take that fish into the kitchen, Enko ordered. Can he help you? He is stronger than I am. Hikari corrected. Sorry, she is stronger. OTO. What, just because I'm a girl, I have to like pink or something? Or wear a dress? She picked up the head and took it to the back of the house. Naruto just stared after her. She's not a fishman, she's a fish woman. What adobe, Sasuke said. Why me? Naruto was once again being chased by Shinja. For the simple fact that you go away from me, Shinja replied. I am one of the greatest hunters ever and you escaped me. Honor demands that you either do it again or I catch you and eat you. Actually it didn't, but Naruto didn't need to know that. No. He was running across the forest at this moment. And the hunter nin just appeared. Sorry, can't fight right now. I'll deal with you later. He jumped right over him. Haku watched him sail over him and scratched his head. He looked back the way he had come and started running himself. Every time I see you, Something bad always happen, he yelled to Naruto. Then run the other way, Naruto yelled. Not going to happen, Haku replied. I need that snake. You can have him, Naruto told him. I hope he eats you instead of me. The one around your neck. Sorry, you can't have Nebi-chan. I've grown kind of attached to her. Shinha wondered what was going on but just shook his head and went with it. They came to the water again and predictably, Naruto tried to stay along the shore. Only to find Shinha waiting for him and driving him out onto the water. You and that chibi wallet isn't getting away from me, Haku yelled. Hey, respect the lizard, Naruto yelled. Snakes are reptiles, not lizards, Shinha corrected. Whatever, both Haku and Naruto replied. Then Naruto began to laugh. And what is so funny about our situation? A song I was just thinking of, Naruto told him. Things are starting to accelerate into something, never stopping, always trouble bubbling. Now I think I'm getting dizzy, too much spinning, page by page the plot is thickening, quickening. It's getting too insane, I'm trying to maintain. Whoa, 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 whoa. You run around, I run around, we gonna run around. You run around, I run around, we all do a run around. Alright, Haku interrupted, no more singing, we have bigger concerns. Hey, you were the one that decided to chase me, Naruto pointed out. It is your fault, you have to put up with it. The two just made Shinha laugh aloud like he hadn't done since he shed his first skin. Ooh 000 ooh. Think he gave up? Naruto asked. Both him and the ninja were in a tree looking down. More than likely he is catching his breath for the moment, Haku replied. He glanced at the snake that was looking him up and down. My friend, it dying, just give me the snake. Not a chance, Naruto said. I can't just let you take Nebi-chan. Surrender and we will allow you to make the cure. But not otherwise, Naruto told him. Then it looks like we are at odds right now, Haku said. Sure does, Naruto replied. Both of their hands tightened around of the branch. Naruto threw a punch. Haku pushed it to the side and threw one himself. Spinning his arms, Naruto forced it off and opened him to a kick. Haku leaned back and avoided it. The kick hit the tree and broke the top half off. Though he couldn't see it under the mask, Haku was wide-eyed at that display of strength. He jumped back and pulled out shinbans. He started throwing them at Naruto, who pulled the Fukuhon off his back and blocked them with it. Odo fear. Haku didn't know what came over him, but he had to get away from him. He just had to. He had never been this afraid before. He tripped and a splinter of the broken tree was driven into his leg. And the fear was gone. A type of genjutsu, Haku realized. He pulled the thing out of his leg and threw it at Naruto, who wasn't expecting it. It took him in the shoulder and Haku jumped on him. His hand reached for the coral snake. But Nebi-chan didn't want to leave her favorite perch. She bit Haku on the right hand, injecting him with more venom than she even put in Zabuza. Hell, Haku said as he jumped back on reflex and fell from the tree. When he hit the ground, he tore his left sleeve off and used it to cut the circulation to his hand. Shit, looks like me and Zabuza-sama are in the same boat now. He looked up at Naruto and he was sure the false hunter Nin was glaring at him and Nebi-chan. Ooh 000 ooh. Haku looked up at Naruto and grinned. Before he turned and ran away. When he finally reached their hideout, he pulled off his shirt. His right arm was pressed to his side and a puppet arm was in his sleeve. This thing is annoying, but it worked. He grinned again as he took the special hand and looked at the poison collected inside it. Pure and undiluted, just what he needed. Thank you, Nebi-chan. As he started mixing up the anti-venom, he heard the sound of the most disgusting thing in his life. Getu, come any closer and I will find a use for this extra coral snake venom. So that is the hold up, the slug said. Zabuza get bitten by a snake. Ah, that is just too bad. Haku could hear the grin on his face. But you know, I guess that is all right. I really wasn't planning on sparing you two anyway. Haku spun, weapon in hand, ready to take his life. Only to feel the blades of his poor excuse of samurai stab him in the gut. We were hoping to be able to finish you off, the one with the eye patch said. But the boss decided to let you die like this. Not 20 feet from Zabuza but unable to help him. A real sadistic idea, the other said. They pulled their blades out of him, but one I like. Gato went in the room and came out a moment later, laughing. To see one of the greatest missing nin in that state, just priceless. Worth the money I lost over you. He was about to leave. Oh yeah, I still owe you for breaking my arm. Let's see. He lifted up his cane and tapped the veil of serum. This is what will save his life, isn't it? Don't. You dare. Touch that. Touch it. No, heaven forbid. He reached back with his cane and swung it like a club. He broke everything needed to make more, except the unused poison. Now, what to do with this? One of the most powerful poisons on earth. Why, I think I shall do what God intended of such things. To be used. Hold him down. The two grabbed Haku and forced him on the ground. Struggle though he might, he couldn't get free. Gato held it up to examine it. A beautiful gold color. You wouldn't think it could kill even an adult male. I wonder how long it will take for a child. He poured it, all of it, into Haku's stomach. Everyone close by could hear his screams. Ooh! Haku was both freezing and sweating. The bastards didn't even bother to search him. Why should they? The only weapons he had were needles. Haku took out the saring with Zabuza-sama's injection from his pouch. He had frozen most of the poison so this would keep him alive. For what, he didn't know. But at least then he could still do something. Pulling himself up after injecting himself with it, he grabbed a bottle from his cabinet. Sticking the needle in it, he put as much of it as he could inside. One of his men was left here to make sure they died. Haku wanted to scream with every step he took, but he still moved to the door. The bastard was sitting on their couch, eating their food, and with his back to Haku. Good. He only had one chance and that was all he needed. Moving up behind him, Haku pulled up his chin and drove the needle of hydrochloric acid into his neck and emptied it. His death was not quick nor easy. Haku watched in satisfaction as the acid ate the flesh of his neck and was carried away by his bloodstream. He could practically feel the man's body be destroyed from the inside out. His only regret was that it wasn't Gato. He couldn't take the time to make sure he got what he deserved though. Sealing what he could still use in a scroll, he emptied his med lab. Making another shot for Zabuza-sama, he gave it to him and picked him up. Looks like we are no longer at odds, Haku said as he began to drag him away, making sure to grab the Zanbatu as well. Ooh, Anko-chan, I'm begging you, not again, Naruto said to his sensei. Naruto-kun, are you still hesitating? He swallowed and looked at the stream. The term fish or cut bait came to mind. But when he saw what was beyond it, he forgot it. He saw Zabuza and the hunter nin without his mask coming to them. And the kid was bleeding all over himself. Is that offer still good? He collapsed and Naruto caught him. Ooh, this house is getting crowded, Tazuna said. Would you rather do without? Tsunami asked. She was preparing a new set of bandages for Haku. But what is Inari thinking? Tazuna asked his daughter. He has 4 ninja that he doesn't respect. A girl that is part shark. And now 2 ninja that tried to kill me are in our home. My son is stronger than that, she told him. He won't let this get him down. What they didn't know was that Inari was listening. Just wait, I know that he will overcome this depression. With those 3 as examples. But do you honestly think that is all it takes? Good examples? He shook his head. He still remembered that last one that tried to inspire by example. Well, take a look. You said it yourself. There is a girl here that everyone thought was a sea monster and we, along with a good portion of the village, has enough food to last until your bridge is finished. And because of a single act of kindness, the 2 biggest threats to your life is here instead of out there wanting to kill you. He will see that Anko and her students are good people and in so many ways already heroes. But heroes die, Inari said to her. Tsunami shook her head. Not always, honey. Wait and see, those 4 are not going to die so easily. Father, Anko said that tomorrow, you can get back to work. They want to draw Gato out so they can end this. He nodded, about time. Ooh, Haku groaned. You are wrapping them too tight, he muttered. Sorry, I'm not the best at this. His face scrunched up in concentration. I don't recognize that voice. Who are you? My name is Hikari. Naruto and the others have all gone down to protect Tazuna while he is working. Haku tried to sit up, but what if he attacks while they are? She easily pushed him back down, and not because of her strength. You two are here, and if nothing else, I am here. But, open your eyes, Haku. He did and stared at her. I am scary enough to keep anyone away. Now go to sleep. Just because Anko-san was able to give you a serum, doesn't mean you don't need to rest. Haku nodded and closed his eyes. Soon, his breathing returned to the rhythmic pace that came with sleep. Well now, Tsunami said from the door. You aren't so rough around the edges after all. P.F. If he had gotten up, he would have torn open his bandages, and as I am the one watching them, I would have had to sew them back up. Just saving myself the trouble. I don't care one way or another about you humans. Right, Tsunami replied, drawing it out. Oh, Naruto, Sasuke. You're back early. Hikari smiled as she stood to see her friends. Before turning her glare on a giggling Tsunami. My hearing is far better than yours could ever be. I knew they weren't here, she lied. Tsunami poked her on the chest. You may be physically stronger than me, but I will always win. She had a knowing smile on her face. Accept it, make it your own, because you will never change it. A woman just knows these things after all. Now how about we go get dinner ready? I hate you, really I do. Ooh. Naruto found himself chanting something he never thought he would say. Sushi, 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 sushi. He was glad to say that Titanic tuna was going to good use. Wasabi sauce and even sweet and sour pork. He had to force himself not to dive on all of it. Must use manners. Must use manners. Hikari sighed. She had been expecting this. I already got a tray ready for you and set it outside. Also with a bowl of ramen. Tsunami told me you asked for one when you got here. You can go eat anytime you want. There was an yellow and blue blur. Where'd he go? Sasuke rolled his eyes and turned to Hinata. So, this is who you want to spend the rest of your life with? Hinata was silent for a moment before she started giggling. She knew that Sasuke and Naruto were best friends and they teased each other constantly. She would have it no other way. Well, he could use a little polishing. Oh, that reminds me, Hikari said. She walked outside and saw Naruto. May I see Fukuhone? Here, he said with his mouth almost overflowing with food. Careful, she is sharp along this side. Thought so. Do you know much about this guitar? Not about her origins, Naruto confessed. The bones of a north blue shark called the Yasha Sakana. The only ones that have bones. A deep sea shark that has red glowing stripes along its sides just before it strikes. They sink when they die so they never reach shore. Mean? They aren't called the female demon fish for nothing. The males are barely a foot long. The females can get 20 feet long, several thousand pounds, and a real nasty temper. Quote. So why are you telling me this? Who do you think fought one of these down and turned it into an instrument? It was either merfolk or fishman. And merfolk are far too much of pacifists to do that. So your people made that? Yeah. A lost art that is said to only exist still from the smallest tribe of us in the world. They're supposed to be close to the end of a place called the Grand Line. I know about that, Naruto said cheerfully. Gold Rogers hid his treasure One Piece somewhere and most everyone believes it is at the end as well. She smiled. My, aren't you the knowledgeable one? Well, how about this? They gave this a soul. Just like a sword called Samahata. Both of these are very much alive. Though, normally, they won't let anyone but a fishman wield them. Do you realize the honor you have in being able to play her? A little. But how did she get to that music store? The former owner is probably part fishman himself. You can breed with human? Yeah, technically I could. Not going to happen though. Never, never, never. Oh, for a moment, I was starting to get afraid you had a crush on me, Naruto replied. After all, Hinata-chan is my. A fist hit his head. You would have a problem with me being your girlfriend. No. Hinata-chan is my girlfriend, Naruto told her from the ground. Oh, oops. She went back inside. She is one scary woman. I pity whoever she marries. Ooh. Zabuza finally stood up. It took a week but he was strong enough to do that now. He was plenty mad when Haku told him about Gatu's betrayal. And he wanted to run after him and take his head from his shoulders but he couldn't do it. Couldn't do it no either. He couldn't even lift the Zanbatsu. Lay back down, a commanding voice scolded him. He turned around and saw the girl that Haku described. I am leaving. Not right now, Hikari told him. If you so much as even glance at your sword, I will take it from you and turn it into my cooking knife. Zabuza deliberately looked at the Zanbatu. Fine. She forced him back in his bed, picked up the Zanbatu with one hand, and headed for the door, scaring Zabuza. Wait, I'll behave, better, she said. She leaned it against the wall. Nice sword. One of a kind, he told her. Wouldn't hurt to take it to a blacksmith though, she said, for basic upkeep. You're a nurse, nanny, cook, and a blacksmith? She frowned. I know something about making things. She walked away. Women, always mad that men say something wrong, even when we don't know what it was. He sighed. Damn it. I wish I at least had a book. Shut up already, Hikari yelled, throwing one at his head. Ooh! What sounded like someone chewing their tongue and someone else muttering, Byakugan could be heard from the end of the bridge each day since work resumed. The mist always kept the people doing it hidden, but some went so far as to say it was ghost, as even those on the bridge never saw them. Of course, Hikari did. How could she not see them when they were hanging on the underside of the bridge and she was hunting clams that attached themselves to the bridge legs? She took the long way back to Tsunami's home so she could avoid the village. She didn't want to test it if they would welcome her. I'm back, she said as she walked in. I got some clams. Maybe I'll get lucky and find a pearl. She placed the bag on the counter of the kitchen. Tsunami. Her ears twitched and she ducked. A sword that would have taken her head off flew over her. Years of being ambushed made her grab her knife and stab what attacked her. It was a samurai with an eye patch. He let out a roar of pain even as Hikari let it go and crossed both arms over his neck. His roar turned into a gurgle as blood came from his torn open throat. The spines on her arms were covered in blood. She grabbed her knife and went to check the rest of the house. Haku and Zabuza were fine. But she couldn't find Inari or Tsunami. Tsunami. Let my mom go. Shut up, brat, or I am going to kill you. The voices came from outside. Waraji, did you kill that girl yet? I said let her go. Hikari got there just in time to see Inari charge the man with a kitchen knife. The man just laughed as he raised his sword to kill him and a gagged Tsunami screamed. The glass broke and the man dropped his sword and grabbed his throat. A stiletto had blossomed in it. Inari no longer had his knife, Hikari did. She let out a battle cry, with her eyes narrow slits and drunk with rage, before swinging it down and taking off the air that had held Tsunami. She dropped it and tackled him into the ocean. Blood spread out from that spot as the water was thrashed and tossed about. Then it was calm. Hikari rose from the water, her knife in her hand and blood coming from her mouth. She walked over to them and cut Tsunami free. She said nothing as she went and grabbed Zabuza's Zanbatu. If they attacked here, then they attacked the bridge. Ooh! How many of them are there? Sasuke yelled. He had ran out of chakra long ago. Naruto used the whale again and again. But for some reason, they just got back up and kept fighting. Even Hinata and her Juken style were not working. The only thing that really did work was totally beating them down, and for that, Anko and Naruto's clones were doing the best. They had come without warning aboard ships. They climbed up onto the end of the bridge and started attacking anything that moved. The workers and Tazuna quickly fell back behind the ninja. The most disturbing fact about these men was how they smelled of the dead in the sea. Anko bit her thumb and pressed the blood to her palm. Summoning no jutsu. Soon Ku appeared under her. Sick, Anko told him. The anaconda began to crush them between her coils, but the assistance didn't help the odds at all. Stop, a voice said. Every single one of the bandits stopped and looked to the end of the bridge. A man with a mask and a short man with a cast on his arm walked up. Gatu grinned. You have fought better than I expected. Honestly, I thought the dead man could handle you alone. But I see you are stronger than that. So how about this? I let you live and hey, I'll even let the workers live. But in exchange you 4 work for me and Tazuna dies. Tazuna looked afraid for a moment. But just a moment. Naruto pulled the Fuka-hone from his back. He had found out quickly that genjutsu did not work on these guys. And it felt disrespectful to just swing her around like a club. But he did promise. Not a chance in hell. We swore our life to protect him, and I'm not going to let some stuck-up ass change that. Are you sure? You see, I sent my personal guards to get Tazuna's lovely daughter. They are probably heading here right now, eager to cut her perfect skin. Surely, you do not want his grandson to grow up without his mother or grandfather? You lie, Tazuna shouted. Nope, Gato said with a grin. They were heading there as soon as you were spotted here. Sasuke began to grin then laugh. I feel sorry for those two. Even Hinata giggled somewhat. I hope they were not hurt too bad. What are you talking about? All of you are here, Gato said. Yes, we are here, Anko told him. But we picked up a few odd ones. All three. Genen's sweat dropped at her calling anyone odd. You even know of two of them. What were their names again? Zaku, Dosu, Haku, that was it. Haku and Hinata. Who is the other one? She smiled. I believe his name is something like Zabuza, Anko-sensei. Gato scowled. Can't he even die right? No, Sasuke said. And as long as Hikari is there, 2, 10, maybe even 20 swordsmen are not likely to be of much use. My, it sounds like you are growing fond of her, Sasuke, Naruto teased. P.F. As if. I merely respect her strength and skill with knives. He sounds like he is telling the truth. Naruto began to laugh like he heard the funniest joke in the world. Hey, imagine how your fangirls will take it if they saw you dating her. The man in the featureless mask just sighed. He had once again been completely disregarded. I am the dead man, Yenma. These bodies are exactly that, men and women that died at sea. They have no mind and will give no quarter. Your only chance of survival is to surrender now. Just wondering, Anko asked when she turned to him. What if he betrays you as well? I have all that planned. Now, please surrender. Ooh, a man with manners, Anko said. If I wasn't taken, I might have to make you mine. But to answer you, no we won't. That is too bad, Yenma said. His hands came into a seal and his zombies came back to life. Ada. Something jumped out of the water below and onto the bridge, cutting several of the undead down. Hikari stood there with the Zanbatsu. But her normally silver eyes were now bloodshot. The muscles in her arms strained against her skin. In the hand she wasn't wielding the Zanbatsu with was dagger. She looked at those around her and they all felt a chill. Oh shit, Tazuna said. What? Everyone asked. She is part shark. And unless that is ketchup staining her blouse, she has gotten a taste of blood recently. Naruto swallowed. Meaning she is in a bloodthirst? She began to cut the monsters down with wild swings of her weapons. She almost got Anko. I guess that is a yes. She was heading in the direction of Gato and Yenma. Do something, Gato yelled. I am paying you a fortune to kill them. Precisely, them. Of course, I also noticed that you didn't call those men you brought with you. Did you plan them for something? I will pay you whatever. Gato didn't get to finish. Both he and Yenma were both cut down by Hikari. As one the dead fell to the ground. But there was still a problem. Hikari didn't seem satisfied. She looked around for more and her eyes settled on Naruto. Oh no, auto bliss. Her eyes returned to normal as she stumbled and fell. The Zanbatsu slid along the ground only to stop when Sasuke put his foot on it. Hikari, you okay? She was smiling. I haven't felt this good since I was little more than an infant. Glad I was some use today, Naruto said. Everyone's eyes snapped up when one of the corpses started to move. It stood up and looked at them with a face that was obviously dead. It moaned once before taking a cloth and raising it to his face. After 10 seconds, he dropped his hand, revealing a smiling 20-year-old with dark blonde hair, blue eyes, and a horizontal scar on his forehead. He wasn't even a ninja. Not quite how I planned it, but it worked. You, young lady, are strong. That was my strongest puppet. He stretched. Told you I had it all planned out. Gentlemen, if you would please. The bodies got up again and went down into the ships. Good news all around. I get my money, you keep your lives. By the way, my real name is Robert. He turned to the ships as the screams started. I wouldn't even use them for a puppet, Robert said offhand. He held out a hand and one of the zombies placed his mask in his hand. He replaced it and went down to his ship. They watched him go, and waited for several minutes. All the bodies that could move were gone. That was just creepy, Tazuna stated. Why was he even here? To fill the spot of the betrayed, Anko said. Not many do, so the money is good if you do it right. Naruto, make a clone and get her back to the house. Of course, Anko-chan. The bridge was complete and the 6 ninja were at the end, ready to leave. I still can't believe it, Naruto said, ruffling Inari's hair. The biggest emo I know being the hero. Took on a samurai by yourself and lived to tell the story, and with a kitchen knife. It wasn't that big a deal, Inari said. Hikari did save us in the end. Yeah, where is Hikari? Naruto asked, looking around. He didn't even notice the girl in a white dress and her green hair let loose, growing angry and making a fist. All he did notice was that fist connecting with his head. You idiot, grow up, Hikari yelled at him. Ah, I recognize her now, Naruto said from the ground. I know that right hook anywhere. Get up, she said as she grabbed his hand and pulled. Now you better come back and visit. I don't know, will it be safe? That got a knee to his gut, he just shrugged it off. We'll visit, Hinata said. UW, won't be able to keep us away. That is. If the Dobi can keep his mouth shut long enough to leave alive, Sasuke said, a slight smile on his face. Before Naruto could say another thing to get hit for, Sasuke clamped his hand over his mouth. No offense about trying to kill you, Zabuza said to Tazuna. Part of the job and all. No problem. I just hope to never meet you again, no offense. Perfectly understandable, Zabuza replied. Saying their goodbyes, they started walking. Naruto finally got free of Sasuke. Anyway, he called back, we won't be able to visit for a while. We're going to the Grand Line. Grand Line, one of the people gathered there asked. Another replied, never heard of it. It is a belt of islands along the equator, Hikari told them. Then she blinked a few times. He's going to the Grand Line. What? She ran back to their home. So, what are we going to name this bridge? Another person asked. Tazuna rubbed his chin. This is a hero's bridge. Lives fought and lives lost for it. As well as it being the hope of our country. He nodded as he decided. In honor of the ninjas Anko, Hinata, Sasuke, and Naruto. The hero's bridge. A good name, Tsunami said with a nod. She was startled when Hikari jumped over the crowd, once again wearing her hunting clothes, with several knives strapped to her person, a pack on her back, and a spear in her right hand. Where are you going? Thanks for letting me stay, Tsunami-san. But I'm going with Naruto, I'm going home, she called back with a wave. Ooh, you know, it almost seemed like you were hitting on her, Sasuke said to Naruto. Nah, she is far too insane for me, but I still think she would be a good match for you, Naruto said with grin. He jumped back as a person drove a spear in the ground a step ahead of him. I heard that, Hikari warned. Come on. I waited until we were a mile away to say it, Naruto yelled. Why are you here? Anko asked. You are going to the Grand Line. I am going with you, she said, pulling the spear from the ground. I don't care what I have to do, I will go. All right, Naruto said. I'm glad you approve, Naruto-kun. But shouldn't you be asking me if I will allow her to come with? Otto. I actually didn't think you would mind, he said as he scratched the back of his head. Anko sighed. So, why do you want to go there? I was born on the Grand Line. I was caught by one of the unpredictable currents and taken to North. Hate to tell you this, but as I have been there, you need me. Zabuza grinned under his bandages. She has a point. Of course, there is a way to keep her from going. She turned to him and crossed her arms. And that would be? Easy. Tie you up and take you back, Zabuza said, taking a rope from his pouch. Naruto covered his face. This was not going to be pretty. The sounds of a struggle reached his ears along with several jaws hitting the ground. He moved his hands to see Zabuza hog tied with Hikari sitting on him. She even had a piece in his mouth for a gag. Any more takers? You are all strong, especially Naruto. But I am stronger, and you will need that and what I know at the Grand Line. You really don't have a choice. Plus, with me hunting for food, you will have more room for water and fruits. Naruto looked at Anko expectantly. While being able to seal things in scrolls does counter her argument, I have to agree with her. And are you an expert in ocean travel? Anko countered. She did not expect the answer. Yes. I have read more books about it than I can remember the title of. The weather will change in minutes. There will be sun, blizzard, drought, rains to cause floods if we were on land. And all within the same day. Not to mention scurvy, sickness, and other things that can be helped just by being able to get a few common items on the seafloor but obviously hard to get on land. Anko frowned. The Hokage decides. Naruto smiled in victory. You are all but aboard, Hikari. Not long later, Hinata tripped. She tried to get up but her ankle gave out. Hey, hold up, Naruto said as he crouched down. You okay, Hinata-chan? She nodded. Just twisted my ankle. See, can you help me up? I can do better than that. He lifted her up and placed her on his back. I don't mind carrying you, Hinata-chan. He said with a smile at how she blushed. He really thought she looked cuter when she did. But Hinata wasn't blushing because of how close she was to Naruto-kun. Or rather, not fully. She was blushing because her plan had actually worked. Naruto felt Hinata slump forward and looked up at her. Otto? Ooh. A man with silver hair and shoulder pads watched the video again and again. Hiyashi was able to keep the powers of his fruit under control for much longer than any other. One would ask why. He had discovered that these ninja, as they were called, used something called chakra. He had no doubt that was what caused it. With a grin, he stood and went to find another. Too bad they were only from the West Blue. Deidara, do you fear death? Ooh. Jiraiya shook hands with the captain. A pleasure doing business with you. The scarred man just grinned a mile-wide smile. Glad to do it. Too bad I am really going to get it from my navigator for scoffing at her when she said we will get some great things here. Those scrolls of yours about emptied our storage hold. Our only worries now is if they get wet and the items unseal. Yugito nodded. That will either cause it to burst or get so heavy it will sink. So, are you really so powerful? He grinned even wider. Yeah, I may not be a dumb kid anymore but I am still unbeatable. When can we leave? Supplies will be finished being gathered by the end of the week. You and her keep sealing them and we'll be done even sooner. He adjusted his hat. Jiraiya grinned as well. Then I will send for the rest of our people that is going. The first mate slammed down his mug. Don't really care for the taste of you drink here, sake. I think I must prefer grog. Ooh. Sasuke never felt so many hateful stares come his way before. And they weren't even directed at him. They were all to Hikari. The worst of it. It was only coming from girls around his age. She got there and, while there were stares, no one really wondered twice about her. But his fangirls. Naruto had been right. Thanks again, Sasuke. It is fine. It actually makes sense. You being part fish, it is obvious that you need a lot of water. When I am older, I won't need it as much as my body will make better use of the water it has. But for now, I literally need to spend my days soaking. I don't mind, Sasuke said again. I've been wondering, why does no one think twice about me? I figure they believe you just have a bloodline trait, wouldn't be the first to look odd for it. Hikari nodded as they came to the hot springs. She could still feel the girl's glares. You change over as well. There is something I want to talk to you about while we are in there. Ooh, alright, now what is it? Sasuke said over the wall. I am tired of those twits. How do you put up with them? He sighed. Naruto normally runs interference before they get to bad, and Hinata had it bad for Naruto. He was the only one that didn't know it. They didn't care about her. But you are a new girl with a strongly present bloodline. Even if you weren't easy on the eyes, you will find guys lining up to date you. Just for abilities like Naruto has. Yeah. The truth is, having a bloodline is power in Konoha. Our village has the most out of all the hidden villages. Hikari sighed. This is going to be so troublesome. A friend of Naruto's, and mine, says the same thing all the time. Hikari snapped her fingers. Then we need to make them believe we are taken. Sasuke arched an eyebrow. How? Make them think I have a boyfriend and you a girlfriend. But who? Are you suggesting we act like we are together to not only make them mad, also make them stop? He could hear the laughter in her voice when she answered yes. All right, I'm in. But no going farther than holding hands. When they finished, they walked back to her temporary apartment, testing her plan. Many girls screamed in fury, cried tears of sadness, and had fits of rage. While most guys simply shrugged and grumbled about Uchiha get all the luck. Like it's a family bloodline. When they got there, they saw a laughing Naruto. Told you. Ooh, Team Enko, Zabuza and Haku, and Hikari walked into the port town that Jiraiya waited in. His message said the ship was at that dock, Enko said. Naruto froze when he saw the figurehead. It was that of a lion that looked more like the sun. No way. Is that the Thousand Sunny? Sure is, a voice said behind them. Naruto spun around to see a green-headed man. He wore a sash and on his left ear was an ear ring with 3 things of gold that dangled from it. And, most importantly, were 3 swords at his waist. R.O. R.O. Roronoa Zoro. Naruto was jumping all around him. I can't believe it. The greatest swordsman ever to sail the Grand Line or the East Blue. Here is our country. These are the swords that defeated Mihawk. That is it, isn't it? The sword that once belonged to a friend of yours. Whoa, calm down now, Zoro said. From your reaction, you must be Naruto. Your godfather told me you would do that. Yeah. I was told stories of your adventures since I was little. Something seemed to dawn on him. This means Monkey D. Luffy is here. He ran off. Tony Chopper. Usopp. Sanji. Nami. Nico Robin. Frankie. And Brook. He grinned at that one. Time to test his violin to my Fuka-hone. Naruto stopped running. But I don't know where they are. He sat down cross-legged on the floor. Sanji and Jiraiya will probably be together. Maybe Brook as well. Frankie will be looking for upgrades. If Uncle wasn't exaggerating. Usopp or Sogeking will be getting new supplies for weapons. Zoro is back with the ship. Chopper might be getting more medical supplies. Not many archaeologists dig site around here, so I can't say. And Nami. A woman bumped into him. Oh, I'm sorry, she said before trying to walk off, but Naruto grabbed her arm. And Nami is right here, doing the thing she does best, next to drawing maps, he said with a grin. Too bad I noticed you lifting my wallet. I did not. Naruto grinned before pulling his hand. The ninja wire attached to it pulled it from behind her, back into his hand. Now how did that get there? Oh, I'm sure Gama-chan just hopped over on his own. What do you think, Nebi-chan? The snake lifted her head and fed her tongue at Nami. But of course, we aren't here to hurt her. Or even get mad about the wallet. After, no one can hurt you without getting your captain mad at them. Hey Nami. What are you doing here? A person with a straw hat walked up to them. He had a scar under his right eye. She was heading to the Thousand Sunny with chart of the sea back to the Red Line and I caught her. Luffy, I am Uzumaki Naruto. And I'm going with you to the Grand Line. Luffy just began to laugh. Ooh. Hikari and Naruto pulled up the anchors and gave Usopp the thumbs up. The ship set sail to on the adventure that Naruto has always wanted. After a bit, he became aware that a set of eyes were watching him. He turned and smiled. Yes, Brook-san. Jiraiya said you play a fair hand with the guitar. And every other instrument. Brook nodded, and that you also use them in combat. I do. Duel me. You toss down the gauntlet, so I choose the weapons and terms. He took out a scroll and unrolled it. It was over 4 feet of sealed instruments. He took out a banjo. Dueling banjos. Of course, if you don't know it. Brook took the instrument offered and tuned it. You do a good job with upkeeping this. Thank you, Naruto said. He took Fuka-hone off his back. I must look like the living version of you. I looked better, Brook said with a laugh. Naruto strummed his guitar first and Brook followed on his banjo. He hit the 3-note and again he followed perfectly. They got through the opening with no problem. And Naruto grinned as he jumped the pace up tenfold. And Brook kept pace. So Naruto started double tuning, meaning he hit the note twice in the same instant. Brook took it to triple. It was a duel of epic proportions, but like all good things, it came to an end. Both of them had been looking each other in the eyes so they didn't notice that their instruments were very hot. Yo. Do it again, Luffy cheered. By pianos this time, Brook challenged. I use Fuka-hone. Not that it will matter. He fed a string and it made a piano string of the same note. Both Fuka-hone and I have been waiting for a chance like this. But I got one better. Shiver my timbers, shiver my soul, yo-ho heave-ho. There are men whose hearts are as black as coal. Yo-ho heave-ho. And they sail their ship across the ocean blue. A bloodthirsty captain and a cutthroat crew. It's as dark a tale as was ever told of the lust for treasure and the love of gold. Brook picked it up there. Shiver my timbers, shiver my sides, yo-ho heave ho. There are hungers as strong as the winds and tides. Yo-ho heave ho. And those buccaneers drown their sins in rum. The devil himself would have to call them scum. Any man aboard would have killed his mate for a bag of guineas or a piece of eight. Piece of eight, a piece of eight, a piece of eight. 5, 6, 7, 8. Hulla waka something not right. Many wicked icky things gonna happen tonight. Hulla waka sailor man beware. When da money in the ground deers murder in da air. Murder in da air. One more time now. Shiver my timbers, shiver my bones, yo-oh heave ho. There are secrets that sleep with old Davy Jones. Yo-oh heave ho. When the mainsail's set and the anchor's weighed, there's no turning back from any course that's laid. And when greed and villainy sail the sea, you can bet your boots there'll be treachery. Shiver my timbers, shiver my sails. Dead men tell no tales. Most of the crew laughed at that song. It couldn't have been farther from the truth for them. I bet you've been wanting to say a line like that third one forever, Brooks, Zoro said. Yeah, I kind of have, he said, scratching his afro. All right, you're good, he admitted to Naruto. I expected no less from a man that spent 50 years practicing everything he could, Naruto replied. Yugito came up, smiling at him. Nice one, Naruto-kun. Hi, Yugito-chan. I see you are taking to the sea well. She shrugged. A tiger is also a cat and they swim all the time. Seems you were busy without me. A little, Naruto said with a grin. Ever been chased by a giant snake that tried to eat you? Can't say I have. I can. All part of training. Yugito shook her head. Your sensei is insane. You know, I said that same thing when I first met her. He suddenly felt this feeling of dread and decided to retract that remark. But, honestly, I would have her no other way. A kunai touched his cheek. And here, Enko said, ing his cheek, I thought I was going to have to hurt you. So, crazy, does it for you, Naruto shivered. Not like you mean, he told her. But you are one of my good friends. And things are never boring around you. Enko was satisfied with that answer and let him go. When she had her back to him, he did a full body shiver. Naruto-kun, are you all right? Hinata asked, coming up. Naruto smiled. I'm fine. Just Enko-chan being Enko-chan. By the way, this is my friend Yugito. A pleasure, she said. Ni Yugito, formerly of the Lightning Country. She saw Hinata stiffen and smiled much like a cat did. Problem? She asked innocently. No, why? Yugito-san. IJ, just H, had a B, bad X, experience W, with CL, Cloud Ninja once. Naruto frowned. Yugito, stop being mean to Hinata. I know you know about it. Oh, you ruined my fun, Yugito said, pouting a little. But then she grew serious. Hyuga-san, on behalf of the current Raikage, I apologize for the actions of the third Raikage. What he did was not looked kindly on before he did, and after he tried and failed, he was forcibly removed. I know this will not begin to compensate you for the loss of your uncle. How did you know? Hinata asked, stunned right out of stuttering. No one, not even the Hokage, knows that it was my uncle that was sent. Yugito chose not to answer, and Naruto looked away himself. He had an idea since she was keeping quiet. The same thing he had not found the courage to tell her. Otto. Sogeking, are those the same trees from the Marigo? Yes, those are the Mikan trees from Nami's home village, Sogeking told them. Naruto nodded, smiling. He had a great hand at taking care of plants. Maybe when I get my own ship, I will have a ramen tree on it. Anyo. Naruto, there is no such thing as a ramen tree. 1. It is only a dream, so why not? 2. We are out to get rid of a fake devil tree that made a fruit that drove man insane while giving him the ability to control fire. Why not? Sogeking laughed. I have seen many weird things while sailing the ocean. I have seen a creature called a cocoa fox, half chicken. Seeing a tree that grew ramen would not be all that odd. He went up to the main mast and took the crow's nest. Oh well, Naruto-kun, let's go fishing, Yugito said. I asked Luffy and he said as long as we tie off, we can go in. I can't swim, Naruto said even as Yugito grabbed a few ropes. No worries, just hold your breath, Yugito said as she tied it around his waist. No, you don't understand, Yugito. If I go underwater, I could die, he yelled as he pushed her off. But that doesn't make sense, Yugito said. Naruto has a keke genkai, Sasuke said from where he was sitting. He can control sounds, but it made his body unfloatable. Either that or his head is too dense. She cast a sidelong look to Naruto. That certainly sounded familiar. Like a person that ate a devil fruit, Yugito said. Yeah, just like it. Odd, no, Naruto said, not sounding the least bit nervous. But I know why. Along with my more noticeable skills, my muscles are extremely strong. They're denser than a normal person's size sink. Now Yugito has many skills in her arsenal. One of them being that she instinctively knew when someone lied to her. The only drawbacks were that if the person spoke truthfully but what he had been told was a lie, or if they had been speaking the lie for so long, it had all but become fact to them. Right now, she could tell he wasn't lying, so she backed off. I'm sorry to hear that. Swimming is so fun, I know, it used to be my favorite thing to do before it activated. But I would drown now. I wonder, Yugito thought as an idea struck her. But she would have to test it later. Well, I guess we can use poles. I'll be right back. Hinata, can you help me look? Yes, sure. They went below decks and started going through scrolls. He is kind of cute, Yugito said offhand. Sasuke-kun, Hinata asked. He is the most popular boy around our age at our village. But Yugito shook her head. Not him, Naruto. I actually owe him for being free right now. I left my village because I was tired of my treatment. I was making my way to a port to escape it and had stopped at a tavern to get something to eat. And Naruto was there playing. Really? Hinata asked, very interested. Naruto-kun didn't tell me, but then, he didn't even tell me that he can't swim until our last mission. Everyone has their secrets, Hinata. We have secrets we don't dare tell others. And being that Naruto is an orphan, I doubt he had the needed people that he could just go up to and talk with. Hinata nodded. Anyway, he was playing. Yeah, he was singing and spotted me as a shinobi even though I wasn't wearing my headband. He came up and talked to me and we spoke for a bit. Then these hooded men entered. He ceded his tongue and somehow knew they were hunter nin. She smiled and blushed a little. Now this part stays between you and me. He only did it to hide my face from them, but I still liked it. She leaned over eagerly to her. He kissed me full on the lips. I know he was just doing it to hide me from them, but I couldn't help but for a moment pretending that he did it because he cared for me. Hinata looked destroyed. She was so heartbroken that she began to cry. Hey, what happened? Yugito asked worriedly. I love Naruto-kun. And he kissed you. Whoa, you care for him as well. Don't I just feel like I'm sorry, I thought it would be nice to just talk like a normal person does. I guess I shouldn't. She began going through the scrolls again, too guilty to look at her. From the door, Hikari shook her head and walked away, still not noticed. Do you really care for him? Hinata asked, her head hung low. You aren't thinking about giving up on him, are you? No, I won't let you. I was hoping that maybe I can make friends with you, Sasuke, Haku, and Hikari. And I won't do something if it ruins that chance. Please, just answer. I do, but it isn't really much. Just at first I was grateful that he saved me from those nins. And later, Jiraiya did nothing but talk about how proud he is of him. He is incredible, Hinata said, looking up and drying away a few tears. I will tell you what. If you can take him, he is yours. But not only am I trying as well, I already know he likes me back. Yugito grinned. For a moment, you had the look of a huntress about you. Fine, I accept your challenge. On the condition that we stay friends. He may be cute, but I won't let him come between a friendship. She stuck out her hand. Deal? Hinata nodded and grasped her hand. Deal. She stood up and ran back to the deck, 2 fishing poles in hand. No fair. Yugito cried out. She unsealed another from the one the scroll Hinata got hers and started after her. She had only taken a step when she noticed something else on the scroll. She grinned and headed back to it. Ooh, Naruto-kun, Hinata said when she got back. How about fishing with me instead? He smiled. He looked around and saw Yugito didn't follow, so he turned back to Hinata. Sure. Do you have the bait? Hinata's face fell slack. Bait. So that the fish will bite the hooks, Naruto supplied. Without bait, all the hooks will do is rust. I got some, Yugito said, holding up her own pole and a tackle box. There should be another inside the same scroll, Hinata. Just go grab it and you can join us. This one is too small to share. No it isn't, Naruto said. He took it and pulled down the buckle. He then pulled on the top shelves and it went up and extended outwards, showing more than enough bait for 10 people. See, we all can fish. Naruto smiled happily at them. While both hung their heads, their plans undone by this blonde unknowingly to him. Otto, something wrong? No, they both said. Ooh. Up on the bridge, Jiraiya just chuckled at his godson. Even Zabuza beside him laughed. Yugito, 1. Hinata, 1. Naruto, 2, the demon of the mist said. I have never seen plans shot down with so much ease before, and yet, he doesn't even know. Haku grinned at the two blondes and the indigo head. This promises to be one fun trip. Oh, it is now, Robin said. Just wait until we get to the Grand Line. Then you will be so busy you won't even notice them. Ah, but I noticed something else, Sanji said. He pointed to where Sasuke and Hikari were coiling a rope. She leaves, comes right back. They barely say 2 words to each other but are most comfortable together. He took his dying cigarette from his mouth and used it to light another. The oddest couple I have ever heard of. Chopper nodded his head. Of the crew, he had changed the most. He wasn't a child anymore and it showed. He was almost as tall as Nami in his hybrid form. And his human form was near 9 feet tall. This ship is turning into the Love Boat, he said. Nami laughed at his statement. Ah, our little Chopper wishing to find someone special himself. Or maybe you will take the one Naruto doesn't want. Too young for me, Chopper replied. Besides, honestly, who would like a talking reindeer like that? Zoro hit him on the head. Don't even go into one of those moods right now. And besides, it's your own fault that you won't let people close to you. Remember that girl at Yarukaman Grove? Akari, Sanji said. And there was Angel Island, Nami reminded. Even I can name one, Dr. San, Robin said. Chopper hung his head in defeat. Okay, you got me. It just feels odd, meeting new people, always had. He grinned as he looked up. Remember when I met you guys? Who could forget, Luffy said with a grin just as big. He opened the door. Mr. Uzumaki, name the heading. Naruto snapped his head to Luffy. Then he looked around as if he hadn't heard him right, and pointed at his chest. Of course you. Name the heading and we will head there. Naruto grinned. With a look up at the sun to get his bearings, he remembered all the sea charts he memorized, and pointed to the distant reverse mountain. Set sail for the Grand Line. It is time to move, Pain said. Itachi, Kisame, find the 9-tailed fox. He has set sail to your homeland, Kisame. The fishman grinned. That will make it all the more easy. Looks like Konoha's song is about to be silenced. Itachi said nothing. But his hand felt the old mask under his cloak before he turned and headed to the closest port. Only 2 ways to get to Kisame's homeland, through Reverse Mountain or the Calm Belt. And Kisame would insist the Calm Belt to make up the time lost to their head start. Sasori, you go with them. Both Kisame and Itachi stopped and looked back at him. The one tail is heading after them. It will be hard to do without a partner, Sasori replied. That is why you are going with Itachi, Kisame, and Kakuzu. Kakuzu is coming as well, Kisame said with a frown. Yes. Because the 2 tails sails with the 9, Pain explained. What next? Kisame asked. They going to keep the 3 tails as a pet? Pain didn't answer. Holy shit. Don't tell me he is involved as well. Isanade moves in a pattern, Kohan said to them. This year in his 24-year cycle, he passes through the equator. The 12-year calamity, Kisame said with a sigh. Why am I surprised? So we got 2 people that have yet to get partners coming with. By the way, what happened to those 2 you wanted? Both Deidara and Hidan have vanished, Pain said. Now go, your ship, the shield and sword, is at the city Tokyo. You are hunting the 1000 Sunny and the Evening Star. And if you find Isanade while you are there, capture him. It will be done, the 2 newcomers said before following the other 2. Itachi doesn't seem to like this assignment, Kohan stated. and Kisame was quiet as well. Itachi at one time assisted the Hokage. It entailed watching Naruto, Pain told her. And Kisame is a berserker like all of his people. And the more that goes, the less fighting there will be for him. Pain. I sense something deeper, Kohan told him. I don't know what, but something is at play here. 3 Jinchuriki and a Biju all heading to the same spot. What is the chance of this? It matters not, Kohan. All that matters is that we get the 9 together. Pain turned and left the room himself. Ooh, Naruto, Hikari, grab the mail sail line, Zoro yelled. Usopp, distance to the reverse mountain. 400 meters, he called from the crow's nest. All right, you two, when I give the signal, you are going to pull to the right or left to help turn the ship. Aye, sir, they yelled up at him. The wind was really blowing fierce and the current had grabbed them like no other thing could. The sail was all that remained to turn the ship by normal means. But then, they always had Plan B and C. Naruto would rather have Plan C used. Being saved by blowing up like a balloon was good in the story, too close for real life. They were coming closer to the wall. Pull to port. The yardarm groaned at being forced to turn like it was, but it shifted along the mast and they drifted right. Straighten the sail. They pulled and the Thousand Sunny was pulled back to on course. They went up the mountain with 2 feet to spare on the port. Naruto wiped his forehead of sweat and grinned. Not bad for our first disaster. Now we got the peak to worry about. Hikari found his grin infectious. Like I will let a mountain stand between me and my home. Hinata and Hinata looked down on the two with slightly worried looks, with a little awe at being able to do such a feat. But Haku waved it off when he noticed them. She is something like a sister to him, don't worry. What makes you think we are worried? Yugito asked. Anyo. What do you mean like a sister? Hikari talked to me while I was recovering. She talked about Naruto like an older sister with her annoying little brother. But she is older than us by a year. And when Naruto talks about her, it is with sibling admiration. He loves to tease her and has fun doing it no end. Brother and sister. You should have heard that big fish story. I thought he was joking until he brought in the head of that titanic tuna. Wrestled it for an hour and Naruto took another hour to recover his chakra. Well, we have nothing to be worried about anyway, Yugito said. Hinata kind of ruined that when she sighed in relief. Jiraiya was at the bow, waiting. If the Sunny didn't turn right, he would force it to change. They reached the top, and Jiraiya already had his thumb bleeding. But it wasn't needed. Chopper and Sanji got her to turn. A perfect chance to impress such lovely young things lost, Jiraiya moped. Naruto was having the time of his life as the wind whipped by, grabbing his hair. We rolled up Interstate 44, like a rocket sled on rails. We tore up all of our shingle sheets and left them sitting on the scales. By the time we hit that shy town, those bears were getting smart. They brought up reinforcements from the Illinois National Guard. What on earth are you singing? Hikari asked. A song called Convoy, Naruto replied. This just reminded me of that line. They hit the open ocean and went over 200 feet before slowing down. Niece, Zabuza stated. I doubt it is always that smooth. You should have been with us on our first time through, Nami said. Almost crashed into an iceberg. Like a bad movie, ship and ice included, Sasuke said. No doubt, Naruto knows all about it. He does, Jiraiya replied. After I told him the first story, he had to know what happened to the Straw Hat Pirates. Huh, Hinata said. Anyo, Usopp-san, what is that? She pointed out to something in the distance. He raised a telescope and looked. Luffy, you are never going to believe this, he called down. It's a ship. With our flag. What? He grabbed the crow's nest railing from the deck and shot up there. He took the telescope and looked through it. Sanji, they're getting ready to attack us. What is going on? Jiraiya called. Uncle, those pirates are flying false colors to scare people into submission, Naruto explained. But to their bad luck, this happens to be the crew they're pretending to be. Captain, hoist the colors? You know it, Luffy yelled. Usopp, go ready the cannons. Naruto ran up the mast with the flag. When he was at the top, he smiled as he unfolded it and attached it to the rope. The twin flags seemed to glare at each other. But the fake lost the effect it should have had with the real owners glaring with it. Hard to port, Luffy yelled. Head straight at them. Naruto laughed and called to the ship. This is the Thousand Sunny, captained by Monkey D. Luffy. Surrender now or we will crash your ship. He swore he heard someone from it say, he wouldn't, he would. Doesn't look like they're going to quit. Of course not, Frankie said. A flag is the honor of a ship. To steal it is an offense that can never be pardoned. They knew what would happen if they ever met us. Time to earn your keep, he yelled to them. Hikari stepped back a few feet before running and jumping over the railing. Naruto would follow as soon as they got within cannon range. Haku, are those ice mirrors really as strong as you say? He asked. Nothing that I have found can break it. Why? Because those are cannons and they are about to fire something big and mean at us. A little protection wouldn't hurt. Haku nodded and the mirrors covered outer hull of the ship. The first shots came at them and hit the mirrors. They cracked under the force of them, but just as Haku said. Nothing was stronger. Luffy laughed, wish we had you when we first came this way. Let's hurry and finish this. We need to stop and say hi to Laboon. They saw the water shoot upwards by the deck of the other pirate ship. Hikari came down on the deck, her spear ready to impale any that came at her. Naruto grinned. He ran along the deck and grabbed the grapples. Usopp fired a few shots from the forward cannons and took out theirs. The ship name is the Abenhawk, Anko said, finally catching sight of it. Looks like we get to have some fun after all on this trip. I was getting bored. Both her and Jiraiya pressed their blood to their palms. A large white snake and a tree frog with two ninja appeared. Jiraiya-sama, this is seawater, the frog said. I know, not your forte. But we are about to board, and that is your forte. The frog edged one of his blades. Slaughter, slaughter, total slaughter. I won't leave a single man alive. The genin shivered. They have found the Anko among the toads. Naruto jumped off the deck, taking the ropes with him. He landed on the water, ran to the Abenhawk, and jumped onto the deck. He threw the hooks as he did, lashing the ships together. Otto whale. Several men fell to the deck, clutching their heads. One of them had something shiny on his wrist. Naruto relieved him of his log pose. Thank you, he said, giving him a kick to the head. Otto charm. It appeared that nothing happened, but people stopped attacking him and started looking at him. Can you point out who is the captain? They were confused. They knew that a moment before he was an enemy, but now something seemed different and he wasn't. One of them pointed to man with a gun with several barrels pointed at the group. Naruto dived to the side just before he started firing. Jute, the frog, hopped onto the deck, swinging his blades. Mark the tides and hoist the sail, we make for the sea. We seek adventure, blood is our trail, on this lost sea, the frog sang happily. Even Naruto was put off by his song. The hawk lurched as the Sunny was brought next to it. The rest of the ninja and crew crossed over, eager to join the battle. Ooh. Naruto looked at it. The Abenhawk was a good ship. The damage done by Usopp's expert shots still left her seaworthy. What are we going to do with her? He asked Luffy. Can't take her with us, Luffy said, shaking his head. We scuttle her. Naruto felt his heart sink with that. Mind if my friends and I go over her one last time? Yeah, go ahead, Luffy said. He knew what bothered him, but the agreement said nothing about leading them from another ship. And it would be nothing but trouble without an experienced crew to sail her. Naruto, Hinata, Yugito, Hikari, Sasuke, Haku, Zabuza, and Anko boarded the doomed brigantine and looked around. This was a large, fast ship that needed only a small crew. It was also the best thing they could take a look at to get to know ships better, as the Thousand Sunny was far from a normal ship. It was a two-masted vessel with 10 cannons on it. The hold was fairly large and almost fully stocked with food, water, goods, and cannon supplies. After a bit, they realized one of their members was not there, and they knew exactly where to find him. Naruto was at the helm, his hands playing over the wheel. Hoist the sails, we are turning into the squall, he daydreamed. Sounds like rough seas, Hikari stated. Just a dream, Naruto said dismissively, but he still held the wheel. Right up until there was a splash of a cannon being fired at them. They ran to the side and saw a ship that looked like it rose from the bottom of the sea heading at them. More like a nightmare. Surrender all those that has eaten the fruit of the devil's tree, they heard a voice say. Do you fear death? If so, surrender them and the rest will be set free. Cut free the hawk, Naruto yelled. The Sunny won't be able to run with her attached, Jute ran along the Sunny's railing, cutting the ropes. Get over th. A wind stronger than even going up the mountain hit them and both ships lurched away from each other. Looking behind them, they saw another ship. This one from the west, blue by design. The flag atop it showed the symbol of the hidden sand village, Uncle. Jiraiya looked at it from the top of the aft castle on the Thousand Sunny. They must have followed us to see why we are here. Naruto, get over here now. You heard him, Anko yelled. They ran to the railing. Just as a bomb hit the water next to the ship, rocking it. Most of them was thrown to the deck. Naruto fell overboard. Naruto-kun, Yugito and Hinata yelled, racing to the side. Both of them jumped over and saw Naruto sinking quickly. He struggled to slow his descent, but nothing he did worked. Chakra spread from his fingers to create a kind of webbing, and he used that. He nearly stopped, but with most of his strength taken away by the sea, he only had his normal muscles and chakra to work with. Yugito and Hinata swam down, grabbed him, and started for the surface. They broke it and looked around. It was a battlefield now. Debris could be seen along with small fires. The Aben Hawk wasn't that far away, but the Thousand Sunny was gone. They swam to it, with Naruto barely able to do much. As soon as he pulled himself from the water, he returned to normal. Flopping down on the deck, he took several minutes to catch his breath. What happened? The Sunny and that ship ahead of us started firing at each other. They both took hits, but it was obvious that unless they got to close quarters combat, the Sunny would lose, Anko said. But that other ship was circling them, Zabuza told him. No way it was going to happen. So they revealed this really big cannon, I think it was, and fired it. It took that unnamed ship out in that one shot. But with it, the Thousand Sunny was gone. That Suna ship is getting closer, Haku warned them. There is a blonde on the castle using this fan to always give them the wind. Naruto, what do we do? Sasuke asked. What? You are the one that knows ships, Hikari pointed out. We can do the work, just tell us what to do. Naruto was dumbfounded. He had always wanted a ship, but this was not how he dreamed it would go. Hikari, Zabuza, let loose the sails and tie the rigging tight. That wind isn't stopping at their sails, so we are going to catch it. Sasuke, Yugito, raise the anchors. Haku, Anko, find some barrels marked powder, or something of the like. Bring 2 barrels of it and as many cannon balls as you can to the aft castle cannons. We might be able to gain a little speed by firing behind us. Go. He turned to Hinata. Bring me a chart, quickly. I need to know how far we are from the calm belt. She nodded, more than a little afraid. They were all in new water here and none of them was sure. Naruto spun the wheel until the sails caught the full wind. He was heading north. Taking a moment, he looked behind him at the other ship. It was a square-shaped ship with a ribbed sail. A junk, Naruto stated. A 3-mast ship, they could, and that one probably did, hold 20 or more cannons without losing their low depth in the water, meaning they could move faster with the right captain. But they pushed water aside with their square front, not slide through it like the Aben Hawk was designed to do. Likely, against the winds, the junk was faster. But Naruto would be damned if the Hawk was outrun now. Here, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, giving him the sea chart. Naruto looked at it and guessed their location to how far Reverse Mountain was behind them. Okay, we are 10 minutes from the calm belt. If we can get there, I will bet my headband we will lose them. The problem is we might lose our heads going there. As opposed to we'll lose our heads if we stay here, Anko yelled. They aren't sending any friendly signals. Good point. Anyone know any food and jutsus to give us a bit more speed? Yeah, Yugito replied. It isn't much, but it doesn't take much chakra or skill to use. Stand right here and use it as often as you can for as long as you can, Naruto said, pointing to in front of him. Anko-chan, do you know how to use those cannons? Not really, she yelled up to him. Naruto created several shadow clones and they ran down to her. They loaded the 2 while they helped Anko and Haku with the 3rd. Fire on the ship. No, when I tell you to. Fire at the water behind us. They haven't fired on us, so they want to take us alive. They might change their minds though. Hinata, grabbed on of the clones and go get some bloody meat and take it to the forward cannon. What are you planning? Zabuza asked. The wind suddenly died down around them except from Yugito. The calm belt is, concerning the weather and seas, the safer way to get to the Grand Line, Naruto told them. A moan could be heard from the sea, but it holds more than its fair share of monsters, and blood will get them riled up. The cannons fired into the water behind them, getting the creature's attention a little. The meat shot forward and to the junk grabbed it and yanked. Hard to port. Hikari, drop the port anchor and pull it back up right away. The ship pulled hard on the chain, tearing some of the hull as it spun around. Just as they got away from the trail of blood, the moan returned again. And it surfaced. The head of a serpentine dragon rose from the surface for a moment before sinking again. It followed the trail, leading right to the evening star. Yugito, I need you to do it again, harder. If you don't, then we won't make it out of here. More monsters could be heard coming. Yugito nodded and started doing it even faster. The main mast groaned as it strained to pull the ship along, but it held together. Behind them, cannon fire was heard as the junk fought the creatures. Ooh! An exhausted group of ninja weighed anchor next to the lighthouse. Naruto set the gangplank and walked ashore. Hello? Anyone here? What are you yelling for? The old doctor said as he came out of the house. I'm not deaf. Sorry, sir, bad day, Naruto said. Have you seen a ship called the Thousand Sunny fly by here? No, he told them. Should I have? Yes and no, Naruto told him. Where is Laboon? You know of him? Yeah. My uncle told me all about the adventures of the Straw Hat Pirates until Water 7. I just want to tell him something. After a moment, he nodded. He went to the shore and gave a shrill whistle. A moment later, the whale appeared. Laboon, you have someone wanting to see you. Wow, you are huge, Naruto said. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I just came from your friend, Luffy. The whale actually looked like he would cry. You have to see him when he comes by. They're all proud warriors now. We kind of lost them after a battle at the base of Reverse Mountain. But this is the first stop on the Grand Line, so he will come here looking for us. And even better, he brought an even older friend of yours, Brook. The friend that left here 60 years ago with a huge afro. The whale and Crocus both widened their eyes in surprise. Are you serious? Crocus asked. Very, Naruto said. Hey, come ashore, he called to his friends. This is a resting point, in the first place Luffy will look for us. Ooh. Does anyone else smell blood? Hikari asked. Yeah, Yugito said after a moment. It smells like fish. She got up and looked around, from that direction. I don't see anything, Naruto said. Here, Crocus said, giving him a telescope. The top of the lighthouse gives you a better view. Naruto ran up the wall to the top and looked. I don't believe it, Naruto yelled. The evening star is coming this way. A little worse for wear but still moving at a deadly speed. He jumped down. We set sail now. Laboon, don't bother them, swim as deep as you can until they pass. They that dangerous? Crocus asked. I took them into the calm belt and left a trail of blood to them for the monsters, Naruto told him. How could anyone fight those things off? That ship is too noticeable like that, Crocus told them. Next chance you get, change sails and get a standard. Change the name as well. Naruto nodded. Don't fight them, he warned. Don't be anything but compliant. They won't bother you as long as you tell them we already knew they were coming and we are hauling ass away from them. They won't have time to deal with you. Crocus smiled. Thanks for the concern, son, but I have a better place than ashore to hide. Naruto smacked his forehead. Of course, inside Laboon. Take care, the both of you. They climbed back up the plank and pulled up the anchors and dropped the sails. Not what they wanted to do, but they needed to leave. The Thousand Sunny could help them against it if they could catch up. But he refused to risk his friends with a head-on confrontation against that ship. Ooh! Captain Hero looked at the 4 ninja aboard his ship. His crew was one of the strongest in the Wind Country, but they were no match for the trap they were led into. But those 4, especially the one with the dark eyes and tattoo, killed all those things. If you 4 ever want to quit being ninja, you are more than welcome on this ship, he said. Lads, he shouted to the crew, get all the speed we can from the star. We are going to catch that ship and show them who is boss. Delay that order, Bucky said, after an eagle landed on his arm. It is the Konoha ninja. We follow them for now and move in for the kill later. Hero gave the new orders to follow out of line of sight, but I thought they were aboard the caravel? They were caught aboard the ship when they were attacked. The Thousand Sunny fired its primary weapon and was launched onto the side of the mountain. It will take them time to return to sea. Good, Hero said. With that thing, I don't doubt who would win in the end if it was just ship to ship. The captain of that ship, Gaara said. Who was it? A blonde-haired boy, Baki told him. The hawk squawked a few times before flying off. He heard him say his name was Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara did nothing but nod. The grandson of the Hokage, Tamari said after a moment. A sharp mind he has. I almost feel sorry that we will have to kill him. Jiraiya is still on the Thousand Sunny, Baki told everyone. Our chances of success in our mission is almost assured without him aboard. Hiro shook his head. One thing he had learned in his life at sea, things rarely turned out as you expected. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.